Sister Station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. We made it. Friday. Payne and Pendergast. It's Friday. Friday. Good to be with you, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. I don't know, some people say that.
I hate Friday,
Yeah.
and I hate Sunday Fun Day.
You do?
I don't know why. I don't know why I hate them.
They're
both fun things.
Where are you on Hump Day?
Oh, we've had this discussion. I feel like I flip-flopped on Hump Day before. I feel like I don't like Hump Day because it's naturally a negative that you're saying, oh, you got to get over this hump. Where if anything, I like to feel like it's all engines go day.
Yeah.
Monday and Tuesday you're ramping up, and then Wednesday it's all engines go.
Yeah. I feel like Hump Day kind of throws Monday and Tuesday under the bus a little bit, you know? It's like, all right, we made it through these 2 days, and now we're over the hump, and now we're on the
I'm going to take it easy. So basically, if it's a name that is positive or if it's a name that's negative, I don't like it.
Other than that.
Yes, other than that, you're fine.
Yep, just as I think what Seth's saying is just call them what they are. Just call them by their names. Call them by their given names.
Slack-ass mofos.
Yep. Man, we got a lot of stuff to get to today. This has been for a week that's been super light on like news, like actual things that you dig into because they just happened.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of good stuff this week. We got some good stuff today. And the Combines next week, we'll probably start to get some more stuff. D'Amico will meet with the media at the Combine.
Oh, yeah.
Nick will meet with the media. Nick Caserio will meet with the media at the Combine.
Is D'Amico, are we 100% that D'Amico's going to the Combine?
D'Amico, we got an email from the Texans yesterday, Seth, that said D'Amico's media session at the Combine is scheduled for Tuesday.
Okay.
Caserio scheduled for Wednesday, so they will both, at the very least, be there for those 2 days.
Was it last year that it was the assistant coaches? It was the non-D'Amico coaches that didn't go to the Combine. I know they were getting everybody ramped up and ready to go, so it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah. I know D'Amico and Nick both went last year because I remember shots of the two of them sitting together in the crowd, watching guys.
Sean McVay's not going, but that's his standard deal.
Okay.
For the last several years.
It's a little surprising. Do you think at some point the league makes these guys go? Because it's kind of like it is what it is. Like it's a bunch of drills that are whatever. But I feel like the league pumps this thing up as like the next biggest event after the draft and the Super Bowl.
Yeah, McVay. So, and there's more guys that are skipping it. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. I think that Mike Florio is trying to make it a news item and make it seem like the league is going to be down on this because it detracts from the hype of the Combine.
There goes Florio again.
Yeah. At some point, they're going to make him go.
Right.
I actually like the coaches skipping the Combine. It depends because. Yeah. Sometimes coaches, they get in late on the process, and they've been on vacation for a couple weeks, and then all of a sudden they jump into the scouting process, and all the scouts who have actually spent years studying these guys have to kind of listen to coaches off of their first from-the-hip, observation of a player at the Combine. Look at that guy run.
Dude.
We got to have this guy.
You know what your description reminds me of? Is what they would say O'Brien would do when the coaches would spend the whole week putting the game plan together offensively, and then he would walk into the room on Friday and just go, actually, you have a big red marker. Just, nope, we're doing this, and this. Like, hey, man, we've been working this for 4 days now, even longer with advanced scouting. We've been working this for weeks.
And not to mention the players have actually practiced this, and this is what they know.
That too.
There but on the whiteboard, these guys, they'd love to. They could all, if they could just make love to a whiteboard, they'd be so happy in life. Is there a way you can design this whiteboard to have female genitalia? That's what I really want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when's science going to help me with that?
I know.
That's what a lot of these football coaches are saying.
That's right. Analytics. I need a whiteboard that I can have a relationship with.
Yeah.
So I am kind of in what, and it's less meaningful for the Texans than it's been the last couple of years, just because thankfully they're picking much lower this year. So there's no really, like the quarterbacks are just sort of window dressing for us here because we have one.
Yeah.
I was reminded of this by Texans Cap yesterday. He was on the Utopia podcast with me. You can download and subscribe. That episode is out. Did kind of just a whole primer on free agency and where the Texans are. but a good reminder, like, yeah, the GMs are all in one place next week. So we may start to get, and the agents are in one place next week too, he pointed out. He's like, everybody, this is as big a summit meeting as you're going to get with everybody in the same place before the real stuff starts happening in March. And so maybe we get a Dalton Schultz signing. Maybe we definitely start to get a lot of Nugget Hussey tweeting and whatnot,
right.
Probably.
Well, because as much as so many things are virtual and online these days and done via text message, there are still a lot of conversations that people would rather have in person.
Yes.
You know, for A, just to be sure that it doesn't get copied and pasted to somewhere else, but also B, just for the nuance and the context, some of the subtle tampering that goes on, perhaps. You don't necessarily want a paper trail there. So when, these kinds of things, floating out figures and numbers of what a guy might be worth, when a GM might want to say, gosh, your client there. I know we're talking about this one client that we're allowed to talk to, but that other client that we're not allowed to talk about, I bet he's getting a salary offer from somebody.
Yeah, dude, that's when I was talking to Texans Cap, I was so naive. I'm like, so we'll really probably only hear about teams signing their own guys. He's like, no, like everybody sort of tampers on a very sort of, whisper to a guy at the bar, like to go tell that guy this, and
it's like dating in junior high.
Yeah, I'm so naive.
Bit of like,
man. Yeah.
Caserio tells his buddy Brian that he kind of interested. He likes one of his players.
Can you pass this note to Drew Rosenhaus for me, please? Yeah. Can you pass this note to David Mulligetta for me?
And then the rom-com factor comes in when somebody tries to trade for Josh Allen and it turns out to be the wrong Josh Allen. I thought I was gonna, but then the twist is that whichever Josh Allen the guy ends up with is who they were meant to be with all along. It
turns out they fell in love anyways.
Yes.
I like that.
Like I thought, no, you said trade and Josh Allen's a free agent, right? No, but I thought you were gonna franchise tag him, and all of a sudden you've got Josh Allen, the quarterback, and C.J. Stroud on your roster.
All the little love
nice job,
lines.
Nick.
Way to go. We're paying two quarterbacks $70 million apiece.
Imagine you think you traded for Josh Allen, the defensive end, and all of a sudden Josh Allen, the quarterback, shows up on your doorstep.
That would be different.
Reality, that's it. Threesomes are awesome, right? There's complications here. To the tune of like $100 million on the cap.
Text message. Good morning, boys. Can I get a Shannon Little John Sharp hotkey? Oh, yeah, to start my Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Absolutely.
That was Shannon?
That was Shannon
in his
Sharp.
interview?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was him during the Johnny interview.
What was
I forget.
I remember you said to save it.
Yeah, I said to save it. It was during, I think it was during the cut about Sumlin.
Oh, yeah.
The Sumlin partying cut. It was one where Johnny's like, I had a great relationship with Coach Sumlin, and then it kind of deteriorated, and then I got really jealous because all he does is party all the time. But I think we're always going to have a great relationship. And Shannon's like,
oh, yeah.
The best part of that bite there is that would make it sound like the interview was like just one big raucous drunken affair or something. It wasn't.
No.
It was pretty calm, cool, and collected. Except at the very beginning, Shannon like offers Johnny a whiskey, but says like, "But you don't drink, do you? Or do you want some?" It's I don't know. I'm sure he would take it back if he could. I tend to try not to offer recovering alcoholics drinks.
Right.
People always say that's a good guy.
Yeah.
They know that my life was destroyed by alcoholism multiple times over, and you know what he didn't do? He didn't try to get.
Great dude.
That's a consideration you don't see a lot these days.
Shannon's got a nice setup though. I like the chair he had Johnny in. It's like a throne almost.
I don't like the size of those chairs.
Really?
They're unsettling to me. There's something about seeing a man in an oversized chair to the point where it makes them look proportionally like a toddler sitting on a throne.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just, it unsettles me. I don't know why.
Okay, I think it's got a cool look.
You go to a lot of beaches will have those big beach chair type photo ops and everything.
Yeah.
I don't like those either.
You don't like those. Where are you on the gigantic baseball hats that have become all the rage these days?
Oh man. I fall into Landry's boat, which was I was clowning the hell out of him when I saw a few of them at the combine or at the NFL Radio Row.
Yeah.
Until I saw Chuck Liddell in one, and I was like, "Well, I mean, you do you, man. I got to tell you, Chuck. Some people can pull it off.
It's pretty good on you, man.
As I stand here in front of you, you can pull it off.
Don't want to get snagged in one of your spider holds or whatever.
I'm going to sit here and make fun of Chuck Liddell painting his fingernails or anything.
No,
I'm not that idiot. Yeah.
But other than on Chuck Liddell, you think they look absurd?
I feel like it was something that they tried to create a trend 3 years ago, these gigantic oversized hats, and it never actually really caught on, which makes it even weirder that there's still a few people really clinging on to it, like trying to push it or sell it.
I had never seen them until they, I guess, re-popped back up again lately. So, yeah.
You didn't notice this a few years ago?
No,
they kind of made a minor stir about it.
No.
The company about it.
I didn't. I didn't see it.
Do a Twitter poll on this one. I want to find out how many people have never seen these things until
I hadn't seen them until recently. I mean, it's probably a me problem more than anything else.
It's not like it's important history or anything. I was just surprised that it was new to you.
Thought they were new. All right, so we got a lot to get to here. There is a national personality who gets a lot of run on this show. Who he has the Texans in a place next year where I think Texan fans will not be very happy about this. Third place in the AFC. We'll see if the explanation holds muster here. And top of the 7 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast is under siege right now from free agency drunken sailor spending John Lopez. We're gonna address John Lopez at the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
We are the epitome of what's wrong with Houston sports.
John Lopez said that yesterday, that Sean and Seth are the epitome of what's wrong with Texans, with Houston sports fans. We will get to that at 7 o'clock. A lot to get to on a Friday. Glad you're with us. Stay there. But first, West Point Lincoln and the team over there. This seems like a perfect
GI Bill.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans in third in the AFC South in 2024. ... Colin
It couldn't
Cowherd.
be from anybody who has professed love and respect for both the Texans and C.J. Stroud.
Right.
Nobody would do that, would they?
I thought we had this guy on our side. So you picked this up yesterday, Seth.
I picked this up yesterday,
double
and
C.
I would. This is where, because Colin Cowherd, he's a very polarizing individual, and at times he'll criticize you unfairly, and at times he'll praise you, apparently without any merit or whatsoever. Because I want you to listen to him picking his AF.
Okay.
Shocker, I'm taking the best quarterbacks overwhelmingly. I have the Bills, the Bengals, the Colts, the Chiefs winning their division. I have the Ravens, Jags, Chargers as wild cards.
Okay, so the key thing there, he picked two AFC South teams to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Colts as the division winners and the Jaguars as the second place finishers, presumably.
Right.
Overwhelmingly based on the better quarterbacks.
Yeah, that was his premise.
Overwhelmingly based on the better quarterbacks.
He was picking based on quarterbacks. And so, Indy, Jacksonville, Houston, nowhere to be seen in the playoff picture. Man, I'm glad you found this because I kind of like. I'm sure by the end of this, I'll probably disagree with Cowherd, but I'm willing to listen to arguments about next season. You know what I mean? I love having the battle red colored glasses on and everything. It's been so fun to be able to look at this team through a positive prism again. But I kind of like. I like that we're attacking this. Okay, so now his rationale seems. We got a few more cuts here. Seems silly so far. I'm just going to say.
Overwhelmingly based on the better quarterbacks is what he said.
Yeah.
So here's why he likes the Colts to win the division.
I think Shane Steichen's as good a young offensive coach as the league has had in years.
Okay.
They've got $60 million in cap space, and I like a lot of their young players. They almost got to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. Anthony Richardson getting hurt in a weird way as a break. I have talked to Chris Ballard. They love that kid. I'm taking the best quarterback. I don't know if Anthony Richardson is, but it's a wonky division. I look at their schedule. I look at Steichen. I look at their cap space.
Okay, did he say at the end there, did he imply at the end that Anthony Richardson's better than C.J. Stroud?
He said, I don't know if he is, but he right after he said, I'm going with a better quarterback. He's twice in this little 2-minute blurb that he had on his show talked about how he's basing this on quarterback play. This is where I think he's damn right delusional about Anthony Richardson, because for one, hurt in a weird way, my ass, he got hurt every damn game.
Yeah.
He's been injured his entire life, hurt in a weird way. And but it's actually a blessing in disguise because I talked to the general manager who gaslit me into believing that it was
the guy he picked fourth last year is going to be a good player. Yeah,
the guy who has wild mechanical issues in his throwing motion. It's actually a blessing in disguise that he hurt his shoulder.
He got hurt in a weird way playing football like Anthony Richardson. What the hell?
What was the stat, Sean, of the 4 games that he played? He left 3 of them. With an injury?
He finished 1 game all year. Started and finished 1 game. He started 4, finished 1 of those.
One of those games he had to exit twice. He got injured, then went back in, then got injured again.
Yeah, he needs to learn. Forget about the benefit, silver lining of having a year where you can sit back and watch Gardner Minshew and learn the playbook, and that's all well and good. He's got to learn how to fall. He's got to learn how to get out of bounds.
He had that RG3 issue of incredibly athletic and yet at the same time just curiously inept when it comes to falling and taking hits and everything. The key to being the Colts next year by far, have them be the team that you play like twice in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah,
the league loves to do that.
Yep.
I am very skeptical that Anthony Richardson will be around, but also I think it was easier this year for the Colts to make the playoffs with Gardner Minshew than with Anthony Richardson.
I agree. I said that in week 2 when he got hurt in that game against the Texans. I said the Colts are more dangerous with this guy, Minshew, right now. I mean, down the road, obviously, their hope is they drafted the guy 4th. I agree with his other reasons, actually. on the Colts, like Steichen and cap space. Those are reasons to be nervous about the Colts.
I like Steichen a lot, and I actually like Steichen for Anthony Richardson a lot. The biggest thing that makes me nervous on the Texans side of things is how Jonathan Taylor had his 2 best games of the year against the Texans.
Yeah.
That Jonathan Taylor was peak Jonathan Taylor against the Texans.
Was he ever?
And especially there at the end. So that's got to get better. They can't go allowing Jonathan Taylor to be the new T.Y. Hilton for the Texans.
Yep. All right, what about the Jags?
Okay, so the Jags were picked as wild cards. Here's Colin Cowherd on the Jags.
Oh, by the way, the Jags started 8-3 before Trevor Lawrence got hurt. They also hired a defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen from Atlanta, who did the best job with Atlanta's defense in a long time.
Yeah, okay. And then he was going on about something else there.
Yeah.
Okay, they were 8-3 before Trevor Lawrence got hurt. Trevor Lawrence was playing injured. So I'm not buying that excuse. I do think that they had untapped potential in some areas. The biggest problem, though, with Trevor Lawrence is, as multiple teams that played Trevor Lawrence openly said, he's playing very much like a first-read quarterback. And, man, Doug Peterson has a history of taking young quarterbacks with athletic ability and kind of shocking teams early in their careers, and then everything just falling by the wayside after that. And I think Trevor Lawrence might very well be that. Trevor Lawrence needs to advance mentally in an extreme way. C.J. Stroud is way, way, way ahead of Trevor Lawrence right now mentally.
Yeah.
Like, C.J. Stroud is a damn professor compared to Trevor Lawrence. So for him to actually be a viable NFL quarterback, this is a really big year for Trevor Lawrence. They're going to have to they might have to cut ties with Trevor Lawrence after this season and move on if he doesn't make some advances mentally.
Wow, I mean, it's crazy because the talk coming into this year was Trevor Lawrence is going to get the next big contract.
Yeah.
And we should point out too, even during that 8-3 start, Trevor Lawrence wasn't all that good.
No,
like statistically, and I know as you pointed out, he was banged up all year. He was ultra banged up at the end of the year. I will concede that. But C.J. Stroud played with a shoulder injury all year. Like, guys play banged up. Like, that's part of being a quarterback in the NFL. He was not good during their 8-3 start. He wasn't.
Guys, C.J.'s getting penalized for not being dramatic about it.
Yes. All right.
Be sure you get a close up of my face.
My locks, yes. Yeah. So does Cowherd explain himself, Seth, when it comes to the Houston Texans? I need explanations. Twice. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
This was actually I put these in reverse order. This is his preface to the entire segment before the musical bed started. Here's Colin Cowherd on the Texans.
Houston doesn't make it. What? Now they have to play with expectations. Schedule is significantly harder. And oh, by the way, Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence are both healthy again. So that's a team I like. I don't think Houston bottoms out. Sophomore slump. That's a team.
Yeah. Look, valid points there. We've already dismantled his quarterback arguments.
Yeah.
For one, Anthony Richardson is not healthy again yet. We don't even know Anthony Richardson's healthy yet. So we'll see. And he will be injured.
Yeah.
I'll go all Brian Cashman on Giancarlo Stanton here right now and tell you flat out he will get injured this year. So that's a non-factor to me. The tougher schedule is totally for real.
That's
As
material.
of right now, based on last year's win-loss records, the Texans have the 4th toughest schedule in the league. Now, the Jags have the 8th toughest. So it's not like the Jags get off scot-free.
Yep. The Texans, right. I mean, that's the thing. For 14 of the 17 games, these teams play the same schedule.
Right.
It's where the Texans, where their schedule gets harder, maybe even significantly so, is the 3 variable games they're crossing over with division champions in the 3 divisions they cross. Whereas the Texans play Baltimore, Kansas City, and Dallas. That means that, say, the Jags play Cleveland, Denver, and Philadelphia. So would you rather play Cleveland, Denver, and Philadelphia, or Baltimore, Kansas City, and Dallas? Like, that's yeah. I mean, that's and yet win-loss record-wise, the delta is only 4 spots in the thing. But boy, it's a significant step up in quarterback class between those games.
Look, the strength of schedule always ends up being wonky in a lot of ways by the time everything plays out.
Right.
Some good teams are bad and vice versa.
Yes.
So you never know for sure. I'll just say on the surface of it, looking at, well, you know what? I'll let Colin Cowherd lay it out for you here.
Okay.
Look at the Texans' opponents. There's some tough ones there. Cowboys on the road, Chiefs on the road, Packers, I think, are excellent on the road. You face Aaron Rodgers, and he's healthy early on the road. Home games, well, good luck. Lions are really good. Ravens are really good. Dolphins score a lot of points. Bills score a lot of points. That's a tough schedule for the Houston Texans. And they still are in a rebuild. They're still trying to rebuild that roster. So I like Houston. I think they pull back a game or two.
Okay. I don't think it's an unfair thing to say.
No,
no. His rationale on the quarterback thing is just stupid. That's
it really is. You can tell as he's midway through this segment that he's realizing that he's already said that he's basing this is heavily based on the best quarterbacks, and then he's realizing back in the division ranked 3rd here, so I'm gonna have to lean into the health side of it.
Yeah.
That's the one little chink in the armor for him.
Did he? Okay, I want to play that one again. Not the whole thing, Ben, but did Colin Cowherd tip his hand? Does Colin Cowherd know something here? Because right now we don't know when these games are going to be played. We just know who they're playing. Play it one more time, Ben.
Look at the Texans' opponents. There's some tough ones there. Cowboys on the road, Chiefs on the road, Packers, I think, are excellent on the road. You face Aaron Rodgers, and he's healthy early on the road.
Bingo.
Yeah. That, you know what? That flew right over my head. Even as I actually thought about that, about like, oh yeah, they might have an opening game or something, without realizing, oh yeah, the schedule's not out yet, and supposedly nobody knows who's up when until okay, good call
and yet we know that. Thank you, and yet we know that there's absolutely discussions going on right now behind closed doors with the league as to where are we going to start slotting these marquee games? Who's going to play on Thanksgiving? Who's going to London? Who's doing all this? Who's doing all that? And that's one that I'm trying to assimilate if I heard legitimate rumors about it or if I know I've heard Landry say that's who he wants the Texans to open against.
We've heard a whole lot of speculation about it and people just talking about, what would be great matchups. Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers, the 40-year-old coming off of an Achilles tendon tear versus the current offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hype to that right there.
Yeah. Yes.
Craig is popping up on my timeline. Thanks a lot, Sean, since we talked about him yesterday. Now he shows up on my timeline like 5 times yesterday. But he did point out, I have not fact-checked this, that the Jets were second in NFL attendance last year, which might make sense.
Okay.
I would be surprised just because of the way the season went. But
Are we talking, so like butts in seats or like tickets sold?
Oh, well, not butts and seats. They never do that. It's always, the attendance is always tickets sold. Oh, yeah, so they probably had the most tickets sold.
Yeah, I could see them when Aaron Rodgers got traded there. I could see season tickets going through the roof with the Jets.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
So they had the most, the Cowboys posted a total attendance of 1.3 million. They were nearly 100,000 fans ahead of the second-place team, the New York Jets. So, it's never the actual butts and seats they're reporting. They're reporting the number of tickets sold, so that makes sense.
As we know.
Boy, the Jets... When they got Rodgers, the Jets season ticket office must have just been ecstatic.
Yeah. If you're a sales guy in there, like your commission is based on moving season tickets with Zach Wilson at quarterback, and then Aaron Rodgers drops in out of the blue.
Do you remember the time I told you I was up at my niece's softball game and I was sitting next to a young woman who was like an entry-level employee at the Jets ticket office?
Yeah.
And I was talking to her about it.
Yeah.
And the first job they gave her was, now this is a few years ago.
Yeah.
The first job they gave her was to reach out to former season ticket holders and see if they wanted to re-up. And this was, I can't even remember, it was one of the really bad years with the Jets. And she said that she was just getting lambasted by people listing their grievances, almost like they were waiting for her to call so they could tell her exactly why they're not going to buy tickets. I feel happy for her if she stuck it out.
Yeah.
And if she, hopefully she stayed sane and like made it to last year and then was part of being the second highest selling ticket effort in the land.
Of all the cities where you got to call previously jilted season ticket holders. New York.
It's not like Phoenix or something.
Right. Oh, it's not. Oh, man, that is great.
Oh, you want me to buy tickets for the Jets, do you?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something.
She's like, I'm moving to Minneapolis.
I hope you're sitting down, sister.
Sure,
Yeah.
I'll buy you some season tickets. Yeah, sure. I know the Vikings have sucked, but I'm back in. You seem like a nice
or they
lady.
would just say, "Yeah, dear, oh dear." I have to politely decline.
Bless your heart.
God bless your, not even a bless, but like a genuine bless your heart.
Yes.
Not a sarcastic bless your
That's
heart.
right. All right, let's get to headlines. The Astros got a couple updates on the arms from the Astros. Rockets didn't look all that different from how it looked before the All-Star break. And we've got more drama in Atlanta, quarterback-wise, that we will get to in headlines, and that's coming up next.
In the Loop.
When I hear this discussion about
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to some headlines. Astros, spring training. First game tomorrow. That'll be fun against Washington, so we get a little spring training baseball tomorrow. Here are some updates from Joe Espada on a couple of pitchers. Let's start with J.P. France. Threw off the mound yesterday.
Not many pitches, but he got up there and just kind of threw a few pitches, and he played catch today, and he felt good.
Okay. So that's J.P. France. I would say, no disrespect to J.P. France, the more important of these two updates is this one on Justin Verlander.
You know, JV is going to let us know when he's getting close to live BPs, but I thought his side yesterday went well. He woke up today feeling really good. So I am encouraged for where he's at right now.
Okay. Verlander did an interview with the New York Post, Seth.
Yeah.
Wide-ranging interview. And in one of the things he was asked about was opening day. It does not sound... He does not sound optimistic that he'll be ready for opening day.
Yeah, which we already knew. He had said that he was behind. So yeah, like this, it feels like a less calculated version of when he came back from his Tommy John surgery, where that a little bit behind, and like he had it calculated down to the day when he was going to come back. I think this time, as he acknowledged earlier, he's older now, and maybe some of the old rules that he used to follow for himself don't quite apply anymore, so he doesn't want to be as concrete about it. But yeah, it'll be the fact that he's older and he's starting spring training further behind schedule than he would have normally been. I guess I just assumed from the very beginning, well, he won't be there opening day, because that's you're not going to try to all of a sudden compress it when he's been very dogmatic about how he prepares.
Yeah.
Like, you're not now at age in your 40s going to compress all that and try
in
to
your 40s. Yeah. I don't even know you'd do it if he was 35 or 30, 32 if you'd do that. I feel vindicated, Seth. I feel vindicated. Christian Javier revealing that he has dropped 15 pounds.
15 is a lot.
I was among the first last year to say he looks a little heavy.
Yeah.
He looks a little overweight. He looks like he had a good offseason. Looked like he may have enjoyed that new contract he got a little too much. And as it turns out, he was a little heavy. I don't know if he was enjoying the contract too much, but he said he's dropped 15 pounds. And obviously there's some mechanical things he needs to fix, but conditioning, maybe it all starts with conditioning. Just same way that good sleep is the basis for everything else in your life, maybe for Javier, this conditioning is going to be the basis for getting the mechanics fixed as well.
Well, no, certainly. And then to have the endurance to do it night in and night out, schedule, that helps a lot. I feel like last year, maybe the biggest indicator that he was heavier than he had been before was that people didn't really lean into the El Reptile nickname last year.
Yeah, at all. I had forgotten about it.
Yeah, I think because he didn't look quite so cold-blooded when you're sweating profusely on the mound and maybe a little bit plump. I did some research on this.
Okay.
The heaviest reptile is the saltwater crocodile.
Yeah, he didn't look like a crocodile last year.
Average weight 880 pounds. Well, that is the heaviest, the fattest, if you will.
Yeah.
The fastest reptile, the leatherback sea turtle. 23 miles per hour through the water, presumably.
Never even heard of the leatherback sea turtle.
Leatherback sea turtle sounds kind of badass, even though I'm sure it's a pretty gentile creature. But still, yeah, he's El Reptile again.
Okay,
this
good.
weight.
Good. Yeah, he was El Hippo last year. All right, we can say that now because he's lighter. We're not.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I had to leave the species, or not even the species, the whole class of animals.
Yes.
I had to get out of what is that? A phylus?
Phylum.
A kingdom?
I was just
whatever
gonna say,
it is.
I think it's a phylum. Yeah.
What is this? Phallic? Yeah.
Phallic. Yeah. All right. So that's your Astros update. Let's get to the Rockets. The All-Star break did them no good, at least for one night. They looked a whole lot last night like they did the night before they went on the All-Star break. I
forgot that it's just the All-Star break.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
it feels like they're just winding down.
Well, they are. The All-Star break, it's not an exact halfway point. They've only got like 20-something games left. We said it before the All-Star break. This next 5-6 games are going to decide whether the Rockets are relevant or not for the rest of the year as far as the NBA standings go. They lose last night to the New Orleans Pelicans, 127-105. They got destroyed in the second half of this game, like taken to the woodshed in the second half of this game. And Ime Udoka made no changes to his starting lineup. Mm-hmm. They play tonight. I'll be anxious to see if he makes any change. The obvious change to me was bring Jalen Green off the bench and put Amen Thompson in the starting lineup. And I know Fred VanVleet is your starting point guard, and Amen Thompson is a guy who is he's a point guard skill set. He doesn't shoot very well. Yeah. He defends. He puts in effort. He scored 22 last night. He makes things happen and he's a winning player, I think, ultimately. I don't think Jalen Green's a winning player. Do something, Ime, please.
Do something, right. I've monitored Rockets' Twitter through all of this. And it seems like it's reaching a fever pitch on Ime Udoka, because I think Ime Udoka had very much the honeymoon period, and justifiably so. And yet I think some people who had an unwavering faith in him previously are starting to waver a little bit. This is what I would suggest to Rockets fandom. You gotta try to separate the current circumstances with what you feel about Udoka as a whole. I don't know if there's a proper way to manage exactly what you have right this moment. And I think it'll resolve itself at the end of the season, and it isn't the right way to manage this right now. I'm still giving him a honeymoon period and a grace period of 1 year, even as some of the things that had started to look really promising start to kind of go down the drain. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try to be steadfast and not so reactionary on this.
He's the most powerful person other than the owners in that building right now. Still,
yeah,
I
think there are a lot of people. I think there are a lot of people who just feel like, okay, if you are the hard ass that I believed you are, then why is Jalen Green starting when he's not one of the best options to start the game? I feel like that's a feel of at least 25% of the fan base.
Oh, yeah, for sure, at least, yeah. Like, especially when Ime Udoka is making intimations before the All-Star break after that Memphis loss that we got to do something, and we got to do something at the beginning of games. And look, they didn't get off to an awful start in this game. Defensively, they gave up 30-something points in the first quarter, but they were knocking down threes like it was nobody's business offensively. That's just not sustainable. They're not a good defensive team at all right now. And Jalen Green is super frustrating, man. He's just he ain't it. More drama in Atlanta at the quarterback position. We talked about Justin Fields following a few of the Atlanta stalwarts on that team. Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, their three best offensive skill players. Justin Fields followed all of them. The three of them unfollowed Desmond Ridder yesterday.
Yeah, what the hell?
Is there a portal NFL players follow? Is this a big book of business ideas thing? Do we need to create a portal where NFL fans can follow their favorite players and who they follow and unfollow on social media?
I don't know where we can get it as just secondary consumers, but the people who figure it out, I've got to hope for their sake that they have some kind of a program that monitors it, right? I would really hope that they're not just sitting there checking the followers, checking their favorite players and whom they follow and whatnot. Yeah. There's got to be a record of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
But at any rate, Desmond Ridder unfollowed by Bijan, Kyle Pitts, and Drake London yesterday.
If I were a professional athlete, or more importantly, I guess, if I were a team who maybe helps out rookies and guys when they come in to scrub their social media history, notice the league has gotten a lot better about that, haven't they? You hear fewer and fewer of these Josh Allen instances where all of a sudden like a bunch of former tweets resurface or something. But I would say if there's a way any possible way you can kind of either mute or hide who you are actually following, and that decreases scintillating.
You can do that on Facebook. I know you can.
Can you?
You can mute. Yeah, who you're. Yeah, so.
I go to Facebook about once every 5 months.
You're not.
I'm lost on there too. Yeah. I'm the opposite of where I should be at my age. Facebook should be my dojo, right?
Right.
As a middle-aged man, and yet I'm completely lost there. Where I'm fine on TikTok and Twitter.
You're just out there clubbing on TikTok and X, and
I'm the old guy in the class.
On Facebook, and you're the creepy old dude sitting in the corner on TikTok with a Michelob.
Got my shirt unbuttoned down to my diaphragm.
That's it, Lopez style, absolutely.
Asking women if their IUDs are... Hey, what is your 1970s version of birth control? How's it working for you? Yeah.
All right, those are your headlines. And what's been a fairly headline light week, but I think that'll pick up next week. Combine next week in Indianapolis. All right, okay. We have been called by John Lopez, me and Seth, the epitome of what's wrong with Houston Texan fans. We will dive in. We've got the audio of Lopez saying that. We've got the audio that leads into it. We'll let you guys be the judge. Are Seth and I the epitome of what's wrong with Houston Texan fans based on our approach to free agency? That is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
610. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're going to let you guys be the judge. Are Payne and Pendergast the epitome of what's wrong with Houston Texan fans? And actually, let's do this. We've got the audio here. We've got In the Loop, and it's Lopez kind of leading the charge on this, that Lopez wants to dive head to get Texans to the promised land. That it's it's a much safer bet in terms of success rate than the draft, which is coin flips all over the place. So here, I guess the best way to sum up In the Loop's view on free agency, and we'll have John going in on us in just a little bit, but just to lay the groundwork here, I think there's a promo running right now that I think kind of encapsulates where John and Landry are on how the Texans should attack free agency this offseason.
In the Loop.
When I hear this discussion about how to spend and all that, I don't know that we're fully grasping that for the next few years, C.J. Stroud is going to be on his rookie deal.
Somebody's like, can you sign Mike Evans and Saquon? Yes. Yes, you can, and you're not mortgaging the future. You're not all of a sudden in cap hell. You're still going to have cap space.
Okay. Your lunch break.
Okay, so Landry points out CJ rookie deal, which is a very valid point. John is very specific, and I don't think we're just isolating this promo and saying, "Oh, this is what," that was an outlier for John to say that, and we're applying it to his overall view. Like, he's very adamant. He wants Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley.
Yeah,
that's John's big thing. Is he and he really is not all that concerned about what the cost might be of either guy.
Right,
got the money.
Yeah.
Smoke him if you got him.
It's Mike Evans and it's Saquon Barkley.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't want to sign those two guys specifically.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I've been pretty clear. Like, I'm not anti Mike Evans signing. Like, I'm not anti Saquon Barkley. I think I'm a little Seth, but I
don't want to spend stupid money.
I'm
cool with spending money. This is the problem with the Mike Evans signing, and I would love Mike Evans. But if you sign Mike Evans, a 31-year-old wide receiver, to a big contract, to a position where you already have two really good young players, well, you still have huge holes. I don't think people understand exactly like what the roster looks like right now and how much it's going to cost. Actually, I know for a fact because we'll play John. No, we don't have John Landry talking about this specifically, but people really genuinely don't realize how much an NFL player costs these days,
right?
Because they have to. So no, tripling down on wide receiver right now instead of spending money on an edge rusher or a linebacker or a tight end or something like that. That's just stupid at this point.
Or a D tackle, yeah. So we'll can get some of the nooks and crannies of the roster in just a little bit, but just laying out the Lopez, again, the premise of this is, are Sean and Seth the epitome of what's wrong with Texan fans? Now, here is the audio that they played yesterday, John and Landry, that led to Lopez having that take. Here is Landry laying out some things that I said in the open to the show yesterday.
This is how they set off. I really enjoyed listening to them this morning, by the way. It was good. Here was Seth Payne starting off with their free agent philosophy and how it might be somewhat of a buzzkill.
You got the Lopez types that are just, hey, man, you got the money, spend it. And then you got maybe the Sean and Seth types that are like, okay, let's bring this in a rational way. I don't know necessarily a killjoy, but just like, hey, let's make sure we're looking at every angle here. So I do think one thing with Evans that just sort of popped into my head is oftentimes when you're going and getting that level of wide receiver, there's a lot of gaga that comes with wide receivers. Rare is the Andre Johnson. More of the wide receivers tend to skew to the side of being a little diva-ish. Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams can be a little much. Tyreek Hill has his issues, things like that. Mike Evans is not that. And so I think if you look at aspects of that wide receiver room, I think veteran leadership is really important to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. Okay, so just pause right there. Okay, so I'm actually entertaining Lopez's idea here, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm leaving myself open to the idea of bringing in
and
Evans.
I think ultimately we're probably not as far apart on this as maybe we think we are when we're kind of arguing by proxy and sound clips here.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, it's all a matter of just keeping things in context and not going overboard.
Right. So that was me. here is the Seth portion of what led John to call us the epitome of what's wrong.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Aren't they stating my case?
I don't know. I think they were just playing both sides, doing what you guys like to do today is play devil's advocate.
Okay.
But this was a response to the initial claim, and this is what Payne and Pendergast are when it comes to free agency. It's not difference or anything like that. Like maybe they just got hair on their balls and the rest of the people don't.
Realized yesterday. Maybe you and I are sometimes we're a little too adult. I think. I think it's of self-restraint. That's what people have always said about you and I since the time we were little. And delayed gratification, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we're all about.
I looked at my credit card bills.
I think you and I look at free agency. We're like, well, look, we got a limited budget. We want to be sure we get the bread and butter guys and bring guys back and everything. And you don't allow yourself to dream. And I feel like we're kind of killjoys because of that. Okay. I feel like we're Uncle Buzzkill.
Okay, but I mean, sometimes you need a buzzkill to maintain a budget. You know what I mean? Like it's, you don't have a buzzkill around sometimes. You don't have that big dom in your life to talk you off the ledge. You wind up paying Mike Evans $30 million a year, you know?
Yeah. You like a little bit of restraint at times is like by far the more proven approach to actually building long-term success in the NFL.
Right.
You know, I guess us talking about, living frugally and spending appropriately is just somehow the epitome of a mediocre attitude. And instead of actually modeling it after teams that win and win and win and win and win, which it actually is. Yeah. Like, no, you got to spend now or big. Yeah. Spend big or go home. Yeah. That's the only way to win. That's a dream team. We need a dream team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the audio that led up to Lopez framing Payne and Pendergast as this.
I feel like they are the epitome.
Uh-oh. This never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with them. The mindset that is hard to shake in this town. Like Seth literally said, limited budget. It's not an unlimited budget. But there are only 5 teams that have more money to spend than the Houston Texans this year. 5.
Okay.
If it's not unlimited, how is it not limited? Every damn team in the league has a limited budget. Again, my standard operating procedure is to understand there's a hard cap. Yeah. There's ways to manipulate it and get around it. But here's my actual real world experience.
Okay.
This is why I am the way I am. This whole nonsense about like, well, it's a mediocre attitude. You're settling for, you want to be a 500 league type of team. All of this. I was on a team that had gone to a couple AFC championship games in the course of 3 years. And it was time to swing and swing large. Yeah. So they went out and they spent on Hardy Nickerson and Bryce Pop. I was on the Jaguars back in 2000. That's it. We're going to push it over the top. And we sucked. We ended up and it was an abomination. The Jaguars suffered for years because they splurged and spent a boatload of money because that's what it takes to win. That's what it takes to get by. No, that's the cheap and stupid methamphetamine way to get by for a little while. Like, I'm all for paying guys in their prime, impact players, good money if they feel like they're a good. Understand this. Yes, the Texans have, depending on where you look at it, either 5 or 6 teams are ahead of the Texans right now. Yeah. I'm not going to call John, it's close. Yeah. But they're like...
got a lot of money.
They're 6th or 7th in salary cap space right now. Which is a lot. But they also have the most free agents in the league. And one thing that I heard those guys talking about yesterday was like, well, yeah, but, the guys they're replacing it's no big deal. Like, I don't know. Again, I'll go ahead and say, yeah, we're the adults here, Sean, because we understand actually how much NFL players cost these days. We're not kids in a candy shop being like, I want that and that and that. Yeah. Now, Dad, go take me. I want a car. Oh, I'm not going to get a used car for my 16th birthday. All right. Let's see. Starters from last year. No big deal. Doesn't cost anything. Steven Nelson, $5.3 million. Would you like a kicker? Would you like a punter?
I don't want Dario Gumbawale to kick again.
Okay, Kaimi Fairbairn was $4 million last year. Cam Johnson was $3.4 million last year. Sheldon Rankins, the cap figure was lower, but he was out on a 1-year, $10 million deal.
Yeah.
Like you're paying for that. That got pushed down the road. Dalton Schultz, $6 million. Singletary, $3 million.
Yeah.
Let's see. George Fant, starter for most of the year, $3 million. Like, these are the guys you have to replace.
That's about, I'm kind of doing the math. You're up in the over 20 million, 20, 25 million with those 5 or 6 guys right there.
Yeah, with like 5 or 6 of those free agents that are apparently don't cost anything. Well, it's not 1992 anymore. These guys cost.
They do. And I'll boil it down to what I think it is with Lopez in just a second. But I think the other thing, too, I'll tell you what, an eye-opening thing to me was the other day. It looked like a total non-story, and ultimately it probably is as far as the season goes. But they re-signed a couple of their restricted free agents, the Texans did. D'Angelo Ross for about $1 million, and this Dieter Iceland guy for a couple $1 million. And, okay, that's $3 million right there. Like, the minimum salary for an NFL player is approaching $1 million.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, each roster spot is going to be a minimum of $1 million. So I know I know this is the antithesis of, let's go. Let's get our swords and go get Mike Evans and run into the field blind. Yeah, let's go. I think it boils down to John Lopez is he's just mad that we don't want Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley at whatever cost. Because I'll have either of them on my team at the right cost. And by the way, I am not anti-splurging. I just don't think wide receiver is where I would splurge. I know it's not sexy to splurge on interior defensive line and linebacker. That makes way more sense to me than splurging on a 31-year-old, albeit a Pro Bowler, 31-year-old wide receiver and a 28-year-old running back with injury history, by the way.
The thing with Mike Evans is going to be that I think he's still so good or / good enough that all it takes is 2 or 3 teams to really want him and feel like he's the linchpin or he's the key to really putting him over the top. One of those teams very well might be Tampa because they're going to say, well, if we're going to try to make it go with Baker Mayfield this year, it's that I don't think he's going to be available at a discount. I think he is a classic guy of like a team where people say, yeah, he's old. But, the cautionary tale here, and another thing that Lopez said yesterday was like, well, these guys bring up these rare exceptions or these rare examples. No, the vast majority of free agency signings don't work out. The majority of guys who sign 3-year deals don't play out, don't last 3 years on the team. The majority of guys who sign 4-year deals don't last 4 years on the team. Like, it is not a slam dunk guaranteed thing at all. So it's not the exception at all. But the Von Miller signing in Buffalo, really looking back on that was something where they thought, all right, we're going to pay him a boatload of money, way more than we should, but he might be the key to getting us over the top. I think there's going to be multiple teams out there that look at Mike Evans that way. Mm-hmm. And maybe it works out with Mike Evans more so than it did with Von Miller, but I don't think the Texans, where they already have a position of strength at wide receiver with a healthy, presumably Tank Dell, I don't think they need to be the team that does that.
Yeah, I'm all, look, and here's the thing. Sometimes when you get into debates like this, it's like there's an implication that Lopez wants to go spend the money and we want to somehow save the money, like we can put it in an IRA or something like that. Yeah. No, I'm all for spending all their cap money this offseason. I just wouldn't spend it on a tippy-top contract for Mike Evans and a tippy-top contract for Saquon Barkley. I don't think that's I don't think that's a smart use of those resources.
Right.
I would go tippy-top on Patrick Queen. I would go tippy-top on the defensive line. I would splurge and pay what the market is for those guys because I feel like that's the side of the ball that I would address with contracts that are top of market, not with guys who are both past the age, Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley, past the age where there's normally fall off at those positions, wide receiver and running back.
Yeah, so I think that by the end of that segment, Lopez had basically said that he doesn't want to pay exorbitantly for Mike Evans. Well, I mean, this is free agency, man. And I always thank Mike Meltzer for teaching me this. By definition, when you acquire a player in free agency, by definition, you are overpaying. Mm-hmm. because whatever the market value is for that player, you paid the most of whatever anybody else was competing for, other than like the rare instances where there's a hometown discount or something. Yeah. So by definition, you're going to overpay for that guy. Yep. And I don't need it to be, and the 30-year-old guys or so. I don't need to spend exorbitantly. Now, if it works out and that just maybe he wants to take a hometown discount, or I've misjudged the demand for him or what have you, yeah, I think he's a good veteran guy to have in there. If I'm going to spend exorbitantly at the top of the market, it's going to be at impact positions with guys who are healthy as hell and who I feel really good about are going to handle the money well too. Defensive end, linebacker, tight end, not wide receiver this year.
Yeah. Epitome. Are Seth and I the epitome of what the mentality has been in this town for years and years? Text messages coming in. Lopez is right. Need to get a team San Francisco did with some of the best players through free agency and trades. Now, that was a team that was already, hovering around the fringes of Super Bowls. They'd been to a Super Bowl in 2019. But okay.
Well, they have now to be clear, because that guy brings up, if I'm reading the same text as you, that guy brings up various high-dollar players that they have on their team.
Yeah.
The majority of their really good players they've gotten through the draft or trade, where you have to remember with Christian McCaffrey, a big chunk of his salary had already been paid by the Carolina Panthers. That wasn't as much of a financial risk as it was a draft risk for them.
Let's see, text message. Spending big in free agency isn't just about Mike Evans. When this is presented, it seems like the only option. What about linebacker?
Right.
What about D-tackle? What about edge?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's my point to Lopez. Is like I think John is mad that we don't want to spend exorbitantly on the guys he likes.
On his guys. But his guys are also, again, it's an old wide receiver and it's a running back in general. And like those are the most running back especially. I won't say about wide receiver, but running back's the most notoriously risky signing. So to act like, honestly, it's malfeasance to say that there's no risk in signing Saquon Barkley, that it's a slam dunk, and that you're gonna, it's easy, plug and play. That's the one position where it's rare. The exception is that it actually works out to pay a running back on his second contract.
I got to know what John paid for his boats throughout his life. I got to know if John, like all of a sudden, if John got like a big payday or he had a really good 20% premium for a boat that he has, like, I got to go have this boat. Like, was there no negotiation?
Honestly, in this whole like epitome of the mediocre attitude, it's like trying to call people chicken to win an argument or to get them to do something.
Yes.
Like, what are you, chicken?
Lopez is a bully. He's a bully.
Again, I guess we are being the adults.
Yeah.
We're being the adults.
Yep.
I come in with reason and facts. And I like the counter argument is, what are you guys, chicken?
Yeah.
What are you guys, chicken? Not afraid to go for it?
Right.
You don't want it?
Yeah.
You got to keep your eye on the prize, eye of the tiger, whatever I can throw at you.
Meanwhile, John comes walking in with diamond-studded glasses, and he just bought a horse.
Do you guys know that you can cash advance on your credit card? Did you know that?
John
you probably don't even know that, do you? Because you got such tiny testicles.
In an overpriced sports car, hauling a racehorse behind it.
He's got those truck balls with truck balls on the truck balls.
Yes, yeah.
He's got
diamond encrusted.
He's got 4 sets of testicles
diamond encrusted
on his truck
balls. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was fun. This will all get hashed out by crosstalk today. I'm not going into the weekend without this getting hashed out with Lopez. All right, Astros updates here. Confirmation on something I said last year. Justin Verlander confirms the other teams he may have gone to. Could the other teams Verlander may have gone to really spark the Astros getting that deal done? And Jake Myers got coming up. Astros roundup for you coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway.
Turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good text coming in. We'll read some of the texts based on the previous segment. A lot of diverse views on free agency with the Texans and where Loop stands, Lopez in particular. We'll get to those. Some quick updates from Astros spring training. I got to say, I feel a little vindicated last year. There were some people who thought I might have been fat-shaming Christian Javier when I said he looks a little overweight. Turns out, Javi was heavy. He was Christian heavier. He was 15 pounds, or at least he's lost 15 pounds since last year. That was a good one.
Is that the first time you said Christian heavier?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Just popped into my head.
I was afraid I had missed it.
No,
other times.
it just popped into my head.
You're on fire this morning with
Thanks,
the fat jokes,
Thanks,
Sean.
man. I appreciate it.
You said his nickname last year wasn't El Reptile. It was El Hippo.
El Hippo.
And now you're
per hour.
Retroactively fat shaming.
Stay tuned.
No, this is what we need to do to keep him on the straight and narrow
Absolutely.
path.
Yeah, man.
He might be like walking past the buffet thinking he needs some chicken fingers or something. And he needs you behind him going, El Hippo.
El Hippo.
El Hippo.
Christian heavier.
That's a no, El Hippo.
Yep, Javi was heavy.
Javi was heavy.
So does the...
Hey, while we're at it.
Yeah.
My new dream couple, Framber Rose.
He's married.
I think he's married, yeah. So never mind. That's not my dream couple. I take that back. I apologize.
If something happens, then that's the dream couple.
Framber Rose.
It's a ready-made mashup name right there.
Oh, no. Yeah, you don't even have to actually.
Give it to me, Shannon.
Oh, yeah.
That fires me up, man. Shannon Sharp reacting to Johnny Manziel trashing Kevin Sumlin was...
Oh, yeah!
All right, Christian.
Are you sure that wasn't when Johnny said he was on the cocaine diet?
It could have been anything.
Oh, yeah!
So good. All right,
so yeah, Christian Javier did lose 15 pounds.
He lost 15 pounds. Does that make you more optimistic that he regains his old form next year?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I think that in line with my theory of weight gain and loss, a player who's in his prime and functioning great and already doing well should never feel like, you know what I'm going to mess around with now is my body weight. But with Christian Javier, you needed an intervention.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the way they described it, like, okay, his mechanical issues, it might have been a snowball effect, like a vicious cycle of, okay, there was a mechanical issue and then it was harder to fix with the weight, or maybe the weight caused the mechanical issue, but whatever it was, yeah, his ability to A, fix the mechanical issues, and then B, keep your form. When you lose your endurance, that's what goes first. That's your first indicator that you're tired a lot of times, is when your form starts to go
sloppy.
in any regard.
Yep.
Yeah, like, okay, then you're getting fatigued. So, like, if you're trying to implement these mechanical changes while also 15 pounds overweight, that could be tough. And I think that, you might end up seeing. It'd be interesting to see if we see like other. I don't know. Maybe if he's a little bit more bendy and more vertical drop on.
Maybe it's even the invisible is even more invisible. That would be sweet.
The invisible become just damn like. What's the one step past invisible?
Like a black hole, probably, that just sucks things into it. It's not just invisible; it's a vortex in the universe.
Fries their brains.
Right.
It goes from the invisible to the magneto ball or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani didn't just strike out; he was sucked into a black hole and disappeared.
He's in an insane asylum, maybe too.
Yeah, something like that. Justin Verlander did an interview with the New York Post that dropped yesterday, and in it, he revealed, among other things, that the Dodgers and the Orioles appeared to be two teams that were very, very interested in picking him up at the trade deadline, and he would have been, and there were probably more teams, but he would have been good with going to either of those places, the Dodgers or Baltimore. And I know some people may go, okay, I know Baltimore was good last year. That would have been a lot like him, maybe the leap of faith he made in 2017 going to the Astros. The Baltimore situation would have been very similar. I think sometimes people forget he's from Virginia. So he's kind of from that mid-Atlantic part of the country. He mentioned that in this article. I do wonder if the Dodgers part of it, how much of an impetus that was for the Astros to get a deal done. I think Astro fans, if they knew Justin Verlander were available and looked at what the final deal wound up being with a team like the Dodgers, and Astro fans saw Verlander going to the Dodgers, how much backlash there would be with Crane, even though Crane's been amazing as an owner.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about, fan sentiment was about Crane at that moment, because it's a little bit different now that they're actually going to be up into the luxury tax, for the CBT tax for the first time, and all these other dynamics.
I'll tell you what it was.
Yeah.
It was not anger towards Crane, but there was a lot of frustration over how much power he gave Jeff Bagwell in the offseason.
Yeah.
And they'd made bad signings. The Jose Abreu signing at the trade deadline was not viewed as a great signing. The Rafael Montero signing was a disaster. Michael Brantley had yet to play baseball when the trade deadline rolled around. So I think there would have been backlash. I'm not saying, look, Jim Crane's brought 2 championships here, so it's never going to be backlash to where people aren't showing up at the ballpark. But there would have been anger, for sure.
I wish I had brought up the Astros about when it comes to spending money on multiple aging veterans when we were arguing against Lopez.
Mike Evans. I was thinking the same thing just now.
Yeah. Bring in Jose Abreu, too, while we're at it. Can the Texans use Jose Abreu?
Right.
He's been on Pilates now.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sure he's worth the money.
Yep. So the Dodgers and Baltimore were two of the other teams that were in on Verlander. It's a good piece about Verlander. Very introspective. Admits he was early on in his career not the greatest teammate in the world. Feels like we in Houston got a much better version of Verlander when he got here than maybe he was early in his career in Detroit.
Well, there was that article that came out of a New York paper last year about how teammates had regarded Verlander as a diva.
Mets teammates,
Yeah. So, there's a blurb in here where it actually says the diva comment bothered him. Everyone I spoke to said, JV, that's not the case. At one time he wouldn't have cared, but obviously he does now. This is what the writer said.
That's interesting.
So, they paint a picture of a guy who, Verlander himself says, I wasn't always the best teammate. I was like a horse with blinders on running a race. I'm in it. This is what it takes to be as great as I can be. Don't get in my way. That didn't provide a lot of BS time. If you weren't on that wavelength, we didn't connect. So I think like a lot of athletes, when they're hyper-focused when they're younger, they start to realize as they get a little bit older, I got to start focusing outward a little bit and being a good teammate to the younger guys. Makes me feel that much better about Spencer Arrighetti having his locker next to Verlander.
Absolutely.
That maybe previously, like in another lifetime or earlier in his career, Verlander wouldn't have given a damn about some of the younger guys.
Yeah.
I feel like he's evolved into that elder statesman type now.
I agree. Jake Myers, big article from Chandler Rome about Jake Myers and how this offseason was really a lot about the mental for him, not as much the physical. He is going to be the starting center fielder more days than not. Jake Myers appears to be going to the University of Casario.
Phoenix? Oh.
No, maybe.
Thought we were going into a live read here.
Maybe, yeah. Sean Pendergast, a minute here for my friend Jake Myers at University of Phoenix. No, the old process over results. Here's Casario with us back at the end of training camp.
That's the hope. We don't control what the record is, what we're going to be, what it's going to look like. All we can control is our attitude and our performance on a day-to-day basis. The process-driven
league. He said that many times, Nick. Don't focus on the results. We focus on the process. Jake Myers on Wednesday said this. I think in the last few years, I've gotten too caught up in the results, and it's caused me to be an emotional roller coaster. That's really the problem with all of it, just riding the roller coaster. You have to be even-keeled, and you have to focus on the process.
Yeah.
End quote.
I think in baseball, even more so than football, it's – I don't want to say easier to do that, but you have more tools because you can analyze an at-bat. And I think baseball, you hear a lot more about it nowadays, about, you can have a good at-bat and, make good contact. You have got the right launch angle, all that stuff. And guys will start to look at it that way as, all right, look, I haven't had a hit. I've gone 20 at-bats without a hit, but I'm having good at-bats. And it makes it easier to kind of stay even-keeled and maybe still work on the little things, but without panicking and without getting into an emotional funk or what have you. I think for young players it's a lot harder, though, because it's impossible to not every now and then look at your conventional stat line and freak out about it a little bit when you know you're under the gun and you've got you got another young player there at center field that you're competing with. So, yeah, that part of it, and maybe Espada will be really good in that regard and keeping guys, on that level.
Yep.
Process-oriented.
Yep. All right, we have a ton of good texts reacting to the two approaches to free agency, the P&P approach versus the Lopez approach. We'll get to some of those in the next of the top of the hour, the 8 at 8, people reacting to that. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Give that enough time to breathe. Stephen Nelson, his podcast, dropped another episode. Stephen Nelson weighs in on the Amber Rose and C.J. Stroud situation. You will not want to miss this. That is next.
Hey, February is not just a time for, Valentine's Day. It's also hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Steven Nelson has a podcast. I don't know that I'd put it on my recommends list. It's technically it's a work in progress. That's a good way to put it.
It's a work in progress. Yeah. I actually feel bad retroactively for the way I treated Lonnie Johnson's YouTube, because you're just trying something, you put it out there, and everything you do is gonna suck the first few times you try it. So
I don't feel bad. You know why? Because we gave that podcast more pub than anywhere else did. And if you go back and look at the number of views, I'm confident that 80% of them came from our audience.
So Steven Nelson, that's probably true. Actually, I think I checked that. I can remember going back and kind of seeing how many subscribers they got.
He never got any traction.
They listened to one of ours and everything. Yeah. So he has a co-host who's like his personal trainer, and I don't think they say his name, but it's on Steven Nelson's YouTube channel. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Last night they did a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
I got excited. I texted you yesterday afternoon because they had teased that they were going to talk about Amber Rose. This is relevant. This is actually relevant. We're not going to be accused of bringing up something irrelevant.
And
this is a Texans player who is currently a free agent, or about to become a free agent, talking about C.J. Stroud and Amber Rose.
Yeah, man, he gave he a good dude, man. He gave Shorty a ride to the hotel. I don't see no issue.
Understand why people be making a big deal about these situations, though.
You don't? I think it'd be just on the outside looking in. It'd be the individual. Like, people might have a negative outlook on certain people or whatever for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess Amber or whatever. And he's so young. So, like, from what I've seen, like, people like, oh, no, stay away. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Shoot, that's a good wholesome.
Why are y'all saying that?
Yeah. Does anybody know Amber personally?
Yeah, why y'all saying stay away?
Thank you. You know what I mean? CJ, do your thing.
She ain't slapped nobody.
She ain't slapped nobody.
Yeah.
And I think that Dante is his co-host.
Okay, Dante.
I don't know what Dante's last name is, but he's the deep voice guy. I'm starting to enjoy Steven Nelson's YouTube channel / podcast. They've got a few little, they've got to iron some things out. But other than that, yeah.
They drink, right? They drink while they're doing it?
I think they were, at this time they were. It was a live stream.
Yeah.
So the live streams tend to be a lot rougher too when you first start. Well, my live streams suck, and I'm 100 episodes into it. So I just can't. They got more sponsors on their podcast than I do already. So, okay. So as far as CJ being a nice young man, giving her a ride back to the hotel.
Yeah.
And Dante says he doesn't see what the issue is. Steven says she hasn't slapped anybody.
Right. Dante, I don't know. Dante says it did, and it's like she's Amber Rose, and he's right now he's one of the most famous faces of the NFL.
Yeah, Dante brought it up without really a lot of information about it. He wanted Steven to explain it to him. So he said, so what is this about CJ and Amber Rose?
Right.
And then Steven gave his version of, basically it's just something to talk about. So I guess the way Steven had described it, that it was just like, I guess what the reports were. Like, literally, okay, he gave her a ride back to her hotel.
Yeah.
I will say, I think that one thing that sometimes some people are mischaracterizing is that they're thinking that it's like her hotel specifically, when my read on it is that because she says she missed the Sprinter bus, like that was the bus that the Cactus Jack tournament had organized to take all of the celebrity participants back to the hotel where they were all staying. It's generally how it goes. They don't spread them out amongst various Airbnbs and hotels or what have you. And I think because the way I had an issue with the way Lopez was framing it, where it was saying that he took her back to her hotel room. Which is a whole different scenario, like getting invited up to the room and taking her to the room. Yeah, that's a different deal than just driving her back to the hotel where everybody else is.
It is, but so does it make a difference, though, that it was like some community hotel for all the celebs in from out of town versus dropping her off at a hotel that she might have booked herself?
I feel like it does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lower level of intimacy. People hear hotel, and it triggers something in their brain like, I went back to her.
There's accommodations probably booked by the Cactus Jack people.
Right.
As opposed to Amber Rose's personal assistant putting her at some boutique hotel in downtown.
Yeah. And again, likewise, I don't think the Sprinter was her Sprinter alone that left without her somehow.
That I believe.
It was the shuttle bus back to the hotel.
With you on that. Do we have any more Steven Nelson? I want more Steven Nelson.
Okay, so I did hear In the Loop have a nice conversation about this yesterday. Yeah. Kind of the modern dynamics between men and women. And Steven Nelson was saying, hey, let's not keep a double standard on this.
It's just something to talk about,
That's all it is. And then the women get the bad end of the stick. Like, women can talk to say the same amount of people that an athlete talk to.
Yeah.
But they get looked the wrong way.
Just a man in general, I feel like that just go out that goes even deeper, like when we talk about, when you meet a girl and as men, excuse me, we more concerned with, how many skeletons they got in their closet when we got a whole graveyard.
We got a whole graveyard.
Yeah. I like that he includes everybody in that.
Yeah.
he's like, hey, I know all you out there getting yours too.
Dude, I have the lamest graveyard of all time. Like,
Your graveyard is barely
I know. I have way too much grass in my graveyard.
The city's going to relocate it someday. That's good real estate right there for those four graves.
Derek Jeter's got like one of those inner city graveyards where the graves are all like lined up like dominoes next to each other.
So The Loop was talking about this, and I thought it was a good conversation because I think that Landry and Figgy were kind of saying that, especially in celebrity circles, it almost becomes a status symbol for, hey, if I'm with a woman who, I don't know, like Reggie Bush was with, then I've attained that certain level.
Oh.
Used to be Kanye. I don't know where Kanye is on the status level anymore.
He's very famous. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would say, and Lopez probably represented most guys our age where he's kind of like, I don't know, like it's really like that's a status thing. Like usually like the old dynamic was that you wanted somebody that hadn't been around the block all that much.
Right, yeah.
I think a younger generation is way less likely to be super married to the double standard.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, I'm skeptical that it doesn't still play out on the personal level pretty often. You know, I think that's something that people can. That's the kind of thing that people act elevated about until it's your girlfriend, and I'm not so sure.
Yeah. The dating apps work into it now, too. Everything's just so much more like room service, self-serve, in terms of getting with people and whatnot.
I guess
it's a simpler process, it seems like, nowadays than it was for us.
I think this is one thing I learned when I was younger. You got to really work really hard to try to not care and not ever be curious about, like, what somebody's body count is.
Yeah.
It's not... It's going to affect things too much.
Mm-hmm.
You got to you got to also, you got to have a little bit of a background check.
Yeah.
You got to know you're not dealing with.
You got to let that go, Seth. Let that go.
You let that go too?
Yeah.
Let go any kind of body? What if she's got like 3 kids by 3 different dudes and she doesn't have custody of any of them?
Well, now
is that enough of a background check?
Well, it is
because
then there's actual human beings involved, like
right,
kids.
Right,
yeah. No, I just meant like the body count, the relationship body count. It's not.
Yeah. You got to try like hell not to care about that.
Right.
You can get there, man. You can get there.
So Lopez said this about me and.
But try not to find out about the body count though, too.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss sometimes.
That's what aggravates people.
Yeah.
Because then you start going through in your mind about the potential scenarios and everything.
You can probably cobble it together fairly decently through social media.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot
you do like Facebook and Instagram forensics and go, okay, well, by my, like when they go through people's books, like the accounting forensics, they're like, we're going through his books and we feel like they come up with a number and they feel like his net worth is probably X. That happens a lot in divorces, when one side is trying to figure out what the more wealthy side is worth and they go through all the different things. They go, here's what we think the number is. That's what you need. You need a service for relationships where you have some sort of detective go through somebody's social media and look at their Facebook and Instagram, maybe even X or whatever. And you can go back, probably mostly Facebook and Instagram, because that's where more relationship stuff lives. And you go through, and they go back through all of it, and they go, you know what? At least going back to 2008, we feel like they've been with 13 people, that kind of thing.
But no, why would you want to know?
It's an estimate. I'm saying if you want to know.
On there, yeah, okay. So based on their behavior and everything online, whether or not they're specifically saying it or anything, here's our estimation of what the average person like this would have been. I got you.
Yeah, it's a formula.
It's an estimation.
Along with the actual number of people that they appear to be with in those pictures and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think that would be a valuable service.
All right, hey kids, forget all that advice I just gave you. I'm going deep in on Brandy now.
I feel like
I'm going to hire this guy that you just told me
That's
about.
actually a big book of business ideas right there. I feel like it is. I don't know.
Estimating prior behavior.
Yeah. A detective, a private eye of sorts, a detective who can go through people's social media and come up with a number. All right, Lopez, based on Seth and I being a little more measured in our approach to free agency while still wanting to spend, basically because Seth and I don't want to spend top dollar on Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley. Lopez said this about us.
I feel like they are the epitome.
This never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with them. I feel like they are the epitome of the mindset that is hard to shake in this town.
Yeah.
Like Seth literally said, limited budget. It's not an unlimited budget.
Right.
But there are only 5 teams that have more money to spend than the Houston Texans this year.
Okay.
5.
Okay, good.
And if there's one thing we know is that when you've got a lot of money to spend, you better spend it all because you don't get to roll it over into the next. Oh, wait, yes, you do.
Yeah, you do actually in the NFL.
Yeah.
Right.
It's unlike, the whole you can't take it with you when you go, man. Work in NFL, you actually do get to take it with you when you go.
I'm all for spending top dollar, but for me, it's on the defensive side of the ball, and it's for guys who are entering their prime, second contract guys, not third contract guys.
I'll tell you, no, and honestly, every time I listen to that, I get more PO'd about the mindset that's hard to shake. That's a mindset that,
this is gonna
you've got that we're not actually good enough mentality.
Hey,
You're like, you just want to be average or mediocre. It's a mindset that's hard to shake. Like we know Sean and Seth don't really understand what it takes to win it all.
This is going to build to a crescendo at 10 o'clock, I have a feeling. All right.
The mindset that's hard to shake.
Text messages coming in. I think Lopez, my guy, is the epitome of the guy who still thinks showing off your chest hair is still cool. It's not the 80s, bro. Lopez does show off his chest hair. I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, he actually does.
Well, I think that's the other problem I have with Lopez is that he's presenting it like this is the only path to championship football. It's to spend extravagantly on positions or types of free agents that are notoriously risky. Age a wide receiver in his 30s or a running back in general.
Right. Text message. You guys want a Corolla. John wants a Camaro. Corolla is longer term, but boring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boring wins, man.
But, like defensive tackle and linebacker are not as sexy as a future Hall of Fame wide receiver or a former number 2 overall pick at running back. They're not. I'll admit the Texans better football team, which is really all I care about. Let's see here. More text coming in. Yep, Lopez is right. Seth, those were poor GMs. Best teams, best GMs spend big and smart. San Francisco has 10 players at over $10 million average per year, and we have 4. Oh, the last part, the Texans are at a different stage than the Niners are right now.
Well, they're at a different stage, but they also, you're right, they did things smart. They don't go out and spend exorbitantly in free agency every year. I don't know how that's linked. They've got a bunch of players that are worth over $10 million. Without even looking at it, I can tell you the majority of them were either A, drafted by the 49ers, or B, acquired at a discount. Like Trent Williams was acquired at an extreme discount.
Mm-hmm.
Back when the Texans had a bad GM by the name of William O'Brien, the Texans could have had him. Instead of trading 2 first-round picks for Laramie Tunsil,
that's right.
They could have traded a 3rd and a 5th for Trent Williams.
Could Evans be signed like D-Hop did late last year in the offseason with the Titans? No chance. Mike Evans will be gone by 5 days into free agency. And by the way, you want to, if you're a guy who can max out and get big money, you've got to, it ain't baseball. Like football, it is a land rush for the salary cap money. That's why sometimes teams will do a solid to veteran guys that they're cutting and actually cut them maybe a little bit early so that they make sure they get in on the land rush for dollars. Like football, don't conflate the two sports. Like baseball, there's still marquee, like Mike Evans equivalent free agents still sitting there. Cody Bellinger, guys like that, they're still sitting there in free agency. Football, it is a land rush to go get those salary cap dollars.
Charvarius Ward's an interesting one for the 49ers. I'm looking at so the guys that they have, their highest paid players, since, San Francisco is the model for apparently the only way to win is to spend exorbitantly in free agency. Even though they couldn't beat the Chiefs, that do not spend exorbitantly in free agency. Trent Williams they acquired for nothing. They ended up giving him his huge contract after he was already established on the team. Deebo Samuel, draft pick. Eric Armstead, Fred Warner, George Kittle, draft picks. Charvarius Ward was like a budget free agency signing who ended up being ended up getting a new contract for them if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Nick Bosa, draft picks. Christian McCaffrey, the Panthers paid the majority of his salary, but they did spend draft capital on him.
Big draft capital, yeah.
Brandon Ayuk, Dre Greenlaw, Kyle Juszczyk, drafted.
I guess the one example for the Niners would be Javon Hargrave last year. He was, and that would be like the Texans signing Christian Wilkins. Interior defensive lineman, top of the market. Maybe not a perennial Pro Bowl or something like that, but somebody who's got that kind of skill level. And
I'm not saying I don't want to sign. Yeah, I'll gladly spend on an interior defensive lineman, an edge rusher, a linebacker. I'd gladly spend on those guys.
Totally cool with spending.
Don't act like signing Mike Evans is the litmus test for whether or not you really want it.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, you don't want to sign Mike Evans? You're the mindset that's hard to shake in Houston.
You're an
Texans
epitome.
Fans. That's always going to be mediocre because you don't want to go for the gusto and sign Mike Evans.
When the word epitome comes out, it's not good. You could hear Landry play the beginning of that cut again, Ben. You could hear Landry. Landry knew.
I feel like they are the epitome.
This never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with them.
There you go. You're going to make me fight with them. That's a good one, too. You're going to make me fight with them. Yeah, epitome, man. If you're the epitome of something, something is usually not a good thing on the other end of that statement.
You know who is the epitome of doing it the right way?
Who?
The Bills when they gave Von Miller a huge contract.
According to John Lopez, they are.
That's been a disaster for the Bills.
Big time.
But that's the epitome of doing it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Giving a 30-plus-year-old defense edge rusher a huge contract is the epitome of doing it the right way.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's do it. It's a Friday version, the 8 at 8, the Ocho.
One.
Yep, here we go. 1. Let's start with the Astros. Updates from Astros spring training. 2 pitchers who are behind in their preparation. We'll start with JP France. Quick update. Threw off a mound yesterday.
Not many pitches, but he got up there and just kind of threw a few pitches, and he played catch today, and he felt good. All
right, so that's JP France. Here's the update on Justin Verlander.
JV is going to let us know when he's getting close to live EPs, but I thought his side yesterday went well. He woke up today feeling really good. So I am encouraged.
So there you go. The 2 guys who are behind right now, both trending in the right direction.
Yeah, and with Verlander, I am not one bit married to opening day for him at all.
That's
I
good.
think that you got to keep the long. I don't know. Maybe that's the epitome of the mediocre attitude that's holding down the Astros too. I feel like maybe that's why they've only won 2 World Series.
Mm-hmm.
I guess is that I feel like you should take your time with him and that you don't need him to be week 1. And look, Verlander's not going to be rushed or hurried, and Espada's not going to try to rush or hurry him. So where's our panic meter for Verlander? Like, how many weeks past opening day
that he gets back into the rotation?
Like, he doesn't. Like, if we're not getting if we're like at opening day and they're not forecasting that he's going within how many days are we?
If he hasn't made his first start, I would say by if he hasn't made his first start by the last week of April, I'll be really worried.
Okay.
At that point, right? Season starts last weekend of March.
Book of panic deadline.
Yes, big book of panic. Yeah. I think if he misses 2 or 3, 4 runs through the rotation, that would be it for me.
2.
All right, number 2, the Rockets. They lose last night. Nothing much changed over the All-Star break. They came back. They played the Pelicans. They didn't play much defense. They got blown out in the second half of this game, 127 to 105. Yeah, about the only good thing I could say is they got off to a little bit better of a start than they did before the All-Star break. Ime Udoka made no changes to the starting lineup. The The one is Jalen Green to the bench and put Amen Thompson into the starting lineup, even though you theoretically have at least two point guard skill sets in the starting lineup. Amen Thompson makes stuff happen, man. He had 22 points last night. He makes winning plays. He might be a better basketball player right now overall than Jalen Green. Certainly the trajectory is moving better for Amen Thompson than it is for Jalen Green, but very disappointing, and you've got 5 games now coming up here against a combination of the Suns and the Thunder, who are two of the they're by standings 2 of the 5 best teams in the Western Conference. You may get your wake up call here.
Yeah, they're at home on Friday at least.
Mm-hmm.
They are 5-22 on the road still.
Dude,
in case I hadn't checked in on the road record in a while. I mean, it's still a vast improvement percentage-wise than it was over the first
part
of the season.
The first part
out
of
like
the season.
0 for 11 or so. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, 5-22.
Yeah.
5-22 on the road. That's crazy. All right, so Rockets back home tonight against the Phoenix Suns.
3.
All right, I got to apply a correction here in headlines.
What'd you do?
Apparently, I said in headlines earlier that Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, and Drake London had unfollowed Desmond Ridder on social media.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not true. I just read the body of a tweet without looking at the pictures that were attached. I made that mistake. I wasn't the only one.
You know what? That's the other attitude that's hard to shake with you is your trusting nature.
I know. It's true.
You see stuff on your phone.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh.
Apparently, the pictures that were attached were somebody that was searching the word dog bleep.
Yeah.
And it turns out that Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, and Drake London are not following dog bleep.
So it was a very they weren't even trying to fool you.
No.
And they weren't trying to fool you with like a fake account or anything. It was just a joke about Desmond Ridder being dog bleep.
Yeah.
So during the break, I asked, well, what account did you follow it from? Like, why did you think it was real? And you're like, there were pictures.
There were pictures that I didn't look at. Now. Here is Justin Fields. On what he thinks of the Atlanta Falcons.
You're from Georgia, right?
Yeah, I'm from Georgia.
What do you think about Atlanta? Like, you like Atlanta?
Atlanta would be tough. The only con of going back home is just people hit my phone crazy.
Yeah.
Wanting tickets to the game. But I think they got a lot of playmakers on the team, and of course Bijan. They got my boy Kyle, and then of course Drake too. They probably need one more receiver, but they definitely got some guys over there, and their defense was good this year too.
Good defense last year.
Okay. Last year and this year. Yeah. Jesse went crazy this year.
Oh my God.
Okay, so that was Justin Fields on the St. Brown Brothers podcast. That was real because I saw it on video and Justin Fields' lips were moving. That was not AI. That was watch video.
Do you remember off the top of your head which receivers he mentioned?
Well, Drake.
Just Drake London. He said Drake.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, and Kyle is Kyle Pitts. Who's sort of a receiver. He's tight end.
They only have like 2 wide receivers on their roster right now that aren't free agents. So they need more than they literally need like 5 or 6 receivers.
Yeah.
But other than that, it'd be a great place for a young quarterback who still hasn't actually made people feel great about him.
Yep.
4.
This got some run yesterday. The Chiefs made a signing. They signed punter Matt Ariza. And for those of you who don't know who Matt Ariza is, he was drafted by the Buffalo Bills, if I'm not mistaken, Seth. Drafted by the Bills a couple years ago. He was one of the top punters to come out of college football over the course of the last several years. I think his nickname was the Punt God. He was very, very good. And then all hell broke loose. He went to San Diego State, and he was accused of rape by a 17-year-old, of raping a 17-year-old, being part of a rape of a 17-year-old. And the Bills immediately cut him. He's been out of football for the last couple years. And in December, the charges against him were dropped.
Yeah.
So now he's kind of getting his NFL life back, and he's going to the Chiefs. The Chiefs have a Pro Bowl punter in Tommy Townsend, who is probably going to leave in free agency very expensively. So they signed Matt Ariza, the Chiefs do, and Matt Ariza gets to kind of start over again with his NFL career.
And to be clear, like the way everything shook around was not present where this really ugly crime occurred via multiple other perpetrators. He wasn't present. He had been involved earlier in the evening, not necessarily a bad. But it was a really bad. It was a really bad situation, and Ariza's name was attached to it. And he actually did file the defamation suit against the Jane Doe, which he later dropped. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to make light of this, and yet at the same time, this is one of those things where all these Swifties fans who are now Chiefs fans are going to all of a sudden come into the Matt Ariza case without any of this background or anything. And I'm guessing that it's gotten already kind of heated and heated in some regards.
Yeah. No, I think I don't know that the Swifties know the team they're rooting for in the NFL. Probably skews to the far end of teams that are willing to take character risks on guys. And I'm not saying Matt Ariza is a character risk. I'm saying they've taken chances on character risks many, many times before. I'm not sure if they're completely aware of that.
5.
Speaking of Taylor Swift and Travis, quick update. They were at the Sydney Zoo together yesterday, Seth. Travis flew to Sydney, Australia to be with Taylor during the Australia leg of her Eras tour. Mm-hmm. And they were spotted at the Sydney Zoo together. Where is the zoo on the Brandy and Seth scale of places to spend a day with one another? You like the zoo?
I would say December, pretty high up there.
Okay.
Rest of the year, hell no.
Yeah.
No, not
too much concrete.
It's just too hot. I would say I do like Animal Kingdom. Back when we lived in Florida, we used to go to Animal Kingdom a good chunk.
The Disney park Animal Kingdom?
That's where you get to you stay right in the middle of all of the creatures and everything.
You stayed at we did that one time too. The giraffes come walking up to your hotel balcony and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
It's up there. I like the zoo.
I do too.
I bet they were there. Now you got to go at dusk. You got to go, or whenever they actually are out and feeding and everything, instead of lazing around like lazy bastards.
Yeah.
Very lazy wildlife.
Yep.
Very lazy.
Yep.
6.
All right, 6. How about this? This is the top trending sports story on the Chronicle right now. FIFA is not going to allow the words NRG Stadium to be used during the World Cup in 2026. This is not. They're not isolating Houston. This is I guess, part of the deal of your city getting the World Cup is that you cannot use the sponsor names on your stadium. The stadium, NRG Stadium, will simply be called Houston Stadium. Now, according to this article in the Chronicle, if the sponsors of the stadium want to come to FIFA directly and, do some sort of deal, it sounds like FIFA's ears are open. But for now... and for the World Cup in 2026, you will be watching the games in the very creatively named Houston Stadium.
How do I stand up for poor little NRG?
How does that make you feel?
How do I stand up for the underdog? The massive energy company that's paid a relative pittance in their minds, but still to have their name on the stadium. How do they get away with this? This actually does piss me off a little bit.
Yeah.
How does FIFA? I guess the places that are the sanctioned broadcasters aren't to use NRG Stadium. They're not to say here we are at NRG Stadium.
That's exactly right. They're not allowed to.
But how do they enforce that? And then you realize, those networks have a deal with FIFA to broadcast.
That I don't know. I don't know the enforcement. I just find it interesting that clearly all these cities signed up for. If I'm Houston, I sign up for that too. If you go, okay, you got to explain some things to the good folks at NRG. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, if there's no World Cup in Houston, then NRG is getting no mention of anything at all at that time of year at that stadium. At least NRG's gotten a bunch of mentions in the last 90 seconds on Payne and Pendergast.
Well, when it was Reliant had paid $300 million for 30 years.
Okay. It got flipped over to NRG when.
Then it got flipped to NRG.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, the math was harder than it should have been.
$10 million a year. Yeah.
In my mind, yeah, that was that's how long it was taking me to do the math. $10 million a year over the course of 30 years. I am irate. I am on. mad. I'll tell you what, FIFA, you may have lost a fan, okay? A lot of people say, "Oh, that's Seth Payne. That Seth Payne bleeds FIFA."
Mm-hmm.
That guy is a diehard FIFA fan.
Yep.
That's what he sure is. He's got 3 tattoos of FIFA, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's bribed more FIFA officials than Seth Payne. Not this money train. This money train is not shuttling funds into your Swiss accounts anymore,
over.
FIFA.
Good for you,
dirty
Seth.
bastards.
It's over.
Take away my energy company stadium name.
That's right.
7.
I was rejoicing over this yesterday, man. Like I hate to, get super fired up and dance on the grave of somebody in the broadcasting industry because you never know when that could be yourself, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just coming at this strictly as a fan of my alma mater and college football team, and as someone who is anti-nepotism to this degree. Jack Collinsworth, son of Chris Collinsworth, out. Thank God. As the Notre Dame play-by-play guy on NBC.
Is FIFA involved in this?
Yeah, if they were, then I'm going to retroactively come at you for what you just said about FIFA. But Jack Collinsworth probably has a role in the broadcasting universe somewhere. Apparently they like him on some of the studio shows that he does and some of his Olympics coverage and things like that. He was so out of place as a play-by-play guy on major broadcasts, on major games.
You know who the other Nepo baby is in the Collinsworth family? The other one of his other sons runs.
Who played football at Notre Dame, by the way. Yeah.
And he's now he's in charge of Pro Football Focus.
He's the CEO of Pro Football
So whenever
Focus.
you guys get upset about PFF, go ahead and direct it to Austin Collinsworth.
Yes. Yeah. Find him. Send him email.
Is there a better Nepo baby name than Collinsworth?
Pretty good. Pretty good. And Jack with no K.
I am a CEO. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Yes, I prefer that you not refer to my former college football playing days.
Yep.
I earned this with my superior intellect, not my football knowledge. Yeah.
8.
You know who John Lopez would not like? Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort.
Does he have a mediocre attitude?
Well, headline: Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort plans to spend in free agency, but warns of the dangers of overspending. So, the Arizona Cardinals, they took their salary cap lumps last year. They've got a quarterback on a big-time quarterback contract. I keep an eye on the Cardinals because this is the team the Texans traded up with in the Will Anderson trade. That's an interesting fork in the road for me. If they had taken Will Anderson, the Texans had not made that trade. If the Cardinals didn't want to make the trade with the Texans, the world certainly looks a little different right now for the Texans. So I keep an eye on the Cardinals out of some interest. Ossenfort told the team's website, "We're definitely going to be active in free agency." What does that mean? I can't spell it out for you now. I don't know what that means because we don't completely control that. There's a market and players we think are going to be available 2 weeks from now. Free agency is full of unknowns, and there are dangers in free agency. You hear that, Lopez?
Ossenfort. We really got to nail free agency because honestly, we thought we were going to have a pretty high pick from the pick the Texans gave us. They kind of screwed us over, didn't they? Yeah.
I wonder what they thought that pick was going to be when they made the trade, right? You got to have a number in mind if you say yes to something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they had a floor.
Or when you're insisting on it being the Texans pick instead of the Browns pick, perhaps.
Yeah. I wonder, deep down, what they felt that would be. So there you go, Monty Ossenfort. He's part of the Payne and Pendergast army.
He was at various times. He was in the conversation for Texans GM.
Yeah.
Right?
He was with he was a Texans employee at one point. I knew that.
But not under Bill O'Brien. It was under Gary Kubiak in that regime, I believe.
Yeah.
It was, whatever it is. There's a New England connection and there's a Houston connection, but it's not what you think.
Yeah. He went from. He went from I think from the Patriots to Arizona, or was he with Vrabel in Tennessee? If I'm not mistaken, he was. Yeah, he was with the Texans back. He was a scout with the Texans back in 2004 and 2005,
and then, 2002 he was a personnel intern.
Yep, with the Texans. Yeah, so he was here for 4 years, and then with New England forever. Went to the Titans with Vrabel as the director of player personnel, and now Arizona. And there you go.
So now, everybody, you all know that, and just know that FIFA won't let him call this stadium NRG when he
Stadium.
comes here.
That's right.
FIFA is trying to take your free speech away from you.
And Sean doesn't click on pictures when he reports news.
Just think about listeners. Many of them, most of them, are paying several cents per annum to name the stadium NRG Stadium. And now FIFA is taking those hard-earned pennies and saying, like, nope, no, I don't care if you've already spent 1.7 pennies per year on this.
The protests are going to be ugly outside NRG Stadium in 2026. I can feel it in my bones.
People are fiercely loyal to their energy companies.
They're fiercely loyal to sponsors of names on the side of stadiums, no question. All right, The Athletic did their beat writer mock draft. This was brought to my attention because an old friend tweeted about it. An old friend from the Texans beat tweeted about it. If what happens in this mock draft, if this player falls to where they fall in this mock draft, Nick Caserio better be working the damn phones. We will tell you.
Well, they'll make history if this happens.
We will tell you the history they will make next. But first, Yellow Rose. YellowRoseDistilling.com is where
free. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You might have poor shamed one of our listeners, Seth, when you casually
I don't
brought
know
up
if poor shame's the right word.
Staying at the animal kingdom. I'm just using his word. He said, "We're peasants here. We can't afford that hotel."
Well, no, you got to remember when I was a NFL football player living in Florida. My wife and I and the family, we would stay at Animal Kingdom a lot, but that's different. Yeah, it's not poor shaming that you don't stay twice a year at the Animal Kingdom. It's pricey at that hotel.
Yeah.
I can only guess what it costs these days.
Dude, I've been to Disney in the last year. It's pricey. It's pricey for sure. All right, so the Athletic beat writer mock draft. The Athletic did a mock draft with their beat writers. I noticed this yesterday. It popped up on my timeline because Brooks Cabina tweeted. Brooks, who is the Athletic beat writer for the Eagles now. I had a long conversation text-wise on text with Brooks yesterday. It was great catching up with him. Brooks tweeted, let me trade up with them in the Athletic beat writer mock draft. He was working the phones trying to trade up.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what happens when, Brooks Cabina felt, man, when he left the Texans midseason to go up to cover the Eagles, it's kind of like, wow, man, boy, that's exciting.
Yeah.
The Texans were still at that. I can't even remember what point it was, but it wasn't like the Texans had completely become darlings yet. And he was headed off up to, but he's spent most of his time here in Houston since he was the beat writer for The Athletic, covering a whole lot of non-football nonsense and sub-mediocrity on the football side of things. We were like, oh, yeah, you're going up to the Eagles. That'll be fun. They're good, right? Not since Brooks showed up.
Dude, the Texans won a playoff game, and the Eagles did not.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. The script is flipped. So that's how I saw this draft, as Brooks tweeted about it yesterday. So I'm enjoying clicking on the mock drafts. It's not as intense as it was the last couple of years when the Texans have a top 3 pick, and especially last year when we had a pretty good idea that they were going to draft a quarterback. In this particular draft, I'll get to who the Texans end up taking. The 15th overall pick, this is what I teased into the segment here. We'll get to who the Texans take in a second. Brock Bowers of Georgia drops to 15th overall in this draft. He's the All-American tight end for Georgia. He's awesome. He's better than any of the tight ends that have come out the last several years. He is a game breaker. And I think the Texans, even if they bring back Dalton Schultz, about what Dalton Schultz and Brock Bowers out there maybe in some 2 tight end sets would look like. That would be a whole lot of fun. If he drops to 15, this is where, Seth, the Will Anderson trade makes me feel like anything is possible in the draft with Nick Caserio vibe kicks in.
Yeah.
If he's 8 picks away from the Texans, Nick needs to be working. Nick ain't afraid to trade up, man. That's a guy that I think is a super-duper difference maker for CJ. And to your point, aligning him on the same timeline with CJ Stroud moving forward.
Getting him on board. That's where, my strategy when we talk about, the whole C.J. Stroud effect versus D'Amico Pixie Dust or what have you, I kind of like to feel – I feel like, man, the best strategy for this team is spend in free agency on the defensive side of the ball, draft super talented kids with lots of upside to have them grow along with C.J. Stroud on the offensive side of the ball. But the whole Brock Bowers thing is he's hard to figure in mock drafts because – I think a lot of people feel like, no, this dude could go really high, but there's so many teams in the top 10 that have needs that like quarterback, left tackle, wide receiver, cornerback. Those are probably going to be the top 10, most of the top 10 picks this year.
Yep.
There's not a lot of teams up there that are like, okay, we're really in a position to take the best player available. So that's why people are thinking that Brock Bowers might fall down into 13, 14, 15, 16.
Are you with me on that? On the Brock Bowers thing?
Yeah, I'd be very. Yes, yeah, perfect candidate these years, and he's not going to block like Gronkowski or anything like that. But in this offense, especially, I think that whether they keep Dalton Schultz or not, but especially if they were able to keep Dalton Schultz and manage also having Brock Bowers, I think that could be awesome.
Dude.
That could be, and that's not trying to replicate what New England did or anything with their 2 tight ends. It's just, it's scary as hell to have 2 viable tight ends, one of which is really ethereally talented, like Brock Bowers would be.
And the price tag to move up, say 8 to 10 spots to go get Brock Bowers is not going to be like in the same universe what they paid to get Will Anderson. It's not, they're not going to trade next year's first. I wouldn't trade next year's first to do it. It's not a quarterback or an elite defensive end we're talking about here.
It's a pretty hefty. I mean, but for a team that all of a sudden isn't flushed with draft picks like we've grown accustomed to. We got used to having like all these draft picks in your back pocket.
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. No, it is a signal of where they feel they're similar to how if they go splurge on Mike Evans. I think if they start making moves like this in the draft, it's another indicator as to how they feel about probably the draft stuff, probably how they feel about their core nucleus. Okay, we've got our set of young guys here that we think are our foundational guys.
I got when you were teasing this, I was so focused in on who the Texans did take. I
knew what you meant. Yep.
Yeah. You were talking about Brock Bowers, but I was sitting here finna say they were going to make history if they did this.
And if they do, this is a name that's very prominently tied to the Texans in the draft right now. The 23rd pick in the Athletic beat writer mock draft, the Houston Texans select Cooper DeJean, white cornerback from Iowa.
He's DeJean, by the way.
Is he DeJean? I like the French version of it.
He's very white. Yeah, he's DeJean. It's Cooper DeJean, who would be the first white cornerback drafted in the first round of the draft since 1969.
Okay, well, I feel like there was a different dynamic in the league back then.
It's old Roger Worley. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that it goes back that long.
I am too.
I mean, it is the one position, the cornerback, extreme rarity these days, but I don't. It's always been pretty pronounced, I guess. But going back to 1969 since the last.
Here was Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network. He had his media press conference, pre-combine press conference yesterday. We'll actually hear more from Jeremiah in the next segment. He had some really nice things to say about C.J. Stroud that we'll get to. Here's Jeremiah on mock-selected cornerback Cooper DeJean.
I think he can play anywhere. That's one of the things I love about him is, you're drafting a big-time athlete who's just got, he's got football instincts, he's got ball skills. At corner, there's one little thing that just bothered me a little bit. I just think there's a little bit of a pause in his transition. But, that's I'm probably nitpicking a little bit there. But to me, I like the fact of having a guy that you could play. He could play nickel, be kind of a big physical nickel. He could play as a high safety, let him do that. So, I think you kind of sort it out. It's probably, I hate saying it this way, but you almost kind of sort it out when you get him there and see who you've got. He allows you, almost like an offensive lineman that's versatile, he allows you to get your best, 5 DBs on the field because of his versatility and athleticism to be able to play in any spot. So, I wouldn't pigeonhole him into corner, nickel, safety at this point in time. I'd say, hey, get him in there. I think he's somebody that's going to be able to learn everything and evaluate the rest of your roster and use him where you need to use him.
So, okay, the one little thing. I was waiting. Just one little thing. He's white.
He's white.
Yeah. I got Jason Sehorn out here. What the hell? Listen, Daniel Jeremiah. I can hear the code speak.
Yeah.
I hear the code talk. I was a white defensive tackle. Another relative rarity, the white defensive tackle in the NFL. I had the talk coming out like, hey, Seth, you ever think about playing offensive line?
Yeah.
I'm like, no. Why do you ask?
Cooper DeJean.
I can't tell you. Every single team I talk to, Seth, you ever think about playing guard? That's interesting. What brings that about?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Cooper DeJean, gym rat.
Yeah, so when he's suggesting moving him to safety, I'm like, yeah, all right, Daniel
There
Jeremiah.
we go, yeah.
No, but he was look, most scouts are actually pretty good these days about understanding that they've got unconscious biases. So, like, when you come to somebody that doesn't quite fit the mold, you got to be like, all right, well, am I saying that this guy's not fluid in the hips because he's actually not fluid in the hips? Or because I'm picturing my Uncle Herb dancing at a wedding, okay? Like, am I... Is it just because I so rarely see a cornerback who looks like this that I'm just assuming that without even thinking about it that he's got stiff hips?
Am I applying my level of whiteness to Cooper DeJean? Yes.
Right. Now, I went into it was the same way watching Cooper DeJean. Like, okay, you recognize that you might have like some unconscious bias here and try to be careful about it. And
sure.
I do think he's doubly foot in his hips. He does it. There's a little bit of a herky jerkiness to him when he's trying to flip his hips. The thing is though that he's got the size to make up for it in press coverage, and he's really fast and explosive. You know that the weird comp that I would make if you're talking about fluidity or anything is Isaiah Pacheco. Think about like Isaiah Pacheco. Did you ever notice he doesn't really cut as much as he kind of like. Almost like a big track.
He veers.
Or he just turns and faces where he wants to go next, and then he runs.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain, but I think a lot of people that know what I'm talking about. DeJean's a little bit like that. It's almost like he pivots and then goes, and then pivots and goes.
Does that
more
work?
so than just making fluid cuts? But he's got really good ball skills.
Yep.
He's a really good returner. When I'm watching him, I'm kind of like, man, this guy looks like he should have been a receiver, except, Iowa, place known for never making any judgments on race. I feel like Iowa's like, he's not quite athletic enough to be a receiver, I guess. Not for us. I don't know.
Best thing that ever happened to him, man.
Yeah.
He's going to be a first-round pick.
I don't know. I think he could have been a good receiver.
Yeah.
But.
Text message, I hear Cooper is deceptively fast.
I know the joke there, but honestly, no, it's not deceptive.
Yeah, he's not even deceptively
fast.
He's
Explosive.
He's fast.
He runs through contact really well, too. And that's a little bit where that Pacheco comparison comes into my mind, where he won't be like sleekly maneuvering through people or anything, but he'll kind of turn and hit an edge on somebody. And this is what I really like about him, too. Against the run, which I know isn't a huge deal, but it's a big deal when you're a team that struggles to set the edge sometimes. He's got a really good feel for using his proper leverage and containing run and doing all that stuff. Like really, really good technique by college or NFL standards in that regard, which suggests that he's put some time and effort and work into it, so he's conscientious. I like looking for signs of conscientiousness, like guys that actually give a damn about doing the right thing, even if they're not going to get the tackle or anything. He does have that, so that's good. It looks like he's maybe herded cattle at some point in his life.
For sure.
Like,
is he from Iowa originally?
He was born in like the one of the Dakotas, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like an annex of Iowa.
There.
Yeah. Basically, so
there's like a 70% chance he worked on a farm at some point.
Yeah, 70 sounds
it's the best way to learn how to use proper leverage is to herd cattle.
Daniel
chasing a single young heifer. Like an actual heifer, not like a woman at a bar, but a young heifer is that's one of the most challenging things you can do. Trying to get a heifer into a trailer with no fence to line it up with.
Under either definition of the heifer, yes.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah, we just heard from him talking about Cooper DeJean. Had a summary.
It's pretty easy to get a heifer into an RV.
Yeah, I may have been off on that. C.J. Stroud, what did Jeremiah think? How did C.J. do in terms of living up to the scouting report Daniel Jeremiah had on him? And also thoughts on the running back position. And a lot of you out there want running backs. We will get to that next.
Bayway Ram on 225 in
from the Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you. So Daniel Jeremiah, who we just heard from on potential Texans draft pick Cooper DeJean, Iowa cornerback, who I'm very intrigued by. Daniel Jeremiah met with the media yesterday on a conference call in advance of the Combine. He's former scout, I think one of the best when it comes to covering the draft and so forth. Here was Daniel Jeremiah on C.J. Stroud.
But with C.J., I knew he was a really gifted thrower. Like the Combine last year, I said it was as good a Combine session as I've ever seen from a quarterback. Always on balance. Every type of throw, always using the amount of pace on the ball that's necessary, not more, not less. He was outstanding as a thrower. I thought with him, prior to the Georgia game, it was okay. Well, can he create? He's kind of a stationary guy. Can he create? Uses athleticism, and then the Georgia game showed you in that game absolutely he could do that. But then outside of that, to be able to play as fast as he has I don't know that I've ever seen a rookie come in and see everything so clearly and play with just ultimate confidence. I don't know that I've seen a rookie do that and trusting what he sees like that. So to me. And
when it comes to two of the things he talked about there, it's easy in hindsight to say, well, you should have known this or you should have known that. CJ, the Ohio State offense was more advanced than people gave it credit for, that is true. Like, I think there were a lot of people characterizing the Ohio State offense like it was this super simplified Clemson type of thing where it just flat out wasn't. CJ was doing more high-level college-type stuff when he got into the NFL.
CJ has said that he was asked to do more at Ohio State his last year there than he was asked to do here his rookie year.
Yeah, well, I think, it can mean multiple different things. I think he had probably more responsibility for things than they wanted to really give him the keys to just yet on this. Like, pass protection will be the next big one for the Texans this year for him to get really proficient at recognizing blitz and setting pass protection and everything. But yeah, it's a really good point, Sean. I think when it comes to him playing fast, though, there's lots of guys that play either in a pro-style system or in a more advanced system in college, and it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to function mentally like CJ sits down and Nate Tice is like, hey, let's look at these plays. CJ looks at it and it was like, oh, yep, they were showing cover 2. I thought it was going to be cover 4, but then then he goes through it, and as he talks through it, he talks about the multiple different things he had to check mentally as he's going through the progression, like both understanding what coverage the defense was shifting to, thinking that it meant one thing when then in fact when the middle linebacker jumped a different route, then he had to change who he thought what the coverage was again. And it's all this stuff that, like, frankly, guys like Trevor Lawrence aren't doing. They flat out aren't doing. And Trevor Lawrence has been in the league a couple of years now, 3 years now. So that part's really exciting. That's the part that has so many quarterbacks and coaches and people just kind of dumbfounded at what a level he's operating at as a rookie.
Yeah. I think one of the coolest things about watching CJ this past year was it wasn't easy for him at first. Like, he's not – like, a lot of times rookies come in and at other positions where you can just step in and let your physical skills take over, you go, oh, man, that guy's that dude. Like, he's, running back, wide receiver, maybe some other positions. Quarterback is the ultimate cerebral position in all of team sports probably. And – it wasn't easy at first for him in camp. Remember how many plays there were where they're not allowed to tackle him because he got the red jersey on? Yeah. But how many plays there were where he just took off and ran, or he ended up holding the ball too long or whatever. And then even his second pass preseason game was an interception where they totally baited him. Like, they totally fooled him. And that was the crazy thing to me is, like, you watch him in camp and you can obviously see the arm talent. You can see the reasons why he was taken second overall, but certainly there wasn't anything in camp that was in
the Patriots game. Was that defensive back had talked about it afterwards, and I went and I looked. I've watched like 4 different people break that play down, and they were dead wrong on what it actually was. They were acting like CJ just didn't read cover 2 correctly, when in fact that safety was manned up on the tight end. and I think it was Dalton Schultz. But because Dalton Schultz was lined up in the backfield, the safety is like, oh, all right, I'm just going to hang out back here and make it look like cover 2. And it's that type of stuff, like understanding and figuring that stuff out is the stuff that I feel like CJ is. Like by the end of the season, he had a lot of that dialed in, and it's higher level stuff that you can't tell from even watching the film necessarily. It's just you got to know the tendencies and you got to know exactly how the defense is responding to your formation.
He went and found that defensive back after the game too. CJ did. If I remember correctly,
right.
Yeah. I mean that's another thing I think kind of sets him, and that's something that's so easy to do. You know what I mean?
You're for my first instinct going to tell me, but like you don't know until you find until you ask.
People love to tell you how they just got over on you.
Yeah.
They love to.
Could you please tell me how smart you are?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to tell you how smart I am.
I don't like doing that.
No.
Yeah, I don't like doing that. The running back position, I think, is something that a lot of Texan fans are focused on. Obviously in free agency, but also in the draft. Now, last year you had 2 running backs taken in the top 12 picks. Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs were gone by pick 12. Here's Daniel Jeremiah on this year's class of running backs.
Yeah, I think day 2 is going to be the running back day. I'm curious to see. I have a little bit of a theory here because I've got about 6 to 8 running backs that are very closely graded. I don't have any of them up to where we had Bijan or Gibbs last year, like with those types of grades. But 6 to 8 really solid players. I wonder if we're going to see a game of chicken in the second round where teams are saying, well, we've got the grade to take this guy here. But we don't want to be the first one in line. We just need to make sure we're not the last one in line. So does that push the running backs down? Maybe we could get to the bottom of the second, maybe even the top of the third round. And then once the first one goes, I think you'll see all these guys come off.
They're kind of good at what they do.
A lot of unpopular moves.
Right.
So I think he's talking about other teams that would be afraid to make an unpopular move.
Yes.
Yeah. The Ravens are the team that by far most adheres to taking the best player available regardless of need, and it's worked out for him pretty well in terms of just staying steadily competitive.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess that whole mentality of like, okay, well, if everybody's thinking that these guys are all going to fall into the second round, then maybe what'll happen is that they all fall into the third round. That's a dicey proposition if you really like.
You like a guy taking, man. You like it now. Jeremiah paints a much rosier picture of this running back class than John Harris did with us a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, really?
When Johnny was on with us from the Senior Bowl, remember he talked about how deep the wide receiver class is, and then I remember him saying like he thinks that the best running backs in this class. Johnny, if you're listening, I hope I'm not butchering what you said, but this is how I remember it, are like back end of day 2, front end of day 3, whereas Daniel Jeremiah's saying it could happen, like the run could happen in round 2.
Yeah.
Johnny felt staunchly it sounded like it was a round 3 run at best with these running backs. Either way, Texans have a second, they got a third, if they want a running back, there will be some there for him.
Some funny things are starting to happen with running backs in the running games in general in the NFL. Like with the Rams, you think of the Rams, okay, that's a Kubiak Shanahan type system, outside zone run and everything. They've actually started to lean way back more heavily towards gap scheme and man scheme stuff, basically because teams in adapting to the outside zone have gotten really light, and they put a lot of lighter, like just body weight, lighter personnel. And so just saying like, all right, we're going to run old school power and old school counter and just try to destroy you little candy asses. Mm-hmm. And that's where I just wonder with Dameon Pierce exactly how quick you should be to give up on him or trade him, because as he told you and Clint, he had a really, really hard time adapting to this scheme. You could see it on film on some of the zone runs. It was just really uncomfortable for him. But, man, there's still a place for him just lining up behind some road graders and just teeing off if you can get guys blocked up. He's just got to get to a point where he's good enough in the zone run that there's not tendencies.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem, is if teams are looking at Dameon Pierce and they know which package of runs they're going to get because Dameon Pierce is in the game, then you become too predictable. But I don't want to give up on him yet.
No, I don't either. God, if he ever gets it, he could be really dangerous in the system. All right, the Texans, 3rd place in the AFC South. That's the prediction of one prominent media member. Are we a little too rosy on our view of the Texans? I like the reality check sometimes. I love the Texans. I'm here for a reality check. Does this argument hold water? We will have that for you coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. This is an argument for you getting your heart in shape and keeping it in shape. You know that regular cardio exercise is
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go on a Friday. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you got a great weekend lined up. We've got Combine coming up next week. That'll be a big focal point. Things going on around the Combine. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio will meet with the media next week, so maybe get a window into some of the things that the Texans are looking to accomplish in the next couple months here. Colin Cowherd, FS1, one of the more prominent national media personalities who has eventually come around on the Texans this season and eventually come around on C.J. Stroud this season. If you recall, Colin Cowherd this time a year ago was throwing all sorts of stones at the Houston Texans based on his buddy Sean Payton's experience interviewing with the Texans, and was not a big fan of C.J. Stroud. Thought that C.J. Stroud would struggle the most out of all the rookie quarterbacks to raise the level of his team around him. Just not enough talent around him. Not enough talent for C.J. Stroud to raise the level around him. Well, we know how that went. C.J. Stroud took the Texans to the postseason. They won the division. They won 10 games. It was a spectacular season for the Houston Texans. Colin Cowherd, though, Seth, as you've pointed out, does not feel the same level of optimism we do in Houston right now.
If you just pay attention to who he chooses for his AFC playoff teams this year.
Shocker, I'm taking the best quarterbacks overwhelmingly. I have the Bills, the Bengals, the Colts, the Chiefs winning their division. I have the Ravens, Jags, Chargers as wild cards.
Okay, so overwhelmingly going with the better quarterback.
Okay.
Just for those, that's a lot of teams all of a sudden right there. You know, this is what you need to look at this through the lens of AFC South. The Colts win the AFC South.
Yeah.
They're in the division winners, and then the Jaguars are the wild card, so they finished second in the AFC South, based on overwhelming quarterbacks. So Colin Cowherd, based overwhelmingly on the strength of quarterbacks, is putting Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence ahead of C.J. Stroud in this.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers.
I'm left feeling kind of confused.
That doesn't
exactly
compute.
how that all works.
Yeah, I just put it in my I put it in my statistic machine here, and it's spitting out that Cowherd sounds dumb. That's what it says. My machine says.
Okay. Let's give him a chance here. Okay. And what does he say about the Colts, per se?
I think Shane Steichen's as good a young offensive coach as the league has had in years. They've got $60 million in cap space, and I like a lot of their young players. They almost got to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. Anthony Richardson getting hurt in a weird way as a break because now he could learn from the sidelines. I have talked to Chris Ballard. They love that kid. I'm taking the best quarterback. I don't know if Anthony Richardson is, but it's a wonky division. I look at their schedule, I look at Steichen, I look at their cap space.
Okay, so again, he's going with the best quarterbacks. He's not sure if I know I can guarantee to you what happened was he laid this out beforehand and without realizing it, like started saying I'm basing this on the best quarterbacks. Yeah. And as he got into it, he realized like, oh, I'm putting Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence above C.J.
Ahead of C.J. Stroud.
So he said, I'm basing this on quarterbacks. I don't know if Anthony Richardson is, but they've got cap space and all these other things. Look, as far as Indy's cap space, their roster, the job that Shane Steichen did, I agree with that. I think that I am very bullish on Shane Steichen. Sometimes it's harder to figure out how a guy as a head coach is more so than it is as an offensive coordinator. So I do like that. I disagree that making it to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew was somehow less achievable than with a rookie Anthony Richardson. Like if Anthony Richardson's been the whole time. He's acting like, well, Anthony Richardson will clearly be an upgrade over Gardner Minshew. The big problem there is that Anthony Richardson got injured, didn't finish 3 of the 4 games that he started this year because of different injuries. It wasn't like one lingering injury. It was all different injuries. He's got a history of injuries in college. So far, like there's very little reason to believe that Anthony Richardson's going to make it through an entire season healthy and intact.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson he's not played a ton of football in his life.
Yeah.
Forget about he only played in 5 games or whatever, started 4, finished 3 in his only professional season. He only played in 24 games in 3 years at Florida. you know, he hasn't played a lot of football, period.
I think by the way, having listened to that a few times now, the way Colin Cowherd, because he forgot to insert some commas in his script or something.
Yeah.
I don't think he's saying that Anthony Richardson was hurt in a weird way.
Yeah.
It's that in a weird way, it's a silver lining or a lucky break.
Oh, the in a weird way was attached to what happened.
In a weird way, it's a good thing because he can watch from the sidelines.
Yeah.
I would agree with that if he hadn't injured his actual shoulder, because it's not like he was out lines also work on his throwing motion at the same time. He's got some mechanical flaws and issues that he's really going to have to work his butt off at fixing if he wants to be a consistent NFL quarterback, because I don't think he's going to be able to rely on his legs because he just gets hurt so much.
What do they say about the Jags?
This is funny you should ask, Sean. Here's Colin Cowherd on the Jags.
Oh, by the way, the Jags started 8-3 before Trevor Lawrence got hurt. They also hired a defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen from Atlanta, who did the best job with Atlanta's defense in a long time.
Yeah. The whole started 8-3 with Trevor Lawrence injured. Trevor Lawrence was injured the whole season. Like he was playing banged up and injured the entire time. It wasn't like Trevor Lawrence was playing well. People in Jacksonville were not happy at all with the way Trevor Lawrence was playing over the first half of the season. It was kind of like the second time they played the Texans, he had started to get right in the previous couple weeks, but he's still very much a first-read quarterback. This is what teams will talk about openly after they play him, is that, well, you know, if you can take him off his first read, he's pretty much done for. So there's another guy that, all right, great. I don't know what you're going to do when he's injured and he can't run, because that's the only recourse you have if you can't go to your second or third read.
We'll get to Cowherd on the Texans here in a second. And by the way, I think most of the points he's making are pretty good points. I just think that his premise of this somehow being a quarterback-driven take is just falls apart like 8 seconds into it when he says Indy and Jacksonville. But we'll entertain it. And I think you're going to hear he's going to make some good points about the Texans. As long as we're talking about the Colts and the Jags. Which team, from a Texans perspective, the Colts or the Jaguars this season?
The Colts, because Jonathan Taylor has ran roughshod over the Texans' defense, and those were Jonathan Taylor's two best games of the year versus the Texans' defense. It was very much evident that, man, the Texans don't have Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw at linebacker. Like and those guys, when put in a bind between the run and the pass, they really, really struggle. So that's one of the big reasons I look at upgrading the linebacker position as one of my wish list items, because you got to face the Colts twice, and with that RPO game that puts linebackers in a bind, especially in DeMeco Ryans' defense, it's that's something you got to address.
I'm the Colts too. The unknown scares me with Anthony Richardson. Like, what if he does get it? Or what if more appropriately Shane Steichen, to your point, is able to put together an offense that really accentuates what he does, like they did with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. And let's look, if Goodson catches a fourth down pass last year on 4th and 1 or whatever it was, the Colts are probably in the playoffs instead of the Texans this year.
Yeah,
you know?
it was very close. A really close game. Really close game.
Yep.
The other thing, too, is that the Texans caught a break this year in terms of the types of quarterbacks they played. They didn't face that many genuine dual-threat quarterbacks. And when they did, it was week 1 versus Lamar Jackson when he was still getting – and the Texans lost that game, but they didn't really get eviscerated by Lamar Jackson's running ability in that game.
No.
Lamar he ended up running a lot more.
He saved that for the
weeks.
Playoffs.
Yeah. So there was that. Kyler Murray, it was his second game back. Kyler Murray was visibly exhausted by the end of the game. Mm-hmm. So they got lucky in terms of how many athletic quarterbacks they faced. It's going to be a lot different next year, and Anthony Richardson especially. Look, the Texans defense looked horrendous in that first quarter versus Anthony Richardson. He had 2 touchdown runs that were absurdly easy for him, and that's what they're going to have to contend with a lot more of next year.
All right, what's our guy have to say about the Texans here, Seth?
Oh, he had 2 little blurbs on the Texans.
2 blurbs.
This was actually at the beginning, he started it all off by telling everybody, hey, hold on, there's going to be some surprises here.
Houston doesn't make it. What? Now they have to play with expectations. Schedule is significantly harder. And oh, by the way, Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence are both healthy again. So that's a team I like. I don't think Houston bottoms out. Sophomore slump. That's a team.
feel like I'm being criticized by a teacher when Colin Cowherd is
significantly.
Significantly.
He turns significantly into like an 8-syllable word.
Worst performance on this essay.
I wish I saw the video of the part where he goes, Texans in third.
His little marionette makeup that he wears. His cheeks look all shiny.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he makes fair points. I think the Texans are going to appropriately be the favorite to win this division. I trust that they'll have an off season that is them to where they can take on this schedule and still be at least 10-7 this year. And I think everybody's a year older in their jobs they were doing for the first time. D'Amico Ryans, Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, a bunch of guys. I do think expectation. I'll always say it's different being the hunted instead of the hunter. If I say that about other things, I've got to accept that that's a possibility with the Texans. And the schedule that is material. That is a real thing. The schedule, the difficulty, the step up in weight class on this schedule is a massive step up.
Yeah, and there's one game in particular that I'm really looking forward to, but also a little bit nervous about next year. It's one of the teams Colin Cowherd mentions here.
Look at the Texans' opponents. There's some tough ones there. Cowboys on the road, Chiefs on the road, Packers, I think, are excellent on the road. You face Aaron Rodgers, and he's healthy early on the road. Home games, well, good luck. Lions are really good. Ravens are really good. Dolphins score a lot of points. Bills score a lot of points. That's a tough schedule for the Houston Texans. And they still are in a rebuild. They're still trying to rebuild that roster. So I like Houston. I think they pull back a game or two.
Okay.
Yeah, and this he makes a good point there that the Texans are still in a rebuild.
Yep.
They're not right there yet. And that's where I think when I'm advocating that the Texans spend in free agency, just not in the same way that some other people at this station are advocating, I think some of those other people are just not understanding and grasping that the Texans are not just losing 30 free agents, that many of them are starters that do have to be re-signed, and you're going to have to fill those holes. So it's not like you can just focus in on one or two guys and then not also fill out the rest of your roster. It's very much still a rebuild, and the schedule does get harder next year. The one team there that I'm intrigued by is the Dallas Cowboys, because they hired Mike Zimmer as their defensive coordinator. One of the reasons that I think it was a good idea that they hired Mike Zimmer is that Mike Zimmer has been way, way, way better against Kubiak-Shanahan systems as a defensive coordinator, as a defensive coach. He's fared much better versus those Kubiak-Shanahan systems than Dan Quinn, his predecessor, did. He really struggled. But just against the rest of the league, too, compared to the rest of the league, Mike Zimmer's been very good at that. So he's got a good feel for exactly how to attack those teams. I think his time spent with Gary Kubiak probably helps in that regard.
San Francisco is one of those teams. Green Bay runs that offense over in the NFC.
The teams that did in the Cowboys, they specifically addressed that.
Yeah. And I guess, and the Texans are going to catch some shrapnel off of that. Like, oh, no, by the way, while we're equipping ourselves to deal with the Packers and the Niners, any of you other people that run this offense, you're going to get the what for as well from Mike Zimmer. Did Colin Cowherd tip his hand about possibly knowing something? I want to play just the beginning of that schedule cut again, Ben.
Look at the Texans' opponents. There's some tough ones there. Cowboys on the road, Chiefs on the road, Packers, I think, are excellent on the road. You face Aaron Rodgers, and he's healthy early on the road.
Ding. All right, good. Face Aaron Rodgers early on the road. None of us know when these games. No, it's happening early.
But I think some of that might be his odd cadence that he has, where did he mean to say that Aaron Rodgers is healthy early? Well, plus he's on the road, but who knows? I don't know.
I'm just taking it for what I'm doing. The old Mike Meltzer, Occam's razor thing here.
Yeah,
Cowherd may know something.
Early on the road, healthy early on the road.
And the reason we bring it up is there has been some smoke about Texans Jets being a possibility. That's a good sexy matchup for an opening week game between C.J. Stroud and a returning Aaron Rodgers in New York.
On that awful, awful MetLife turf.
Yes.
Of course, at that point, if it comes down to, if one of the quarterbacks is going to get injured, it's more likely going to be Aaron Rodgers popping his other Achilles or something. I'm not wishing for it. I'm just saying it realistically.
I just hope.
I'm just talking
don't
reality here, man.
Yeah. I got you.
I was thinking about this more last night for some odd reason. there's got to be some kind of connection to like how healthy a guy looks physically and whether he's likely to tear an Achilles tendon or not. Because the Aaron Rodgers has just looked more and more haggard these last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like he's just his eyes have gotten like darker. The bags under his eyes are darker. He just looks tired all the time. I know he's preaching peace and love, yet at the same time he's very surly a lot. I don't know. I don't feel like that bodes well. As opposed to like Tom Brady, who looked like he just like he had just gotten a facial and a manicure or something. Like he looked in 12 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Like he'd slept on a bed of roses.
Yep.
And he woke up and angels spritzed holy water on his face as he walked out the door.
Yeah, he still looks that way.
He stayed healthy.
Yeah, he still looks that way. Text message, Cowherd is smoking crack and has lost all credibility with me. Well, that's a little extreme.
That sounds actually like he might believe that.
Cowherd.
Like that literally. Yeah.
You know what's funny about that take on the Texans? When you texted me yesterday about it, you're like, I got some Cowherd on the Texans, and you told me about the audio. I texted Greg Toohey, Cowherd's producer, who listens to our show. He's from Houston, but he listens to at least the first couple hours before they start prepping for the herd. And usually he'll text me when Colin says something good or bad about the Texans, because then we can use it on the show like we are right now. And I texted him like, hey, man, what's up with your boy putting the Texans third in the AFC South? He said he did that. I forget what day he did it, but whatever day it was, Toohey wasn't there. He's like, he probably did it because I wasn't there.
That's why he went in double on the Texans, too.
Yeah.
His opening preamble had a bit about the Texans.
Did it?
And then he concluded with the Texans there, too.
Yeah, man.
He's like, yeah, well, Toohey's out. The mouse will play.
When the Toohey's away, the Cowherd will play.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, we're going to reset this. Are Seth and I the epitome of the old mentality? And in the eyes of John Lopez, what's wrong with Houston Texan fans? That is next. I'm going to tell you now, if a feeling in your gut that this is the weekend. I need to go down to Sugar Land.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, couple of things. Colin Cowherd's prediction of Texans third in the AFC South. Text message: does Cowherd ever get tired of being wrong? No. That's the answer to that. He doesn't, because he doesn't care that he's wrong. He cares.
Right. He does. Yeah, he'll flip flop with like no apologies whatsoever.
Yeah,
he does do a segment where he highlights spots where he was wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wants to get you interested.
He likes generating conversation and emotion. Yeah. So no, does he get tired of being wrong? No, and he never will. Text message: all the teams in our division have a very hard schedule too. That's accurate. The teams in your division, 14 of the 17 games are all the same for the teams in your division pretty much. The three variable games are where the Texans schedule gets harder because they play the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys.
Right. Well, only the Jaguars have a tough schedule. The other two teams in the division have a bottom 50%
bottom half.
Schedule. Yeah. The Texans have the fourth toughest schedule. The Jaguars have the seventh toughest schedule.
You said eighth earlier. Yeah, I think
eighth
so.
or the eighth toughest schedule, and then the other two are in the were like down in the 20s.
Yeah. I mean, they're
playing some real stinkers for those other non-division games.
Right. So, I like that the Texans play a schedule like this. I think they're equipped for it, hopefully. I mean, you got to have a good offseason, but it should be a whole lot of fun. And I'm telling you this, if you're somebody who wants C.J. Stroud to win an MVP award, going against that schedule will build a serious resume. I'd rather they win a Super Bowl. Does make it harder to do that, but hey, man. Go big or go home. All right, so John Lopez said, and about our mentality towards approaching free agency. Seth, I should mention, John is not in today. He's out today. Brandon Scott is in but Landry is going to try to defend John's honor when we do the toss.
Did we frighten him off?
No,
Did he call in sick? Was it after the first segment?
I don't think so. I don't think
he realized
That'd be funny.
that he had called us to call everything that's wrong with Houston sports.
These guys are being mean back.
Yeah.
So I guess just to lay the groundwork here is this promo, I think, kind of summarizes in the loop and mostly John Lopez's sort of mentality on what the Texans need to do in free agency.
In the loop.
When I hear this discussion about how to spend and all that, I don't know that we're fully grasping that for the next few years, C.J. Stroud is going to be on his rookie deal.
Somebody's like, can you sign Mike Evans and Saquon? Yes, you can. And you're not mortgaging the future. You're not all of a sudden in cap hell. You're still going to have cap space.
Okay. I think Lopez is of mine. Like, I don't think he's really caring about what the price tag is on those guys. I think he just wants Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley. He wants an Oompa Loompa now. He's Veruca Salt. I want a Mike Evans now, Daddy. I want a Saquon Barkley now, Daddy. So I don't think we need to replay all the audio they did yesterday leading into John's take about us. I think we can probably, Seth, lay out what our thoughts are on free agency. The audio that they did play of us was you and I kind of admitting that we do take a more conservative approach to things like Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley.
And that they do have a limited budget, partly because they have 30 free agents, 8 of whom were starters. So you have 8 holes in your roster right now that were starters. So, you've got 30 free agents that will need to be replaced or re-signed, 8 of whom are starters. That's not cheap. So, there is a limited budget, just like there is for all other 31 teams in the league. There is a limited budget. There's creative ways to spend idiotically and stupidly, sure, but it's not as simple as like, damn the torpedoes.
Right.
We've got a little cash in our pocket. Let's spend it all.
Right. So I think when it comes to things like Evans, a 31-year-old receiver, albeit a really, really good one, Saquon Barkley, a 27, 28, late 20s running back. Who's had injury issues. Evans is one where with the injuries we're kind of speculating and we're looking at the analytics of the age of the position. But the fact of the matter is he's been a rock. So I'm not anti getting either of these guys. I'm anti going whole hog in, like spending way top of the mark, like being the one that wins a bidding war for either of these guys.
You know what it is specifically, Sean? If you think about, let's think about the wide receiver position. We feel pretty good about it, right? We feel pretty good. You got 2, we need to get a third and maybe a fourth guy, sure. But you've got 2 guys that are potential premier wide receivers in the league in Nico Collins and Tank Dell versus let's say defensive end. Well, we feel good about Will Anderson, right?
Sure. Yeah.
We feel pretty good about John Grenard. Oh, he's a free agent.
He's a free agent, Seth.
How about 3 defense ends on the team are free agents and not currently Houston Texans?
Yeah.
Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes, and Jonathan Grenard, all free agents and gone. Those guys are a sum total of about $17 million in salary from last year.
Right.
So it's not as simple as, because I kept hearing yesterday, well, yeah, they've got 30 free agents, but they're not guys that are like expensive guys or anything. What?
Well, it adds up. I mean,
right. It adds up very, very quickly.
Yeah,
Just in the defensive end position alone.
By NFL standards, they're not super expensive guys. The problem is the 30. You got to find you need 30 guys,
Right.
And I know some of those 30 are guys that are going to be, end up being on the practice squad, end up not making the team, whatever. But they like those guys, like even the lower level guys, man, guys like 45 through 53 on a roster cost a couple $2 million, $3 million. You know?
And I think honestly, the one good point that Colin Cowherd made in several minutes of content was that the Texans are still very much in a rebuild mode. I do think that I don't think it's a mediocre mentality and all that's wrong with Houston Texans fandom if you acknowledge that, you know what? They don't have the same roster as the Kansas City Chiefs or the 49ers right now. And a huge signing at running back and a huge signing at wide receiver does not all of a sudden elevate them to that level.
Yeah.
You still have to fill in a lot of spaces, and you can do a lot of it during the draft. But some of them, they're going to spend in free agency. I want them to spend in free agency.
Same.
Do it on splash idiocy.
Right. Here was John Lopez when they had laid out audio of us acknowledging that maybe for the Mike Evans chasers that were a bit of a killjoy, but we just look at it a little more conservatively. Here was Lopez categorizing us.
I feel like they are the epitome.
This never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with them. I feel like they are the epitome of the mindset that is hard to shake in this town. Like Seth literally said, limited budget. It's not an unlimited budget. But there are only 5 teams that have more money to spend than the Houston Texans this year. 5.
Okay.
Ooh. So it's not an unlimited budget, but somehow it's not a limited budget.
Yeah.
I don't know where the in-between is between unlimited and
It's
limited.
among the bigger limited budgets in the NFL.
It's among the bigger limited budgets in the NFL. There's a mindset that's hard to shake in this town, which is, by the way, has won 2 world championships in the last couple of years. I don't know if this town has won a couple of world championships in the last few years. So I don't know if Lopez is stuck back in the early aughts or something.
Right.
But I feel like the mindset in a lot of ways has been good for the Astros. I feel fans are pretty optimistic and have experienced some championship. And I don't understand what part of me wanting to follow a strategy that has worked for teams the likes of the New England Patriots or the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Baltimore Ravens. I don't understand where taking a somewhat conservative approach towards free agency is somehow part of a loser mentality or a mediocre mentality. I'm really, really, really struggling on how having a mentality of not stupidly signing running backs to second contracts or stupidly signing exorbitantly priced 31-year-old wide receivers. And I don't even know, if they can get Mike Evans on a good deal, then so be it. I'm really having a hard time seeing how the only way to win is to spend huge on Saquon Barkley and Mike Evans right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
I think that's what it boils down. And Lopez won't be here to defend himself, but Landry will be here. Landry's here as his attorney today. Sometimes you go to court and you just don't show up at court. You send your attorney to go do your business. So he's sending Landry Locker, Esquire, to come in and chat with us about this in the next segment. I think it just boils down to John is flabbergasted that we won't spend top of market for Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley. I think it's that simple. That somehow, because those are sexy toys. You know what I mean? Those are tricked out SUVs. That's a limo. Those are really gaudy things. We like really nice things. My really nice thing would be a nice an outdoor kitchen on the back patio.
The other thing that's hard to shake
which is a defensive tackle, by the way.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Outdoor kitchen.
Defensive tackle.
Yeah.
One of the other things that's hard to shake is like a notion like that John keeps saying that somehow it's a sure thing in free agency. When in fact, it's fraught with peril. Incredibly fraught with peril. The convincing majority of free agency signings are disappointments.
Yep.
And the vast majority of them don't even last the entire length of their contract, like on 3-year deals, much less 4- and 5-year deals where it gets even more daunting. So it's very much not, hey, plug and play.
Yeah.
And he keeps characterizing it as such, and it's just flat out wrong. That's just a fact.
Yeah,
that's just a fact.
That is just a fact.
Yeah.
He stole Lopez's catchphrase too. That's just a fact. Although in this case, it's an actual fact. Text message points out we are in the upper quartile of budgets. It's true.
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
That's true. They are in the They're not in the upper quartile of the upper quartile, but they are in the upper quartile of salary cap space.
You do have to, I feel like some of that, though, too, again, it's a simplistic way of looking at it when you say, hey, they've got the 7th most cap space, and at the same time, they also have the most free agents that need to be
twice
replaced.
as much free agent.
Yeah. It's like when people report, they try to make a company look like the big bad corporation, and they'll say revenue instead of profits.
Yep.
Like they completely ignore the fact that that company might have a 3% profit margin.
That's exactly right.
Like that's what you're doing right here is you're ignoring the profit margin and just telling me about gross revenue.
Real quick, someone says, so what would you spend on? I've said I would spend on defensive tackle. Like I would spend at the levels that Lopez is talking about with Evans and Barkley. I would spend on a tackle. I would like Christian Wilkins from the Dolphins. I think they may have a hard time franchise tagging or keeping him. They're $50 million over the cap. Someone like that. Patrick Queen at linebacker. I think is going to be one of the higher paid linebackers. I would pay for him. That's the side of the ball I want to do the spending on. The big spending, the big ticket spending. I do think they need receivers.
Right. Right. And somebody suggested that maybe somebody might be trying to suggest the Texans need to make a huge splash just so that when the Texans don't make a huge splash, they can criticize the Texans for not making that big splash. This is the point I'm making. When I say I want them to spend in free agency, it's not going to be on the guys that you're super excited about. Because, again, it's like you got to be very judicious in when you take the huge swing for those guys. But it's the guys that are like the second, third, and fourth week signings and the like.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily need to be in the Chris Jones market if he somehow made it to free agency. That's where the sheer number of positions and holes that need to be filled, that's where I get a little bit, I try to be more realistic about it. Like, I think they might spend a lot in free agency, but it's been a lot of guys that are on 2- and 3-year deals, like a more advanced version of what Nick Caserio has been doing. And then over time, you continue to build, just like the 49ers. The 49ers are pretty careful and judicious in how many big-name guys they sign in free agency, but they've done a really good job on building from within, and they'll do a trade here or what have you. But that's like one big-ticket item I'd be cool with, and then there would be blue-collar plus type players.
Yep, I'm with you on that. All right, so where are the Texans on the board right now as we sit for Mike Evans, for Saquon Barkley, for a couple of others? Where do they lie on the odds board for those? We'll dig into that as we head towards the top of the hour here on a Friday on Payne and Pendergast. Friday is my men's tea clinic day. I will be there in about 45 minutes or so.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Free agency is going to be so fun the next few weeks. It gets people going, man.
I do think I honestly think that it's going to be fun because people will be upset that there aren't a bunch of huge marquee signings. I think if there's one marquee signing that'll placate a good amount of people, like just one. I'm not saying of a specific person, but I think especially if it was an edge rusher, or if it was a linebacker like Patrick Queen you had mentioned. I have some reservations about Patrick Queen just because I'm not sure Christian Harris or Patrick Queen should be the green dot guy, the signal caller that's out there for all three downs.
Yep.
And it's not, I think either of them can play Mike or Will linebacker. It's more a matter of just being the guy in charge of making all the calls and everything. That's a lot. It's a lot to play and do all that stuff. So I'm curious about how D'Amico approaches that. any number of the edge rushers. Like if the Texans signed Josh Allen, I think people would be super stoked about that.
Yeah.
But I think there are also going to be a lot of like solid pros that fill out some of the rest of the roster.
Yeah, I think the public reaction is. I mean, keep in mind, the public is a big entity, and a big group of the public doesn't follow all of these 150 top free agents super closely. They don't watch a ton of out-of-market games. They watch through a fantasy football prism. I think that's why sometimes names like Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley get people excited because they touch the football, and I think that's what gets people excited. Like the defensive guys, naturally, there's probably unless it's a huge, huge name, there's a tamping back of the amount of excitement that generates. And I think Josh Allen, would, because if there's a position on the defensive side of the ball that is sexy to the average fan, it's guys that get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think that would get people excited. Christian Wilkins is becoming mine. I would love for them to just get a big hoss in the middle of that defensive line. Yes.
Yeah, I like Christian Wilkins too, and I do think I think Christian Wilkins strikes me as a guy that's going to play his ass off, whether he's an undrafted rookie, highest free agent in the league, but he might not come at the expense tag of Chris Jones. Hypothetically, I don't think Chris Jones is going to make it to free agency.
No.
Or Madubuike, because Madubuike had some just gaudy numbers this year. So Christian Wilkins is a very, you look at the $10 million you had on the cap. Well, it wasn't. It was a $10 million salary over 1 year for Sheldon Rankins. They spread it out a little bit.
Yeah.
But if you're to have that same hit on a more high-priced Christian Wilkins contract, yeah, I'd be really cool with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's impact. That's impact right there. Now, as far as the two names that Lopez has brought up, as far as the guys he wants, and I think a lot of Texan fans want as well, hell, I'd be open to getting either guy, just not at the same price some are willing to pay for both of them. Saquon Barkley, the Texans are the favorite on the odds board right now on BetOnline to land Saquon Barkley. I don't know that there's any basis in that inside the building over at NRG Stadium, or if it's more just the odds board taking a look at how many JPEG graphics have been put out on the internet as to where Saquon's a fit, and the Texans are on quite a few of them.
I think those odds are the futures are The futures are easy eye candy to try to lure people into gambling for one.
Yeah.
And, they've got limits on them. It's really you're not going to get rich betting on the futures. And I think when they bait you a little bit. Whenever there's Saquon Barkley followed a few Texans on social media. There's a whole lot of people that are going to go bet that Saquon Barkley went to is going to go to the Texans. Well, in fact, Vegas themselves might feel like, it's not the favorite.
Just said that Saquon followed Motor today. Devin Singletary.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So they're getting along.
Right.
You don't have to worry about a multi-headed running back.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about Motor saying, I was the bell cow the second half of last year, and it's the most fun I've ever had at running back. No, they're going to be yin and yang, man.
Okay, so the thing about me and Derrick Henry, which I know a lot of you object to, that
Texans
I like
fourth
Henry.
on the odds board for Derrick Henry.
Fourth on the odds.
So
here's the thing with Saquon Barkley. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that Saquon Barkley can bring to you. But there's two things. One is people will say, well, okay, Seth, Saquon, he was running behind a bad offensive line. Derrick Henry was running behind a worse offensive line than the Giants' offensive line, and yet did better in almost every statistical category than Saquon Barkley. So who can do more with less? Derrick Henry. The other part of it is that, yes, Derrick Henry has still a higher, I think, overall home run hitting ability because of his receiving ability, too, compared to Derrick Henry. But Derrick Henry was still the second leading rusher in the league. Still had one of the fastest runs of the year on one of his home runs.
Top speed.
Yeah, top speed deal there. So I think he still has that. But more than anything, I think I just suspect there's at least one team out there that's willing to spend old school stupid money on the promise of Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that team's out there for Derrick Henry. I don't think there's stupid money out there for Derrick Henry. So I think the Texans could get him at a reasonable price. And frankly, I trust 30-year-old Derrick Henry to stay healthy more than I trust fifth-year NFL player Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
He's just been more durable, and other than his one injury a couple of years ago, it hasn't been a concern for him. So I feel better about Derrick Henry.
Mike Evans is all over the map on the odds boards because I know there was one that had the Texans as the favorite a week ago, 3-1, and then Tampa was 3.25 to 1. Like that, like they were the favorite, and it included the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The ones I'm looking at now on Bet Online are all like Mike Evans, next team, if it's not Tampa Bay. So the Texans are way down on this one. So the Chiefs are the favorite at 2-1.
Yeah.
Then the Jets at 3-1. That's obviously with the assumption that Aaron Rodgers is going to be healthy. Chicago Bears at 5-1. Carolina Panthers 7-1. Buffalo Bills at 9-1, tied with the Texans. So the Texans are tied for 5th. I'm gonna just debunk a few of these here, Seth. The Bills are like $50 million over the cap. They're not making a splurge signing on Mike Evans. They're trying to shed money, not go get money.
They made a stupid Von Miller signing a few years ago, and they're still hurting because of it.
That signing happened in free agency, I'm told, which I was also told is just full of sure things when you shop in the Von Miller aisle. I don't think he's going to Carolina. I just don't. Mike Evans I'm talking about here. Like Chicago and Carolina, I'd be shocked if he went to either of those places, right?
Carolina, well, the one thing is his offensive coordinator is now the head coach in Carolina.
Dave Canales, yep.
So can Canales convince that, look, Bryce Young is still the deal. Like he's still got all the promise we thought he did, and B, we're going to have a better options for him. We're going to have better, like he might be able to sell him on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that connection, and maybe that would make sense. But I don't want to just assume that Mike Evans is going to be ring chasing. Remember, everybody did that with J.J. Watt. They assumed he'd be ring chasing.
Yeah.
Then he signed with the Cardinals. So I don't want to assume that he'll be ring chasing.
Right.
He does already have one. But I think he'd probably want to be. I'm guessing he wants to be in a more readily competitive situation.
Yes. Yeah, I think so,
it's different. Too. The thing about like J.J. going to Arizona, the thing about being a defensive lineman is you can at least individually be productive on any kind of team. Good team, bad team. It doesn't matter. You can be productive on that team. Wide receivers, it's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
Wide receivers, you really rely upon being on a competitive offense. Andre Johnson was not all that competitive his first few years in the league, and it had zero to do with Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
It was that he was on a crap offense,
No, man. Adam Thielen found a way to look like Jerry Rice last year on the Carolina Panthers. The numbers Thielen was, I say Jerry Rice. He was averaging like 8 yards a catch or something like that.
He was, yeah, but it was high volume, right?
Huge high volume. He had like 100 catches.
Yeah,
no, dude, he put up crazy catch numbers last year.
Look, the Chiefs make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chiefs could.
Chiefs make sense. Jets make sense if you got Aaron Rodgers there, too. Like, that's a go-for-it team. Like, we got 1 year with Aaron Rodgers probably to go for it,
Well, it's a go-for-it team, but also, like, Martez Valdez, he was, and you got Rashee Rice is pretty much the one thing you feel good about at wide receiver. Like the Texans have a better wide receiver situation than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, I would.
If you want to paint it out to like how it feels like it's overspending to splurge on a wide receiver right now for the Texans do indeed have a better wide receiver situation than the Chiefs.
All right, let's reset before we bring Landry in. John Lopez is out today, so he's not here to speak for himself. So he sent his attorney, Landry Locker, to speak for him in the court of Payne and Pendergast. Here was John Lopez yesterday saying that the fiscally conservative approach to the salary cap adhered to on Payne and Pendergast is the epitome of the old school mentality in this. I'll let John Lopez lay it out.
I feel like they are the epitome.
And this never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with them. I feel like they are the epitome of the mindset that is hard to shake in this town. Like Seth literally said, limited budget. It's not an unlimited budget, but there are only 5 teams that have more money to spend than the Houston Texans this year. 5.
They are. They are in the upper quartile. We are in the upper quartile of teams with salary cap space. So Landry Locker steps in. Brandon Scott in for John Lopez. He's here as well.
That's that PTSD that he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, that we don't want to spend top dollar on Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley. I feel, Landry, I've listened to enough of it, both live and you guys rehashing it and us rehashing it here today. I feel like with Lopez, it just boils down to he doesn't like the fact that Seth and I want to pay tippy top dollar for a couple of guys.
Here's the deal. The biggest argument me and Lopez have had this week, and the biggest arguments we've had over the course of our time together, which is the better part of a decade, is he has this notion that there's some sort of like scarred fan base in Houston. And the last time that we had this argument, the epitome was Sean Payton. He wanted Sean Payton. And he said anything less than Sean Payton was settling for less. You remember this, right? This is the mindset. This is the defeatist mindset. So I don't think there's a defeatist mindset that exists.
Okay.
That's the biggest argument with Lopez. I will say, though, I kind of feel like you two, Seth and Sean, are kind of being just as reckless as y'all are accusing Lopez of with some of the names that y'all are throwing out. Like, to me, when you talk about bad contracts, and I don't know what Mike Evans is going to get, 4 years is kind of scary. We always use spot rec as the starting point. 4 years is kind of scary. Yeah. I don't know what he's going to get, but when you start throwing out names like Patrick Queen and Christian Wilkins, those are the kind of guys that I think end up being the bad contracts that Seth mentions that don't get into the third or fourth year. Like those guys, like paying Patrick Queen $17 million to be a linebacker when you have – Christian Harris, Blake Cashman, you have the draft equity.
Henry To'oTo'o.
I think that's just as reckless as Mike Evans. And I think the running back position is so much different now to where I don't think their impact is lower. I think the value of the position is lower, and that's kind of like an opportunity when it comes to Saquon.
Yeah.
I think, you're correct in that it's fraught with peril, like the ones that I mentioned. I feel like that's where the spending on one of those guys comes in where, okay, that's acceptable risk, and the upside is still there versus with an older guy. Lopez did mention yesterday that, like, I was bringing up rare exceptions of free agency contracts that don't work out.
We all do that, though.
I'll give you the 2000 – no, but I'll just give the top free agents from 2021. Trent Williams, who was re-signed by his own team, so that barely counts. Bud Dupree, that worked out fantastically well. I would say Joe Thuney was a good one. Oh, Kenny Galladay, you say. Okay. Corey Lindsley, Trey Hendrickson, Matt Judon, Jonnu Smith. It's like there's a smorgasbord of good and bad contracts.
But aren't those more Wilkins and Queen category than Mike Evans? That would be my question. Like, aren't those guys like closer to like what Queen and Wilkins are than Mike Evans?
They are. They are, but you're so you're taking a risk, but you're doing it at a position that needs an upgrade versus taking the similar risk on Mike Evans plus age added onto that at a position that you already have, which is wide receiver. Like where I think that Lopez is guilty of is not addressing the fact that this is still a rebuilding roster. There are holes all over the place. There are 8 starters that need to be replaced. Like, it's not as simple as, hey, spend big on these two. Like running, I don't want to pay a running back on a second contract. I'm almost dead set opposed to it, unless he's like the cherry on top.
Like the McCaffrey type. Like if Saquon
right,
could
and even
be like
then
their
they
McCaffrey.
didn't actually. Right, and even McCaffrey they didn't really spend.
I mean, I wouldn't dismiss trading half of a draft when you have limited draft equity. I would say that's a lot.
And like I said, that was the cherry on top.
Yeah.
That's different than where the Texans are right now.
Yeah, and see, but for me, I feel like, and this is maybe where I'm reckless with it, but I'm willing to take the risk. Like all of the things that Seth is concerned about are things that I'm willing to risk because I think that Mike Evans still has a year or two left of elite football in him. I feel like Saquon Barkley is in his prime. Like I think that these situations are a little bit different, and the risk that you would be taking by signing those guys is one worth taking in my mind, if you can do it.
Well, and that's the thing. We're all operating blind because we don't know what the price tag is. You know what I mean? Like we're all kind of running blind on all this because I don't think either of us are opposed to having Barkley or Evans on the team. I think it's just there's a disparity in how much and how far we would go to do it and where we would use those dollars. All right. So Lopez, be glad you weren't here, man.
Oh, he'll be here Monday.
Okay.
He'll be here Monday.
I guess part of it is too. I'm like, is Saquon Barkley that good?
I'm hearing you not be very sold on Saquon Barkley as a football player right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're drafting Saquon Barkley here more bit. So they're like, hey, just imagine what he might do. He's been in the league for 5 years.
All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and Saquon Barkley can go dig trenches. I don't care.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Heard it here first, man. Saquon Barkley, not that good.
Yeah.
Not that good.
All right. Brandon Scott, that's the voice you hear. He's in for John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig. They are here now.
So we're arguing about receiver a lot. I actually, like at 11 o'clock, I think the Texans might have an opportunity to duplicate perhaps last year's most thought-out beneficial move at the wide receiver position.
All right.
I'll talk about that at 11 o'clock. But I think that there could be like a X factor that could end up being duplication of arguably last year's most beneficial move. Landry Locker, B. Scott in for John Lopez. Are going to have Cody Stoots join us for an 11 a.m. Power Hour. Obviously, Mike Evans, Saquon Barkley are the popular topic. So we'll just start right there. We'll get into what Payne and Pendergast said at 10:20. I enjoyed it. I think they're being more reckless than Lopez, though. I think I'm the only logical one in this like entire thing. Like Seth and Sean want to pay Patrick Queen and Christian Wilkins. Like I think I sit somewhere in between. I think I'm actually the logical one.
Yes, somehow here like I love that Seth is more into Patrick Queen than he is to Saquon Barkley. Like that part of it surprised. Like Patrick Queen, who is the second best linebacker on his own team, he's into that more than he's into Saquon Barkley. Now, he was talking about Derrick Henry toward the end of y'all's show, toward the end of the Payne and Pendergast.
I can get down with that.
I could get down with that.
I need a running back.
Yeah.
I need a running back.
And I feel like that is the meeting of the middle, and I know Lopez is not into the Derrick Henry thing.
Yeah.
But for me, that feels like the meeting of the middle, a short-term deal, a guy that's still got a little bit left, going to be a little bit expensive. Maybe you're over a long-term commitment, but I am surprised that he's not into any of these high-ticket items at all. Like, not even a little bit.
And I also don't think running backs, I don't think running backs are as, they're not getting the deals that they used to get. The running backs are, right now, they're almost a bargain. They still make significant impact. Like, the impact hasn't gone away. And, yes, the Christian McCaffrey, they're not paying as much. They traded half a draft when they didn't have draft picks. Like, it's not they lit like that's that by default. Like, if you're trading a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, whatever they traded, like, you're basically trading 4 opportunities to have guys on rookie deals. So I wouldn't minimize what they traded Christian McCaffrey for. I do find it interesting, and this is where Seth is way ahead of us in, is Saquon Barkley good? I think he is. Yeah. I think he is. But I understand what he's saying there. The other thing is this. Like, you have 4 receivers on rookie deals. Nico Collins, now that's going to expire this year. Tank Dell, you're going to have 3 more years of that. Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie. Yep. Hutchinson and Mechie might not even be on the team next year. Yeah, so you might even be able to draft guys.
They should be fighting for a roster spot.
You have already invested in your offensive line for better or worse. So it's not like you're going to be bringing in offensive linemen. You have a quarterback on his rookie deal. So the Mike Evans thing is interesting because, yes, I think Mike Evans is – the age obviously matters. I don't know what Mike Evans is looking for. Like, if you're telling me it's a 4-year deal, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Now, if it's a 2-year deal and you're paying a lot, you're front-loading it because of the situation you're in, I think that's fine as well. But the thing that we all do, and I think we're all guilty of this, is we take we take examples to fit what we're saying. I say, this guy flopped, and this is why you don't do that. There's exceptions to all the rules when it comes to how you spend money, etc. The one thing I would say, and Clint brought this up, and I brought it up yesterday as well. Like, all these teams that are on the edge, and it feels like, and I think this is a good mindset for Seth to have, he doesn't necessarily think the Texans are like one playmaker away, like the Dolphins did when they traded for Tyreek Hill, like the Bills did when they traded for Stephon Diggs, like the you name a squad that A.J. Brown, Philadelphia traded for A.J. Brown. It feels like he doesn't necessarily think that they're one player away, and he thinks that wide receiver is a position of strength, so he's not open to Mike Evans. I just don't – I'll put it this way. I look at Mike Evans, if you're talking about like a 2 or 3 year deal, I look at that as less risky than paying Patrick Queen, damn near $100 million for 5 years to play linebacker. I look at that. I look at that as reckless.
Yeah, but I don't get why not being a player away – no matter what position you're talking about, let it be a defensive position. Let it be Mike Evans at wide receiver or Saquon Barkley. Maybe you're not a running back away. Whatever it is, why you not be a player away, and that's like you're conceding internal development and growing from within the margins at the same time. Like, I think you can do that if you draft well. Like, you need a lot of things to go right if you're going to spend big on these big-ticket items. and rely on like some of the younger players to step up and things like that. But all of these things can happen, and it is what you're rooting for when you're talking about upgrading your team. So for me, I guess it's just not good enough to say that they're not a wide receiver away or a running back away or a weapon away. Like, to me, you still need to go out there and get that. You still need to go out there and upgrade those other positions. And to the point that you're making about, the C.J. Stroud and his rookie deal, we were talking about this before the show. They have either paid or hit in the draft at the most expensive positions. They paid their tackles already. Larry Tunsil and Titus Howard, no matter what you think about Titus Howard, they paid both of those guys. Those are the damn tackles. C.J. Stroud, we already know the deal there. Looks like an elite quarterback on a rookie deal. You do have some wide receivers, like you talked about, on rookie deals. But on top of that, you got a cornerback on a rookie deal. That's going to come up at some point. Defensive end on a rookie deal in Will Anderson. These are the most expensive positions. This is where it would cost you the most money if you were going to try to swing big. You are now swinging big at other positions that are not necessarily going to cost you as much. We're talking about defensive tackles, an extra wide receiver. Like, I think you can afford to do these things because of your very specific and particular situation.
The Queen and Christian Wilkins. Patrick Queen, 5 years, $92 million. That is a prototypical bad free agent contract. Like, that is, we talk about epitomes. That is the prime example of a bad free agent contract.
Like, if you're going to do that,
5 years, $92 million for Patrick Queen, for me, is as reckless as anything you could do with Mike Evans.
You know who I bet ain't going to cost that? Blake Cashman. Like, whatever the heck. Like, if you're going to overpay for a
Queen's
linebacker,
obviously a better player. But
I get that.
But I think.
But would you prefer the drop off between Patrick Queen and Blake Cashman for the difference in price that I suspect that to be? I'll take that. Like, we're talking about smart money. Like, go give Patrick Queen's money to Saquon Barkley or spread it out between Derrick Henry and then go get that defensive tackle that you're talking about. Like, if you want to, they talk about smart money. Okay, well, to me, that's a smarter way to do it. Spread the money out a little bit as opposed to giving a lot of money for what I think is a slightly better than marginal upgrade from Blake Cashman to Patrick Queen. Like, that to me, as much as I want them to swing big and to spend this money that they've got, that to me would be concerning.
John Lopez not in. B. Scott in for him. John Lopez, popular topic this morning, though. This was more from Seth and Sean. We have a philosophical divide. The philosophy of free agency, there is a divide among shows. This was Seth talking about where he would like to throw the money in reaction to Lopez talking about Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley.
If I'm going to spend exorbitantly at the top of the market, it's going to be with guys who are healthy as hell and who I feel really good about are going to handle the money well, too. Defensive end, linebacker, tight end, not wide receiver this year. Tripling down on wide receiver right now instead of spending money on an edge rusher or a linebacker or a tight end or something like that, that's just stupid.
Let me ask you this, because this is the who? Like, who's this edge rusher that we're speaking of? Like, a tight end, tight end's not going to be expensive. Like, Dalton Schultz is the best tight end on the market. So there's not like an opportunity to get a big tight end. Like, we're naming positions. Like, if you told me, you can go get an elite edge rusher, that would be fine. Who's this guy?
Daniel,
like, do you want
Daniel Hunter?
Daniel Hunter?
Daniel Hunter.
Do you want to go at, do you want to pay Brian Burns $27 million? Do you want to, negotiate with him on the franchise tag? I don't know. Like, who is this edge rusher? Who is this tight end? The defensive tackle we've talked about is Christian Wilkins. So my question would be, which guys are we talking about here? Like, what's the name there? And I don't look at it as necessarily tripling down on a wide receiver.
Well, see, that's my objection to what he's saying there.
Am I giving Mike Evans 4 years, $80 million? No, probably not. I'm definitely not doing that.
No, but I do wonder if we're doing a little bit of overvaluing and overstating exactly what they have at wide receiver.
By the way, Mike Evans, I would say wide receiver and running back are impactful when done right.
A little bit.
When you bring in the right running back and the right wide receiver, I would say they're pretty impactful.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what impactful means, but I would say, if Saquon is good, and 2 years ago he was basically into the playoffs, and he got hurt year 2, year 3, whatever it was. He missed all the games, but Mike Evans has been healthy as hell. I don't know what is impact.
Yeah, well, the mentality that kind of bothers me a little bit is You've got Nico Collins. You've got Tank Dell. And so, therefore, you only need to upgrade along the margins or just bring in a slightly better version of Robert Woods and Noah Brown, and we're good.
That's fine.
As well, but I don't like, to me, if you have the opportunity, it is fine. But if you have the opportunity to upgrade even from those guys and slot them down, to me, that is impactful. So now you're telling me that guys that you might be overvaluing a little bit have a small sample size of success between Nico Collins and Tank Dell. I'm as big of a Nico Collins and Tank Dell guy as you'll find. But they got a limited sample size of success. You upgrade the position with Mike Evans, and now those are your top 3 guys. To me, that's impact. That's impact, especially if it's the type of deal that you can front load and kick the can down the road a little bit, talking about being responsible. Like, this is a short-term play. You're doing this because and while you have all of these other assets on the cheap. That's why it makes sense. So you are betting on the immediate future there.
I will say this, though. The one thing I will say, I don't think Payne and Pendergast are the epitome of like some sort of fan base or anything like that. That I would agree with them on that. I do not think that they are that.
No.
I am intrigued to hear what Lopez has to say. I mean, there's a lot it takes. Like, some people want Mike Evans, some people don't. I think there is a balance of spending wisely versus not spending. But I don't want to get bogged down in, well, you need an edge rusher more, you need a defensive tackle more. Like, sometimes that's not available. Like, so I need a name. Like, me and McClain used to argue about this all the time. Like, he would come in here and say, well, they need an elite corner, and then okay. Is that how it works? Like, do I just say, hey, here,
let's go to HEB and get one real quick.
Hey, Goodell, give me an elite corner. Call his name out.
Yeah.
I don't know where this elite edge rusher is.
But this is the part that I feel like we should come together on. Like, from what Seth is saying, what we're saying. Like,
and I actually side more with, like, I don't think they just, I 100% agree with Seth and Sean that free agency is not the recipe for long-term success. I 100% agree on that, and Lopez and I have disagreed on that. I 100% understand that. You don't just go throw the money around.
Yeah, well, no disrespect to Lopez, but I don't even feel like that's a take. I feel like there's enough proven
that's not even like an exception. That's just what it is.
I think that's a statement of fact. I don't think you can dispute that. But where I would go, this is what I don't get. I don't see why we can't at least agree that with the money that they have and with the holes that Seth is talking about, like he's talking about, hey, you got to spend this money to fill out the roster. You got 30-plus free agents. The roster is essentially empty. Well, if that's the case and you have this money, and outside of the positions that I talked about, the premium ones where they've already or they've drafted the guy, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, outside of that, they need all of these positions. Shouldn't they be interested in all of these cats? Because you can't sign them all. But they should be interested in almost every big ticket item that they like, unless they don't like the player, that's different. But they've got the money to sign any one of these players that they want. They should be at the very least flirting with all of them. You're not going to sign them all anyway. You're in a position to sign any of them.
They got really like very few areas where they can focus on offense, which is kind of good depending on what you think about the offensive line. Like they're locked in. Yeah. Like they're locked into that offensive line. So it's not like you're going to get offensive linemen. Tight ends are, I don't want to say cheap, but
this is what I'm saying. They need more receivers. They need a running back. Dalton Schultz, they got to figure that out, whether they're going to bring him back or replace him. So they need all that. The only place that we're talking about is offensive line where they don't need. Then you go over to the defensive side. They got all of these needs. So they should be, in theory, interested in every single guy. It's just kind of nailing down what you can actually pull off.
I don't even know what to compare it to because I do love the balance, and I think this is where Seth's mindset is extremely safe. Not like overly safe, but like balancing. We're a player away. Let's go swing for the fences and get it done. And it's a year-to-year league, and there are a lot of holes on the roster. I do think that's a healthy balance to have for sure. Texts are like where Buffalo's been the last couple of years, where you swing, and he brought this up, you swing for Von Miller, and you think that's going to get you over the top. Like I do think it's a healthy balance to have and like a healthy philosophy for sure. But I think it completely gets wiped away when you say sign Christian Wilkins or sign Patrick Queen. That's what my problem is. Like if you're telling me you want to like kick the tires on Chase Young and try to get him at like a relatively cheap deal, or you want to figure that out, that's fine. But as soon as the names and Sean might be the one mentioning this more, but as soon as the names Patrick Queen and Christian Wilkins get mentioned, that's where I'm kind of like, okay, that's actually closer to an example that you can point to of bad free agency approaches, or the approach that we say the Texans aren't at, one player away, than bringing in like a guy like Mike Evans, who's 1-1. I mean, 10 straight 1,000-yard seasons hasn't happened. Like the Patrick Queen or the Christian Wilkins philosophy is more so bad free agency mindset than the Mike Evans thing, or just as bad.
That's kind of for the Chicago Bears of the world, the lower teams like that got all this cap money and they need to improve their team any way possible.
Or the Buffaloes, like that say, hey, we're gonna go get Von Miller because we're one piece away.
Yeah, but also like you're talking about upgrading the roster overall, man. Like you've got all of these different spots. I don't see why you've got to be picky about exactly where you do it at. To me, the upgrade. This is a question I should have asked Seth. What is the consequence? Like, if you think the player sucks, if he's going to come in here and whiff, like he apparently doesn't think Saquon Barkley is all that good. I can live with that.
Yeah.
Like, I disagree.
Nah, and he's laid out a good case for Derrick Henry.
Yeah, and I've laid out a similar case for Derrick Henry myself. So I'm actually with him on that. If you don't think the player is worth the money, all right, we don't have to have the conversation beyond that. I get it. But what's the consequence of a player that you believe in and paying a little bit extra for him? Like, to me, the reward outweighs the risk to me tremendously, especially when you consider what you're paying these other guys.
Brandon Scott in for John Lopez. Cody Stutes coming in for the Power Hour. We're talking Texans off season and having some fun with you on a Friday. Shout out to everyone enjoying their Friday. Right along with us. We'll make it go by quicker. Coming up, here is the philosophy. Let's get more into this philosophy, this free agent philosophy. Plus, Brandon Scott's going to lay out 5 reasons he would sign Saquon Barkley next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to ever know.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, 5 reasons to sign Saquon Barkley, and then we'll hear what Payne and Pendergast had to say, the adults of free agency here on Sports Radio 610. Brandon Scott in the building. He has 5 reasons that the Texans should sign Saquon Barkley and hit the Quan.
Number 1, starting with 1.
Starting with 1.
Numero uno.
Still in his prime, man. You hear a lot about not paying a running back on his second contract, and I get it. I tend to agree with that. Like, I'm good with drafting running backs generally, but not wanting to pay them on the second contract. But I do feel like Saquon Barkley at 26 years old, the best thing that the Giants got going for him, but only 26 years old, I feel like there's a lot of tread left on the tire. I would not look at him as like an aging type of running back, still in his prime. That is reason number 1.
Numero dos.
He's already shown, at least from my eyes, 2 years ago, that he can be the offensive focal point.
His own teammate said
for a playoff
Kayvon
team.
Thibodeau said he was the reason that they made the playoffs.
Well, and I don't feel like you even needed an authority voice to see that. Like, if you got eyes and can see and just watch them play, like, what was the conversation when they paid Daniel Jones after that season? They were like, yo, wasn't Saquon Barkley really the reason why they made it? Like, I know there was a lot of credit to Brian Daboll coming in. Saquon Barkley was the reason why they went to the postseason, why they went to the playoffs 2 years ago. He has shown already that he can be the offensive focal point of a playoff team. Did it 2 years ago with the Giants. Wouldn't necessarily have to be that here with the Texans, but you know that he's capable of it. I'm interested in that. That is reason number 2.
Numero tres.
2 birds, 1 stone, man. We had this argument, this conversation of Mike Evans, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry. Do you go running back? Do you go quarterback? Or do you go wide receiver? Do you go defensive end? Look, this to me is 2 birds, 1 stone, dynamic running back who I think improves both your running game and your passing game that is already pretty damn good. You look at not having a lot past Nico Collins and Tank Dell in a wide receiver room. What are you going to do to upgrade that position? You sign Saquon Barkley, and all of a sudden you have addressed your what I would call desperate running back need and less than desperate wide receiver situation, but you still got a hole there. So 2 birds, 1 stone improves 2 aspects of your offensive attack.
Numero cuatro.
Uniquely qualified to pay. You are uniquely qualified to pay, even if it seems like a luxury item, even if you're a little bit uneasy about paying a running back on his second contract. You as the Texans are uniquely qualified to do so because of some of the things that we've already talked about on the show. Rookie quarterback or quarterback on the rookie deal, defensive end on a rookie edge, as opposed to the business decisions that the Giants have had to make with Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones being guys drafted the year after each other, like back-to-back, basically similarly situated guys contract-wise. It's not the case here. So you are uniquely positioned and qualified to do this.
I actually, and I think Ronald on YouTube brings up an interesting point. I think it's sometimes there's like an early March, late April seesaw where the draft, like the running back's not strong in this draft, so you look in free agency, much like the tight ends last year, how Dalton Schultz fell into the Texans' lap. That you can make the case, though, that it's receiver heavy, so you don't sign Mike Evans. But when it comes to running backs, I think you can do both. But I think it's kind of that early March, late April seesaw.
Number 5.
Bobby Slowick, man. And this might be a little bit of a stretch. Might be a little bit of a reach, but with Bobby Slowick, I don't know how much longer he's going to be here. I don't know what his replacement is going to look like, how good he's going to be whenever that time comes. But I do know that right now you've got one of the more highly thought of offensive coordinators in football. One of the ones from the Shanahan tree, the type of guy that people are wanting to talk to for head coaching jobs and things like that. Like, I don't know how long he's going to be here, but the main criticism that I've had of him is not being sure whether that guy can scheme up a run game. You go get Saquon Barkley, and I feel like I get the answer, and I'm optimistic about the answer being yes. That part of the reason why Bobby Slowick couldn't scheme up a run game last year was because A, his offensive line wasn't very good, and B, the running back position wasn't nearly as good as they were expecting it to be. You add Saquon Barkley into the mix. I am intrigued by what Bobby Slowick in year 2, okay, so he's not a rookie play caller anymore, right? He's seasoned a little bit. In year 2, you add Saquon Barkley to the mix, to the creativity mix, with obviously C.J. Stroud leading the way. What exactly does that look like? I am maybe most intrigued by that. What can Bobby do with Saquon Barkley in the mix?
All right. We'll hear from the adults in 5 minutes. The adults are going to speak. That's all good. I like your philosophy, but I do want to hear what the adults, Seth and Sean,
So we
had
at the
to
kiddie
say.
table?
Yeah, we're sitting. I'm just trying to eat my pizza.
We at the Fisher Price table?
I got my Capri Sun. I got my Capri Sun sitting right over here. Yeah, my Lunchable too.
Man, Lunchables, man, they started gourmet. Did you ever F with those pizza Lunchables?
Hey, you know what?
Oh man,
you did.
I did.
Oh,
when
man.
I was younger.
Oh, man.
I used to be pissed because my mother used to get the regular ones. So the kids used to have the pizza one. I used to have the little
And I hated the
bologna
pizza
ones.
ones, man.
You did? With no juice.
Hell no. I never even messed with that pizza.
Man, that used to hit.
The only ones I didn't like were the nacho ones because I like nachos hot.
Nachos.
Yeah, I didn't like the nacho ones, but I do the pizza one, turkey, ham, all of that.
You was the man if you had the pizza one, man.
Yeah, they were like a luxury item.
They were like Instagram.
Used to cut it in fours.
That was doing it with the gram for the gram before the gram. You weren't focused on taste. If you're focused on taste,
You was cool table if you had the pizza one, man.
The pizza one, that was like signing Saquon Barkley when you don't feel like you need it, or Mike Evans. That was the luxury item right there.
So we'll hear from the adults. We'll go to the lobster and filet mignon, and we'll just sit here and play with the Lunchables. The New York Giants. Do you think that the New York Giants? I'm just asking. Like, do you think that their drive time show, like that covers the Giants on a regular basis, would have like kind of a grasp of the value of Saquon Barkley?
I would hope so.
I mean, I would think so, right? Like
Yeah.
where they play and stuff like that. Like Tiki Barber, Evan Roberts, they're doing a little counterpoint on Saquon Barkley. This is what they had to say at WFAN about Saquon Barkley and whether or not they want to see him in perhaps a Texans or different uniform next year.
The New York Giants have to keep Saquon Barkley. If they couldn't trade Saquon Barkley on October 30th and October 31st, why, months later, would it be okay to let him walk away for nothing? That seems like a complete, utter contradiction. So in my opinion, the Giants made their decision on October 30th. They wouldn't even listen on trade offers.
So many holes that they have to fill. There's going to be a new defensive system. Things may change offensive-wise. Is this really a team that's winning right now? And the answer is probably, they can win some games and steal others. Saquon Barkley is not fully necessary. But my emotion to Saquon is something that I think a lot of Giant fans feel. He is the perfect example of a you would want on this team. You want to hold on to that guy because he's the example, the favored player on the team, finishing their careers as a Giant. Feel like he should be that guy.
Yeah, and that's a lot of that's based on emotion. When it comes to Saquon, but I do think the impact it's up for debate. Let's hear the case against Saquon Barkley. The adults spoke earlier this morning. Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast, Mike Evans, Saquon Barkley. These names are being thrown out quite often. Why should they not be, and where should we be focusing on? Let's sit crisscross applesauce and listen to the adults next.
Area 45 with
877-373-7809.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so to sign Quan, to sign Mike Evans, that is the question. John Lopez says if you don't want to sign those two, then you're the epitome of what's wrong with the Texans fan base. This was John Lopez. This was what sparked off the show-on-show philosophical showdown. Here was Lopez talking about his reaction to Sean and Seth not necessarily wanting to sign Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley.
I feel like they are the epitome.
This never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with. They're the epitome of the mindset that is hard to shake in this town. Like Seth literally said, limited budget. It's not an unlimited budget, but there are only 5 teams that have more money to spend than the Houston Texans this year.
Okay, so there you go. And that sparked this. This was Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast. This was their reaction to the Mike Evans. And you'll hear a few things here. We'll react to this. I do think there's a little bit of a balance between the two. But here was Sean and Seth reacting to Lopez's epitome comment when it came to Mike Evans.
Hey, it's Mike Evans and it's Saquon Barkley.
Right.
Yeah, if you don't want to sign those two guys specifically.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I've been pretty clear. Like I'm not anti Mike Evans signing. Like I'm not anti Saquon Barkley. I think I'm probably a little more on the Barkley train than you are, Seth. But
I don't want to spend stupid money. I'm cool with spending money. This is the problem with the Mike Evans signing, and I would love Mike Evans. But if you sign Mike Evans, a 31-year-old wide receiver, to a big contract, to a position where you already have 2 really good young players, I don't think people understand exactly what the roster looks like right now and how much it's going to cost. Actually, I know for a fact.
All right, so here's my thing. I think lumping Mike Evans in as a 31 receiver is ignoring what you've watched ever been, which is 10 straight 1,000-yard seasons to start your career.
Yes.
Like I don't think you can generalize Mike Evans. Like he is a 31-year-old receiver, but that's not a normal 31-year-old receiver. Second of all, what the roster looks like, they have 4 receivers on their rookie contract. They have invested as much as they're likely going to invest at a high level on the offensive line. They have a rookie on his rookie quarterback on his rookie contract, and they're going to have to pay a tight end and running back, which are really not like the most expensive spots that you have to pay. So that's the layout of their roster. Yes, they have holes to fill, and yes, it costs money to have players, but 4 receivers on rookie contracts. 1 more year for Nico Collins. That gives you like some wiggle room to where you can maybe front load the contract. CJ Stroud, and they've invested everything in the offensive line, so it's not like they're going there. So on offense, that's what I look at as like the layout of the roster.
Yeah, so you cover all the bases there. But I would just add to this point about, and this is what stands out to me and what he's saying, like I get the trepidation of an aging player. Like he hasn't shown any drop-off yet, he being Mike Evans. He hasn't shown that drop-off yet, but being afraid of when that drop-off is going to come, I can understand that part of it. I get that part.
Look, the 4-year, $80 million, I would want no part of.
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly rational explanation and idea from Seth. The part of his argument that I don't really get is the whole, and this is common, I hear this a lot, is, well, you've already got Nico Collins and Tank Dell.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Did you see what that looked like when Tank Dell broke his leg and you only had Nico Collins? Are we ignoring the fact that Tank Dell was only a rookie? Okay, so we've only seen it once because that's all we've had. And then Nico Collins, we've basically only seen it once.
Basically, we have.
But I give him more of an excuse because his first 2 years he had
no quarterback.
He had no quarterback and he was injured.
Yeah.
But that's still the facts, though.
Yeah.
You've only seen it once from both of these 2 guys that you're talking about that you already got. And that's the reason why you're going to pass up on, again, like you said, Mike, not just any old 31-year-old receiver, but specifically Mike Evans.
Yeah.
So that part of it, I can't, as much as I love Nico, love Tank, so glad that they're on the team. As big of a fan as I am of those cats, I cannot arrive at a place where I'm like, well, since I got them, I've got no use for Mike Evans.
No, I think
it doesn't make him a necessity.
It's Dameon Pierce-like. It's Dameon Pierce-like. It's like we've got 1 year, one small sample size, and we
don't need Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, I'm good on Bijan. I'm good on Jameer Gibbs. I got Dameon Pierce.
Go get a running back.
I couldn't get with that then at the time, and to me, this is very similar to that.
That's my thing. There is like I can understand. I don't want to pay a lot for Mike Evans, but I'm not going to call him a 31. I mean, he's a 31-year-old receiver, so a little bit different. And the layout of the roster is such to where it might actually make sense to figure that out. But you do got to fill a roster.
And unless you're going to sell me on, hey, Mike Evans is about to fall off a cliff right now, 1 good year out of Mike Evans, I'll pay for that second year.
Or 2, yeah.
Or 2 years, I'll pay for that third.
That's the other thing. We don't know. We use Spot Rack as like a starting point, but we don't know what's going on and what he's going to actually get and what the market's going to say, especially with the wide receiver draft. I think that's something else to take into account is this is a deep wide receiver draft, so perhaps these big-name receivers that think that they're going to go out there and get more bread, they aren't going to. Here's the next the next piece of analysis from the adults, Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast, the running back wide receiver philosophy. Here you go.
I know this is the antithesis of, let's go. Let's get our swords and go get Mike Evans and run into the field blind. Yeah, let's go. I think it boils down to John Lopez is he's just mad that we don't want Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley at whatever cost, because I'll have either of them on my team at the right cost. And by the way, I am not anti-splurging. I just don't think wide receiver is where I would splurge. I know it's not sexy to splurge on interior defensive line and linebacker. That makes way more sense to me than splurging on a 31-year-old, albeit a Pro Bowler, 31-year-old wide receiver and a 28-year-old running back with injury history, by the way.
All right, here's a couple of things. If you're going to splurge on a defensive lineman or a linebacker, then you're pretty much talking about two guys, because I don't think Madubuike hits the market. You're talking about Christian Wilkins, whose estimation is 4 years, $80 million. Another David Mulligetta guy, by the way. And you're talking about Patrick Queen, and I think the estimation is like $17, $18 million a year. Like, of all the contracts that you look at, and I think they're right. I mean, they're right about free agency 100%. And Seth has a great grasp of this. He says, most guys don't make it to their third or fourth year or whatever on those deals. Those two guys, like if your counter for Mike Evans is, I want to splurge on Christian Wilkins and I want to splurge on Patrick Queen, that is more of the prototypical bad free agent deal than I want to bring in a guy who's one of one at a position in which we're not really investing in. And, oh, by the way, he's going to be probably our best guy immediately, and he brings like a new element. Like that's where I have a divide. The other thing is this, and I don't want to throw my man under the bus too much, but I saw Sean Pendergast the other day when there was talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown perhaps getting $25 million a year. I saw Sean Pendergast say the other day, man, I would give Nico Collins that right now.
Yeah, so, big deal. Okay.
I saw it, Sean. So how reckless is that? Like, what's more reckless? Bringing in Mike Evans for a couple of years and paying him top-tier money based on a 10-year body of work, or looking at one season from Nico Collins and saying, man, I want to pay him like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I want to make him one of the – I think it would be the – let me look at these wide receiver women for me. I want to make Nico Collins a top 10 high. I want to pay Nico Collins as much as Devontae Adams is going to make next year. Which one is more reckless? Because I look at Nico Collins and I think he's good. I put him in the category of the T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk's right now.
Yeah.
And I think if he puts together another good year, I think he's there. But you want to pay him like Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then you want to talk about spending reckless wide receiver money?
Yeah.
Which one's
All
more
right,
reckless to
whatever,
you?
dude.
I'm just asking, which one's more reckless to you?
I don't get why the adults would not prefer to get more time and information on when to make that decision or on whether to make that decision.
We got to react now, damn it. We got a show to do, B. Scott.
No. Why? But why does Sean, 7-1, you know the text line, you know the number. Call, let me know.
Run in if you want, Sean.
Why do you want to pay Nico now?
Yeah.
Today.
I want to pay him what Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to get.
And can this not be the lesson learned, the cautionary tale and the lesson learned from Titus Howard from a year ago, where you pay a guy a year? Maybe you got to pay the guy eventually. Maybe you got to hit him with the franchise
If Nico
tag.
Collins puts you in position to where you're thinking about that, fine, but can we get one more year?
Why are we doing it now? And then at the expense of upgrading, because, right, Nico's already on the team, whether you pay him or not, right? He's on the team?
Yeah.
So
takes on his rookie deal.
Yeah. So why do we have to do it now at the expense of adding one of these other guys? I'm fine if we don't agree on the names. That's what this is. That's what makes the debate great. But like, you don't want to do it at all because you want to pay the other guy. You're early. Don't do that. Don't do it.
Here's the function. This is where they really got in the body of the OG John Lopez. B. Scott in for him. Power Hour with Cody Stutes coming up next. This is where they really got into him, Figgy. You heard this.
I'm all
this kind of hurt my feelings.
I'm all for paying guys in their prime, impact players, good money if they feel like they're a good bet, but understand that it's a bet. But also understand this. And one thing that I heard those guys talking about yesterday was like, well, yeah, but, the guys they're replacing it's no big deal. I'll go ahead and say, yeah, we're the adults here, Sean, because we understand actually how much NFL players cost these days. We're not kids in a candy shop being like, I want that and that and that. Yeah. Now, Dad, go take me. I want a car. Oh, I'm not going to get a used car for my 16th birthday.
What?
All right.
What? The used car? No, I'm perfectly fine with being the kid in the candy store, though, actually. That might come up in confessions again.
But I think
I'm actually cool with that.
I'll take that. Their reaction there is to what I said, and I did kind of minimize, because I hear, you have 30 free agents and stuff, and it's like, okay, they got to replace Houston Carson, they got to replace Eric Murray, they got to replace. So yeah, I do think they're going to fill a roster.
Yeah,
they're gonna fill a roster. But yeah, I don't. I'm not even as much. I'm starting to get hip to the possibility of a bargain receiver. I'll talk about it at noon.
They make it seem like, or at least Seth did in there, like if you pay one of these high-priced players, that you're going to be out there like 7 on 11. Like you're not going to actually, there are 3 or 4 or 5 players that need to be on the field at a time. It's like, nah, it does seem like the math will make it work to where you can find some things along the margin.
The 832 says kicker, punter, tight end, DT, DE, LB, CB, and safety. The numbers don't add up to spending all that money on Evans. Come on, brother. You know how this works. Come on. I mean, they can make it work if they want to.
They're going to spend all this money and won't have a kicker.
I mean, come on. You know how this works. Let's be serious. Come on. The kicker.
All that money, we ain't going to have a punter.
All right. Coming up next, the Power Hour with Cody Stutes. Cody says that there's 2 positions that must be filled. No exceptions. We'll talk about that coming up next. First of all, I want to talk about Combine next week, covers the Texans, HoustonFootball.com, and the Cody Stooge channel. So you think there are two positions, B. Scott in the building for John Lopez, you think there's two positions the Texans must fill by vets because the draft class perhaps will not allow them to fill those needs. What are these positions you speak of?
Well, the first position's running back. So I've heard the Adult Swim conversation about you just can't spend any money on these running backs. But the first one's running back because there's just not a rookie when you look at the way the Texans draft is set up that you can competently say, okay, well, we're not going to spend any money in free agency on the running back position, and then we're going to bring a rookie in here. Like, most of these guys are going to go in the second round. There's not a Bijan Robinson this year. There's not a Jahmyr Gibbs this year. If there was, there'd be a different conversation, but there's not. There's not going to be a first-round running back unless there's a big shocker. And so you start looking at the second round, and it's like, okay, can you really use that second-round pick on a running back and have a budget running back and a rookie be the top two backs with Dameon Pierce as the third running back? That doesn't scream to me like a successful 2024 for the Texans. Because as much as this free agency is about like, hey, you got to make smart decisions for the next few years, a lot of it's about like fielding the best team in 2024. Like, let's worry about 2025 and 6 when it gets here, like maximize 2024. Like these next couple of years with a cheap CJ Stroud contract before it gets really expensive, maximize it. So for running backs, like, okay, yeah, you could spend a second-round pick. And look, a few years ago, when I felt like the Texans had some stuff going, I was in favor of Jonathan Taylor, but you've got other things that you need to fill with a draft pick, and using that second-round pick on a running back here and passing up some of these viable free agent options, I just can't see how that maximizes success in 2024.
It annoys me and feels like a conflict when we acknowledge that it's a year-to-year league, but then we start talking about 2 years from now, and 3 years from now, especially if not. And now it's one thing if you are a rebuilding team, and I think that's probably where some of the disagreement comes with Seth. He still views this as an up-and-comer.
This is Seth and Lopez. I'm just kind of the instigator.
Yeah, but there's that there is that whole, oh, well, you're not ready yet thing. Well, it's like, well, that's what you thought last year, and then it turns out you kind of were. And so now you should go into the next year, the following year, under the guise of, or under the premise of, okay, we're not planning for 2 and 3 years from now. We're planning for this year in this year-to-year league.
They're 30 minutes. It's their AFC Championship game.
Yeah, top ball game in the divisional round at halftime.
Like, they're 30 minutes away from making an AFC Championship game. They're ready to rock. So investing in that running back spot via free agency, that's the best way you can maximize. And look, if that investment is, hey, we want to bring back Devin Singletary and add another free agent running back and kind of have a duo and a tandem, if you want to do it that way, that's fine. If you want it to be a Saquon Barkley or a Josh Jacobs or a Derrick Henry and then fill out the rest behind that guy, I'm in favor of that as well. But there's not a rookie and a low investment free agent that you can confidently turn this rushing attack over to for 2024. And then the other one is just, frankly, it's not even really a position that has to be filled by a veteran. It's, to me, a position that has to be filled by a very particular guy, and Dalton Schultz has to be on this team. There's just not a way.
So you're with me on this?
That they can put together a high-level tight end room without Dalton Schultz.
What if they kick the tires on Noah Fant? They think they have like some sort of reclamation project there.
Yeah, I'm not betting on hope, okay? Obama's been out of office for a while. Yeah, hope's not a plan, okay? So you can't bet on that. There's no free agent that's anywhere close to Dalton Schultz when it comes to the tight end spot. And the rookies, you're not getting Brock Bowers. He's going to be off the board by the time you pick in the first round. Jatavian Sanders out of Texas. Okay, maybe you use a second-round pick on him. So your tight end room is a rookie, Brevin Jordan, Team Quintiriano, and some, mid-level veteran.
Beck. Preaching the gospel right now.
The four teams that were left in this thing all had a really good tight end. Mark Andrews, Sam Laporta, George Kittle, and Travis Kelce. Like, the guys that were left all had good tight end play. And look, Dalton Schultz isn't that guy. But you know who's not anywhere close to that guy? Noah Fant. Hunter Henry.
You can sell me though, but you can sell me on in that situation. I don't necessarily know. Like if you signed Dalton Schultz and then you decided you wanted Sanders too, I wouldn't be against it because I think you can use both of those guys. So I actually think in that situation, I'm not against doing both.
Oh, I'm very much in favor of adding to the tight end room beyond Dalton Schultz. I just don't think you can have a tight end room in 2024 and be as successful as you want to be without Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I have no notes on that. Like, I made this exact point yesterday on the show. Like, to me, I'm not overly impressed by Dalton Schultz, but I'd be lying if I tried to act like he wasn't by far and away better than anything that they've had at that position. And to a point that Landry's been making on the show for what feels like years now, they have not adequately addressed the tight end room until the signing of Dalton Schultz. Like, this is the first time it's felt like they took it seriously and it finally worked out. I'd have a tough time watching them try to like hodgepodge their way to that position next year.
If there was a guy that you could realistically see them going, like, if you could trade for Njoku from Cleveland.
Well, that's like, the point on all of this, though.
Yeah, like if there was a guy, I'd feel better about it. There's not a guy.
Give me the replacement and let me feel good about the replacement. Let me feel good about the financial situation and all that. Then we can have a conversation. But you're just like, hey, I don't want to create a straw man here. But whoever is just like, nah, let Dalton Schultz go or spend that money elsewhere. All right, well, tell me what you're doing at tight end.
And it's and an investment in Dalton Schultz doesn't keep you from chasing your linebacker or your defensive tackle or your end or your wide receiver or your running back. Like that's not something that just absolutely hamstrings you either. I mean, look, over the past 4 seasons, he's one of the 8 most productive tight ends in all football. Like, you don't want that guy on your team?
Yeah, he's good.
And listen to CJ talk about him.
He's good.
Yeah, and listen to him talk about CJ.
Yeah,
and it's not it's not. I mean, it's not cheap, but I don't know what the market's going to be for Dalton Schultz. But I can get down with that. But I don't think you sign Dalton Schultz and are satisfied. Like I need another tight end body. So I'm not. I don't look at this as like you could even sell me on they don't need to be aggressive at wide receiver. Like you can sell me on it if you want. If you wanted to try to say Nico and Tank at the top, I can at least understand that. But I don't think you sign Dalton Schultz, and that prevents you from adding bodies to that room.
No, you absolutely should continue to add to the tight end position post a Schultz re-signing because Brevin Jordan, I understand we all remember the big playoff play, but I mean, he was banged up at some points. He was a non-factor at some points. Team Quintierano's never stayed healthy, so you can't bet on him. And so you need to add bodies.
Not buying his stock anymore, Fig. You sit there and laugh every time.
I was just about to ask about this. I was just about to ask about this.
That's your guy.
Move on, man.
We can't interest you in a comeback season.
Move on.
Yeah. So I mean, look, and not a top-heavy tight end class. There's some guys that are middle round, late round. You know, Theo Johnson from Penn State's a name that people have started to talk about here in recent weeks. The combine will be interesting because I bet there's some freaky.
You're going to be out there.
Yep. There's going to be some freaky athletes at the tight end and wide receiver spot at the combine.
I think this year's tight end is last year's wide receiver. I think that wide receiver. I'm very intrigued to see, and there's a name I'll throw out at noon here on In the Loop Sports Radio 16. I'm very intrigued to see what the market says to all of these wide receivers, given how deep the draft is at that position.
I love some of these wide receivers in this draft, and I feel like there's a number of names that are just the perfect fit.
Give me one. Yeah. Give me one.
Every draft nerd needs to put a sock on the door the way they talk about the wide receivers in this.
Give me one. Daniel Jeremiah said if you eliminate positional value, the top 3 players might be wide receivers. Yeah. And I don't see the Texans getting one of those.
Yeah, right.
But give me a name. Like, let's say the Texans' first-round pick. Give me a name.
Troy Franklin out of Oregon.
Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah yesterday talking about him, he said, as I watched all these top cornerbacks, there's a lot of blood on the hands of Troy Franklin as he just ran past a bunch of these top cornerbacks. Like, just speed. Just gets deep.
81 catches, 1383, 14 touchdowns, 17 yards per catch. Good Lord.
Yeah.
He's a freak.
Yeah, he's on my list.
He's a freak. And then Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. He's Jerry in his top 50, so he may not be there at 23, but if he's there at 23, when you think about the way Bobby Slowick uses wide receivers and he kind of mixes and matches, and sometimes Nico's in the slot, sometimes Nico's outside and Tank's it, Thomas can do it all too. Yeah. He's an inside-outside guy. You
might have just said this. He's mocked. Daniel Jeremiah's latest mock has him going to the Texans. I don't know if you just mentioned that.
He has him as the 15th best player in the big board.
Yeah.
And then some mocks have him going there. And Jeremiah thinks that after the combine, he's going to keep flying up the board. It's like there's wide receiver names.
So Troy Franklin and
Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU.
And that same mock's got Franklin being the last pick of the first round. So those are 2 guys that just based off of that mock, this particular mock, feel like they could be available to you at that spot.
Absolutely. Look, and that's now because next week when guys run a 4-3,
it'll change. Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, well, he's not going to be there.
The dream debate for me, like if we're laying out like dream situations, and I want to pose a question. In the 11 o'clock hour, coming up at 11:35. I want you guys to think about this. The Texans added 2 Pro Bowlers in the draft, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
If I told you the Texans were going to add 2 Pro Bowlers, what 2 positions would you pick for the Texans to add? That's at 11:35. Think about that. Get it on the YouTube. Get it on the Twitch. But for me, the best debate that we could be having when you're mentioning these receivers, Stoots, and B. Scott, is is Nico Collins your best receiver? Because you're going to have to start making tough decisions. Like, eventually you're going to have to let good players go. Like, especially if you're building a roster. If we get to comes back, and let's say Tank Dell builds on what he did last year, and you find a wide receiver like Franklin, or if you sign a wide receiver, and we're having the debate, is Nico Collins even your best receiver? And there's a portion of people that say you got to let Nico walk. To me, that is success, because now you go from having two more guys on their rookie deal, especially in like the Franklin scenario, and you continue to have this flexibility instead of having to pay Nico Collins whatever Nico Collins would demand. And who knows, maybe he demands less.
Yeah.
But I think that's the best debate you can have, is Nico Collins has a good year, but you're still having a discussion about, is Tank better, or is Franklin better, or is this guy better?
Yeah, it's got to be undoubtedly a good problem, don't you think, Stoots? A good problem to have where you're like, hey, do we want to pay Nico? You know, like that, because that means that he is more along the lines of what he was this past year, as opposed to the injury-riddled quarterback-less Nico that you saw his first two seasons.
I'd love a whole nother year of proof before I even think about a Nico Collins contract.
Yeah.
And you have that opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to pay him this offseason. He never has to hit free agency. Like, that's one of the best parts, is like, yeah, like if he has a really good season, okay, well, it's going to cost more. Well, I'm happy to pay it if he has another really good season.
Yeah.
I'm happy to pay it if he has like another okay season, but a rookie comes in, also has a good season. It's like, hey, it's a negotiating element for the Texans. They can say, well, we don't have to pay you this much because.
And maybe they get in early on that, right? Like, we've heard Nick Caserio talk a lot on this station about being, and you've talked to him about this at our press, his philosophy on negotiating these in-season contracts. If it looks like Nico Collins is on his way to having, to replicating or close to replicating what he did last year, maybe they start having that conversation during the season, and before the market gets outsized or ridiculous and he hits the market, you figure something out.
Now, there is one element about a rookie that I don't love being the third wide receiver, and maybe I lean towards a veteran, is sometimes you just don't get enough opportunity to get better as a rookie figuring out the NFL. And so maybe a veteran is more ready to attack everything from that third wide receiver spot. Because in practice, if you're the third wide receiver, Nico's getting work, Tank's getting work. That's where the offense kind of goes. Like, how much better can you get?
Plenty of footballs to go around.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you want to operate that way, then I'm certainly okay.
I might have to have y'all leave the studio during the commercial break. I'm watching Troy Franklin highlights. I might have to put a do not disturb on the door.
He's my favorite wide receiver in the draft.
Might be sold on this. Landry Locker, B. Scott, Cody Stutes in the building here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Do you guys have any? Because I'm sensing who y'all's hell yes are when it comes to the offseason. Are there any absolute, whether it's a draft prospect, whether it's a free agent, do y'all have any absolute hell no's? Hell no, I want nothing to do with that.
I do.
The main one was the one we talked about earlier with Patrick Queen.
Yep.
Like, I'm not paying $17 million to to a linebacker. And I've talked about with the roster, all of this opportunity that you can have to upgrade the roster. And then my main thing with it is, like, why are you going to pay $17, $18 million to a linebacker, and you got a linebackers coach / defensive coordinator / all-pro linebacker as your head coach? Like, we had this discussion earlier in the week about DeMeco Ryans pixie dust versus the C.J. Stroud spell. Like, paying Patrick Queen is just definitely saying that you don't believe in this DeMeco Ryans pixie dust thing at all, because you think you need to go get the highest ticket item for an inside linebacker. Like, I'm categorically opposed to that.
I'm certainly in favor of adding to the linebacker room in some way, shape, or form, free agency draft. But the way I look at Patrick Queen is the Ravens spent $24 million average annual value on Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen last year. And then some team's going to pay average annual value of Patrick Queen $17, $18 million a year.
Yeah.
It's like, is he really just $2 million less good than Roquan Smith? He's not.
No.
That's what the market's going to dictate, and somebody's going to pay it because they need it, but it shouldn't be the Texans.
And this is a little football-y, but don't overlook.
It's not being football-y.
Hey, look, and it's football-y for the Ravens too, but just on the Patrick Queen point, don't overlook how much better he got once Roquan Smith got there.
Correct.
Once they were able to play off of each other.
Yeah, he was kind of a disappointment before.
He didn't even get his fifth-year option picked up. You know how bad you have to be to not get your fifth-year option picked up?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when we're talking about and this was when the adults were speaking earlier, Sean and Seth, and they were talking about reckless money, and then the name Patrick Queen comes up. I'm like, that is the when you talk about like rookie free agent deals that have gone wrong. Paying Patrick Queen max value 4 or 5 years, that is the ultimate example of a bad contract.
It would be a silly investment that doesn't.
Depending on the money, obviously, but we always go off of like the spot rack. It's 16, 17.
He's going to be the second or third highest paid
linebacker in the league.
I prefer whatever the drop-off is between Patrick Queen and Blake Cashman, and I understand Blake Cashman is going to cost a lot more than what he used to. But he ain't gonna cost that. What Patrick Queen is, and I'm not even saying
is coming back.
Yeah, but I'm saying just do that. Just do that
and draft someone.
Or do that. I don't love the draft. It's not a great linebacker draft, but
you can get a project.
There's more free agents than
for the price though.
There's more free agents than Patrick Queen. Like you don't have to spend at the top of the market.
That's true.
Remember the guy that almost single-handedly beat the Texans himself in Carolina, Frankie Louvu?
Yeah, he's a hot name right now.
Yeah,
he's a hot name right now.
That guy's a free agent. You've got
top 30, top 35 type free agent.
I'm a big fan of him.
You've got a guy that you want to bet on D'Amico Ryan's drawing the best out of him. How Jordan Brooks?
Yeah.
You want a reclamation project. You want a guy that's
Devin White's out there.
Gonna get maximized. Jordan Brooks from Seattle. He's a free agent. Like it's not just Patrick Queen and nobody else. Like there's plenty of free agents you can go find.
Levante David's out there.
Yeah.
No, there's plenty of names.
Coming up, a familiar face of Texans disrespect says the Texans, not only are they not going to make the playoffs next year, they're going to finish third in the division. Plus, the city of Houston has New York on their knees. Internet.
Man, it is.
market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Texans missed the playoffs in year 2 of C.J. Stroud. Not only did they miss the playoffs, they finished 3rd in the division. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of Colin Cowherd, accused of being a Texan. What Cowherd had to say about the Indianapolis Colts, not the Texans, the Colts, winning the AFC South next season.
I think Shane Steichen's as good a young offensive coach as the league has had in years. $60 million in cap space, and I like a lot of their young players. They almost got to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. Anthony Richardson getting hurt in a weird way as a break because now he could learn from the sidelines. I have talked to Chris Ballard. They love that kid. I'm taking the best quarterback. I don't know if Anthony Richardson is, but it's a wonky division. I look at their schedule. I look at Steichen. I look at their cap space. Shocker, I'm taking the best quarterbacks overwhelmingly. Oh, by the way, the Jags started 8-3 before Trevor Lawrence got hurt. They also hired a defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen from Atlanta, who did the best job with Atlanta's defense in a long time. Look at the Texans' opponents. Cowboys on the road, Chiefs on the road, Packers, I think, are excellent on the road. You face Aaron Rodgers, and he's healthy early on the road. Home games, well, good luck. Lions are really good. Ravens are really good. Dolphins score a lot of points. Bills score a lot of points. That's a tough schedule for the Houston Texans. And they still are in a rebuild. They're still trying to rebuild that roster. So I like Houston. I think they pull back a game or two.
All right. I mean, he lays out some decent points. It's a year-to-year league. I mean, there's no guarantee that the Texans are just going to run away with the division. I would be a little bit more hesitant about Anthony Richardson than he does, just a little bit.
Why did he act like Anthony Richardson not playing at all and having a massive shoulder injury where he's just started to throw it into size?
So, am I bad for, as soon as I heard him say, because he just throws it in there as an aside, but he did say this, I talked to Chris Ballard.
Yeah.
You know who he ain't talked to? I bet you he ain't been sitting up chatting with Nick Caserio, if I had to guess. This felt like a little bit of, hey, I schnoozed a little bit with Chris Ballard. I'm going to put a little extra sauce on what I think the Colts are on my show. That's what. Once he said that, I didn't give it a whole lot of credence.
He did the same thing with Sean Payton.
Yeah. No, he was buddies with Sean Payton, so now all of a sudden Sean Payton is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yeah. Also, I love how he just throws in, shockingly, I'm taking some of the best quarterbacks. And then he says the best quarterback in the AFC South is finishing 3rd.
I will say this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Anything can happen. There's a lot of work to be done, and there's no assurance that the Texans are going to win the division. Like the things that he says are true, but the one thing that I will say in the Colts' favor, I thought Shane Steichen got completely crapped on when it came to Coach of the Year consideration. Like, I didn't think he was in the top 5.
He should have been.
I think that was beyond disrespectful, and I don't like giving the Colts any flowers for anything.
He did a better job than Dan Campbell did last year.
I thought so too.
No, I thought the best thing that he said was the start of it. The best thing that Colin Cowherd said in that piece was that he thinks that Shane Steichen, I don't know about in a long time, but he's certainly one of the more premier offensive minds in the game today.
I think what happened to Philly kind of adds to his to his respect as well.
Also, does Cowherd know that there's some mutual opponents across the AFC South?
Does he know how scheduling works?
Like the Texans aren't the AFC South that plays the Dolphins. They're not the only team in the AFC South that plays the Bills.
Yeah, if you like the Colts schedule, then you should like the Texans schedule because they're kind of close.
Just a couple differences there.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
New York on their knees. They're at the mercy of Houston. Evan Roberts, Tiki Barber, WFAN. Shout out to them. They do not want Saquon leaving New York for H-Town.
The New York Giants have to keep Saquon Barkley. If they couldn't trade Saquon Barkley on October 30th and October 31st, why, months later, would it be okay to let him walk away for nothing? That seems like a complete, utter contradiction. So in my opinion, the Giants made their decision on October 30th. They wouldn't even listen on trade offers.
So many holes that they have to fill. There's going to be a new defensive system. Things may change offensive-wise. Is this really a team that's winning right now? And the answer is probably, they can win some games and steal others. Saquon Barkley is not fully necessary. But my emotion to Saquon is something that I think a lot of Giant fans feel. He is the perfect example of a star player that you would want on this team, you want to hold on to that guy because he's the example, the favored player on the team, finishing their careers as a Giant. Feel like he should be that guy.
All right, now I'll say this. A lot of that's based on emotion. It's not necessarily based on production. But it does kind of show, like, you know, what kind of guy. And it seems like Saquon could be that kind of guy. I know you're pro Saquon. Seth has laid out a case against Saquon. Not strong, but is Saquon Barkley even that good? I will say this. If you're going to look at Saquon's stats, like it's been a disaster what's gone on in New York. I would look at 2 years ago. I'd look at his rookie year. He had 1 year where he missed a lot of time, but it's really just about surroundings for Saquon Barkley, need all that.
For me, it's about the fact that he's a guy who showed that he could carry an offense, and if he were brought here, if he were signed here, he would be coming here to not do that anymore. Like, you're taking a guy who has shown that he can carry an offense and then telling him to come to Houston and play second fiddle to a Pro Bowl, possibly all-pro level quarterback. Like, to me, that is upgrading the position and asking a little bit less of Saquon Barkley. From that standpoint, it's a perfect fit.
2 years ago, he was on a team with a shaky offensive line that had competent quarterback play. Now, put him on a team that has excellent quarterback play. Hopefully the offensive line's better. And, oh, yeah, everything else around him from a skill position standpoint is better as well. Tell me that guy couldn't be one of the best running backs in all of football.
Yeah.
Like, 2 years ago, Daniel Jones just played competently, and Saquon was one of the best running backs in all of football. Had the best season of his career. And now you're going to put him on a team with C.J. Stroud, and they've got weapons out there at the wide receiver spot and the offensive line. Hopefully he's going to bounce back.
This is the part that I feel like the Saquon Barkley skeptics are not giving enough credit. The difference in situation. Like, and I just hit on this, and you did too. You're asking him to come into a situation that is different. You're talking about what he was and what he's been in New York. Well, he carried them 2 years ago, but he's coming here to do something different, to perform under different circumstances that are ideal to productive running back play. A quarterback, weapons, an offensive line that could stand to improve, but might actually do that. They've invested more money in that than anybody. It's different, man. It's different here than it is in New York.
And I think the running back position as a whole and how much it costs and all that, I think the value is different than it's been like in recent years. I don't think the impact has gone away. The impact of the position has not gone away. It still can be a significantly impactful position. Coming up, the Texans. So they added 2 Pro Bowlers last year. If you could add 2 Pro Bowlers to the Texans roster, what 2 positions would you choose? My answer may surprise you. We'll talk about it next. But first, I want to talk about Orchard and the win-win program, which is
98.73 network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Texans added 2 Pro Bowlers last year. If they add 2 Pro Bowlers this year, and these are guys that aren't currently on the roster, what 2 positions would you choose for them to add? You can pick anything. Anything you want. Brandon Scott in for John Lopez. Cody Stutes here for the offseason power hour before he goes to the NFL Combine next week. What 2 positions would you choose? I'll start with you, B. Scott.
Easy for me, man. This one's easy for me. It's running back. We've talked about running back a lot on the show, a lot throughout the offseason already. We're going to talk about it some more. But running back is an obvious one. And look, Devin Singletary, I know he wasn't up this moments. He had some games that were really good, but I feel like you put a Pro Bowl running back on this squad last year, and I like their chances a lot better against Baltimore and competing in the AFC Championship game. It's going to be running back and defensive tackle.
Okay. Stutes?
Mine is also going to be a defensive tackle.
Okay.
Because if you have a Pro Bowl defensive tackle, that means Will Anderson's probably had a really big year. That means the end opposite Will Anderson's probably had a really big year.
Yeah.
And then my other one is a cornerback. If you had a Pro Bowl cornerback added to this team, that means you'd have 2 Pro Bowl cornerbacks because I bet you Derek Stingley is a Pro Bowler next year.
I just didn't get greedy. I like that one, Stoops. I just didn't want to get greedy because I thought you might already have one.
Also,
I'm with you, though.
Also, they have 3 cornerbacks on the roster right now, so they need to add some cornerbacks.
Oh, no doubt.
So if you told me they added a guy who turned into a Pro Bowler, be it a rookie who just had a really impressive season or a veteran that they went out there and got, I believe Stingley's going to be a Pro Bowler next year.
Yeah.
So if you added another corner and he was also a Pro Bowler, my goodness.
I have corner on mine too. And for the same reason, I like Derek Stingley, but I don't think we should ignore that he's had trouble staying on the field. So not only could you potentially have one of the best cornerback duos in the league, you would have, in a perfect world, a guy on his rookie deal or a guy that you brought in for cheap opposite Derek Stingley, to where if he does miss time, you don't necessarily miss a beat. And shout out to Steven Nelson. He did a good job last year. I would just kind of like to move past that for a number of reasons. So cornerback would be number 1. Number 2 for me would be wide receiver. And if you added, if you told me Franklin or someone like that at wide receiver, and you could maybe even let Nico Collins walk to where you have 2 wide receivers on rookie deals in Tank Dell and whoever that rookie wide receiver is, I think that would be very valuable for C.J. Stroud. I'm confident they're going to add a good running back. So I don't even feel like that would be like something that I would aim for. But I'll pick wide receiver and cornerback, and I understand that I'm ignoring the trenches. I just feel like Will Anderson's already going to be that.
Yeah, cornerback, I can't believe I'm actually saying this considering how bad the cornerback position has been for them at different points. It's not as bad now, obviously, or I guess it is since they don't have none. They just got Derek Stingley for the most part. But cornerback does, for me at least, feel like something that pieced together doesn't feel like the right term, but it feels like they could figure out cornerback and maybe benefit more from having a Pro Bowl level. I know defensive tackle seems like something that we all kind of agree with, but they could benefit more from a Pro Bowl level defensive tackle in DeMeco Ryans' defense. Like, especially considering you already have a Pro Bowl level end. Like, to me, that tandem is just too hard to resist. And again, this running back situation fixes the problem. Like, this is kind of a dream scenario we're talking about, adding a Pro Bowler, whoever he is, not even a name. But that fixes the problem. To me, like, you fixed the running game. You got a Pro Bowl running back. That also, to me, tells me that you got a much more balanced offense. It's not C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick or bust. And to me, you're just an overall better team under that scenario.
I feel like the cornerback position and defensive tackle, I mean, we talked about that. If you're a Pro Bowl, I feel like you had a really legit, awesome season.
Yeah.
Whereas wide receiver, running back, linebacker, sometimes it was a little watered down season. And kind of the name recognition gets you there. Defensive tackle, you got to be a monster. And corner, you got to be a monster.
Let me ask y'all something. Would y'all have said a year ago, I don't know, can't remember what y'all thought about Dameon Pierce this time a year ago, but would y'all have said going into the 2023 season that the Texans could potentially have a Pro Bowl running back on their roster?
I did not think that.
You didn't think that? Okay.
I thought he was like a closer / like 1A,
right.
1B in a perfect scenario.
I only mention that because I do feel like
it was a popular take, though.
I feel like he was treated that way.
Popular take.
I'm along the lines of y'all in that way, but it did feel like going into it, the feeling was they might have a Pro Bowl level running back as their number one guy, and then we realized what exactly it was. I feel like if you fast forward and put yourself in that situation now and actually have one, then you're kind of cooking with grease.
Yeah, Damian Pierce and Jalen Petrie both had to get travel credit for their trip to Orlando because everybody was sending them before the season started last year.
Jalen Petrie especially.
So they got travel credit for that Orlando trip.
Yeah. Jalen Petrie was beloved.
Oh, he showed up with his grill, everything. I mean, they
moved out of the parents' house.
Yeah, no, like superstars at training camp. Superstars.
Yeah, Petrie was. In his defense, he was wearing the grill on the back end of the season too.
Yeah. Well, but because why you think? Because by that time he was a star. You had the interceptions or whatever it was.
So nobody said defensive end. Is that because we believe they already have a
Will Anderson, man? Belief in Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Also, if they bring back Grenard as well,
which I think they might be able to at a bargain.
What's a bargain?
12, 13 mil.
Mil per sack?
Yeah, something
that's
like
good.
that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Mil per sack.
We'll see. I don't know. There could be some money out there for him. The market always speaks to different guys in different ways. Let's play the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Worst podcaster in the country and a guy who had a hell of a season last year for the Houston Texans, Steven Nelson. He was on NFL All Access. You could tell he was a little bit disappointed because he went on there and 55% of his dialogue was about C.J. Stroud. They asked him about C.J. Stroud. You can kind of hear him underneath his breath like, man, we're not talking about how great I am. This was Steven Nelson being asked about when he knew C.J. Stroud was that dude.
When did you know, Steven? Was it like D'Amico in training camp? Was it C.J. Stroud in September? When did you know that this group had it?
I believe it was probably after my first win of the season. We played Jacksonville, went down there. Jacksonville was rolling at the time, and we had just came off of two losses early, and we got that big win. And you can just see the chemistry, and you can just see the energy after that win. And I just kind of knew that the season was going to turn around then.
What set CJ apart?
Listen to him.
Man, you got a lot of different strengths to him, man. Smart kid, for one. Great playmaking ability, confidence. He's a leader. He just gets it done. Like those highlights, like you couldn't imagine how he even got those things off, man. So big playmaking ability. I think that's what sets him apart.
All right, that guy should have a podcast. Steven Nelson, do you think Steven Nelson's back next year?
No.
Nah.
I do not believe he will be back.
I think this is going to get out of control. Like I love the confidence of Steven Nelson. I love what he did last year. I mean, he's pushing his podcast on. It's awful. He was smacking gum yesterday. Like we'll play it in confessions. He's starting it off. They don't even know what they're doing. They're literally reading cans like his sponsors, and they don't get into it for 6 minutes, and he's not saying much. He's literally smacking gum into the damn microphone. And I know you're laughing because in college I did the same thing, but that was my first radio show ever, jackass. I was even 20. I was 21 maybe.
Is this not his first podcast? I'm assuming it must be.
But come on, man.
Somebody's got to show him the ropes.
This is common now. This is common now.
Yeah, well, I hope he's listening to In the Loop and learns a lesson. I hope he does learn something.
It sounds to me like
UD came up to me. Hey,
like
cannot be smacking gum on the air, dog.
Like Landry would like to be the executive producer for Steven Nelson.
No, I would not. There's nothing there.
You could help him.
There's nothing there.
Everything.
You can help him with the content.
There's nothing there.
Nah, that's why he needs you.
But there's nothing
content
there.
Creator.
No, there is nothing.
If
there.
he hits you up and say, "Hey, I want you,"
man, it had nothing to do with you. On God, man. On God, no. It is so bad. It is so bad.
That's the thing. You can make it better.
No, I can't. There's no meat on that bone.
They have a better chance helping him with his farm or whatever it is that he got, his ranch or whatever.
I don't know if they're going to move on from Steven Nelson. If they bring him back, that's fine. But I think this is you got to go find another Steven Nelson at this point. I don't think this is gonna end like he thinks that he's prime time right now.
You've got to find the next Steven Nelson, not bring back the current Steven Nelson.
Yes.
So somebody coming back off of an injury. Awuzie, the corner from Cincinnati, who was banged up a little bit in his time there, used to be a Cowboy before that. Like, that's a guy. Even even if you wanted to dip into like Stephon Gilmore or something.
Yeah,
I
don't know, but I like that y'all use cornerback as both of y'all as the position that you would pick for a
let's
Pro
make
Bowler.
it clear, Steven Nelson was great last year.
No, he was excellent.
He was one of the best players on the team. They do not go as far as they did without Steven Nelson.
100%.
I'm going to make that very, very, very clear. But the manner in which they found him, I want to find someone else instead of someone coming in there not necessarily as hungry as he once was, perhaps on the last contract.
100% co-sign that, and I would say it is a position that it doesn't feel like we talk about, the collective we, the community we, doesn't feel like we talk about enough.
I would hate for the Texans to be in a position where they're shoehorned into, gosh, we have to draft a cornerback in the first or second round to have that depth player and not have an option day one. Like, look, there's some really good corners in this draft, but for the 2024 season and what you want to accomplish, I just don't know if day one every rookie opposite Derek Stingley starting at cornerback 2 is the way to go.
Yeah, it'll be really, really interesting. NFL Combine starts next week. Stutes, you're going to be there. What are you going to be watching closest at the NFL Combine?
Well, there's going to be just some absolute freaks at wide receiver, and that's going to be a really interesting conversation to watch. A name that is like a borderline first rounder that at the end of the combine everybody's going to say is absolutely a first rounder is Mitchell, the wide receiver from Texas.
Adonai Mitchell.
He's going to test off the charts.
Surprised his name is just not coming up in this hour, man, honestly.
And everybody's going to say, "Oh, he's for sure a first rounder." So there's a couple of guys where it's like, "Oh, okay." Like,
dude played in 3 straight college football playoffs because he was at Georgia, and then he went to Texas.
Yeah,
a stud.
There's some players where they've got health concerns and this and that, so that'll be like reported, like, "Oh, the medicals came back good," or "The medicals came back bad."
The red shirt year.
You really want to see and hear about offensive linemen do well?
Nah, we're good.
Well, listen.
We're good.
I'm gonna explain.
We don't need to go in the
Let me
sticks.
explain.
No thanks.
Because the more offensive linemen that go ahead of the Texans pick, the better player gets pushed back to the Texans.
Yeah. All right,
they don't need an offensive lineman. They shouldn't draft an offensive lineman with any other top 4 or 5
you're
picks.
the man out, damn it, Landry. I knew he was going somewhere with that.
They shouldn't invest in free agency in any sort of Big Ten name. But the better those big men do a combine and get people salivating at tackles and this and that, push those guys up the board, because that means a really good player is going to get pushed down the board. And then you're going to have some corners just absolutely be monsters.
God, those are hard to evaluate, man. Yeah. I do not envy the evaluation of cornerbacks.
It feels like, you tell me if I'm wrong on this, Stoots, it feels like there could be at least 3 players at 3 positions that would be interesting for the Texans. Wide receiver, maybe even corner, and I might maybe not
defensive tackle.
Yeah,
if they don't spend big in free agency, there's going to be a handful of defensive tackles that'll be intriguing, even in the first round.
And a couple, and maybe 2 edges, like the Robinson,
Demarcus Robinson from Missouri.
Yeah,
he is peak. Learn the name, because he's going to be associated with the Texans come draft time.
Yeah, you talked to him at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yep, he talked to the Texans at the Senior Bowl.
He's got that long body that all these scouts like.
Missouri had to use him inside a lot as a defensive tackle, lining him up opposite Will Anderson and releasing those 2 absolute freaks at defensive end. It's kind of a dream scenario.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
He is exactly the type of guy that the 49ers were drafting for these past couple of seasons, with a little versatility. He's like a guy that they paid, and Eric Armstead's got inside-outside versatility. Like Demarcus Robinson is a guy, learn the name, he's going to go a lot higher than you think he's going to go.
All right, looking forward to it. Combine, that's when business picks up. That's also when a lot of news goes down. Stutes will be out there. We'll be sure to join him at the Combine. Perhaps even appreciate you for coming in for the off-season Power Hour.
Anytime.
All right, there you go. Coming up with B. Scott. To draft or sign, 2 possibilities at wide receiver, including one that could be a repeat of last year's best move that Nick Caserio made. Lunchtime next.
Area 45 with always live on the free Odyssey app.
Deja vu in a different form. So last year, and I credit Nick Caserio with this. B. Scott, Figgy Fig, Landry Locker with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So the proudest I was of Nick Caserio last year, it was not when he drafted C.J. Stroud. Like, anyone can do that. Yeah. Like, anyone can say, I'm going to take a quarterback, and you take the second best quarterback. It's impressive, and I'm glad he came to that conclusion. And a lot of us were wrong on that, including myself. It wasn't when he traded up for Will Anderson. You had extra draft equity, and you were able to do that. So I don't like, you can be being aggressive in the draft. That kind of happens. That's not where I was the most impressed with Nick Caserio's like mental makeup. I was Nick Caserio last year was when he let the market speak. And he took advantage of an opportunity based on what the market said, and he added an elite asset to his football team. And I'm talking about Dalton Schultz. Last year, the NFL draft, it was stacked at the tight end position. It was absolutely stacked at the tight end position. And because of that, most teams were not willing to pay big money for a tight end. And we go off of spot rack projections, and sometimes the market speaks, and those projections don't look good. Dalton Schultz last year, his projection was 3 years, $33 million.
Yeah.
The Texans wanted no part of that.
Yeah.
So they let Dalton Schultz test the market, and Dalton Schultz ended up being on the market a little later than the Texans had anticipated. And the Texans ended up swooping in and grabbing Dalton Schultz on a 1 year, $10 million deal, like in that range. Nick Caserio let the market speak, and because of how things were lined up in the draft, he was able to take advantage of that and bring in a very key contributor to the Texans and a key contributor to C.J. Stroud's historic rookie year. That was last year.
Yeah.
This year, we're talking a lot about big-name receivers, and we're talking about Mike Evans, and we're talking about, a lot of these receivers, and we're looking at these projections, and we're saying this guy's going to get this much money, that guy's going to get that much money, and we're just assuming that it's going to be the same. But if you look at the layout of the draft, it's actually pretty similar in that there are a lot of wide receivers in this draft, specifically in the first 2 days. Daniel Jeremiah said the top 3 players, if you ignore positional value, could be wide receivers. We're throwing out Franklin at Oregon as a potential guy for the Texans, or Adonai Mitchell, and they're drafting late in the first round. Those guys might not even go first rounds.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, much like the market spoke to Dalton Schultz, if there's a receiver on the market that we might not even be talking about that is projected to get X amount of dollars that Nick Caserio could potentially bring in at a bargain, much like he did Dalton Schultz. And there's one guy that crosses my mind. And you see this name on the text line every once in a while. You see it on the text line. You see it in the YouTube comments. You see it in the Twitch comments. I won't even say his name. I'll let the great Gus Johnson say the man's name.
Mayfield winds up down the field. Hollywood! Who is this kid? Where'd he come from? Kyler Murray delivers, and it's caught. Hollywood! Lights, camera, action! Hollywood Brown!
Hollywood Brown, I think, brings an element to the Texans that I don't think that they possess, and that's deep shot ability. That's unrealized potential, and I don't think people are going to pay Hollywood Brown the projected 3 years, $45 million that he's projected to get because of the layout. Do I think the Texans should pay Hollywood Brown 3 years, $45 million? No, I didn't think they should pay Dalton Schultz 3 years, $33. But the market spoke to Dalton Schultz at his position. That market is kind of set up the same way at Hollywood Brown's position. If you get to a situation where Hollywood Brown has to take like a 1 year-ish deal, I think you could do a lot worse than Hollywood Brown.
Yeah. I like the way you laid it out, especially at the end there, right? We're not talking about Hollywood Brown. I'm not going to speak for you, but I'm pretty sure you're not talking about Hollywood Brown at crazy
Hell
Mike
no.
Evans type prices.
I'm talking about the market speaking to
Yes.
him, or maybe some of these other receivers to
Yes.
where there are bargain opportunities, much like there was with Schultz last year.
Yeah, and much like Schultz, could be a better player than what the market dictates. Now, I think with Schultz, just to go back to that for a second, I do wonder, and wondered even at the time, how much the market was being dictated by the recency bias of how the Cowboys season ended or I guess now 2 years ago. His last season there, with him not getting out of bounds or not getting to the first down marker, and like it was a real weird ending to the Cowboys season.
They also had a stud behind him in Ferguson.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, do we really need this guy? But it seemed to also neglect the fact that he was really, really good. And before that, but like prior to that, it seemed like, that 3 years, $33 million sound pretty reasonable for Dalton Schultz, So I do wonder how much of it had to do with a recency bias that ultimately benefited from, maybe perhaps benefited from.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's quite the same with Like with Hollywood, he's also been hurt a little bit at times, and he's kind of just been in Arizona where, like, it's just almost like out of sight, out of mind. Of course, the Texans know about all the players from across the league, but yeah, I'm with you on this. Not at sticker price, but at depreciated value, at market dictating that he gets less than, and I'd hate it for him to not get what he feels like he's worth. But for the Texans, yeah, man, I think that is something they could definitely take advantage of. And if that's your third best receiver, or if he's pushing to be your second best receiver, I think he could do a lot worse than that.
At the 832, someone says that Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley already dumped all over the idea of bringing in Hollywood Brown.
I heard him.
Now, I think they probably dumped on the idea at 3 years, $45 million, or being your top target. Dalton Schultz was not the Texans' top target.
Right.
I'm just saying, I could easily see the market speaking to Hollywood to where the price makes sense. I'm not sitting here pounding the table for Hollywood Brown. I'm more intrigued by the possibility of drafting a rookie. And if you want to talk about this type of player, another possibility, like Xavier Worthy could be there in the second round.
Yeah, I'm interested.
And Xavier Worthy is kind of like a Hollywood Brown type of player.
But younger.
Yeah, but way younger and way cheaper. Yeah. So Xavier Worthy in the second round, he's not even in the top 10 of receivers right now. So maybe that's a better possibility. But I'm talking about the market speaking. I'm not saying Hollywood Brown as a top target. I'm talking about there's going to be guys. There's going to be guys who you think are going to get this much money, and they're not going to get that much money, and they become opportunities. I'm talking about this at a bargain price. I'm not pounding the table for Hollywood Brown. I heard a little bit of what Clint and Ron said.
Yeah.
They didn't say I wouldn't take Hollywood Brown on a 1-year deal after the market speaks to him. They're saying that wouldn't be like their top guy, and that's not a guy that they look at as like a game changer, like some of the top big names that we're talking about.
Love the idea for the market relative to the talent, and I feel like the risk in that point, the reward far outweighs the risk. So that's why I love it. My pushback on Hollywood Brown and even Xavier Worthy to an extent would be, all right, you do already have a 5'9" receiver,
but he doesn't play that way.
No, he doesn't. No, but that's a problem for me too. Like, honestly, I credit to them for not playing that way. But you already got a 5'9" receiver that has shown his willingness to block on run plays at the goal line. So you got a gritty 5'9" guy already on your squad who blocks. The risk injury. I don't know how much I love the idea of having small, tough guys on the team and what that might mean for their risk injury.
The other name that gets brought up, and this could be the same type of thing, is Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel's been in disastrous situations, Carolina and Washington. You can do a lot of things with him. Bobby Slowick might run 4 reverses a game with him, I think. But Curtis Samuel's another guy where if the market that people are going to be paying Hollywood Brown and Curtis Samuel big money.
Yeah.
So the situation could line up. So whether it's Curtis Samuel, Hollywood Brown, keep an eye on that. The other thing about this, and B. Scott, you mentioned drafting a wide receiver in the first round, Troy Franklin, Adonai Mitchell.
Yep.
And who knows who else comes up. Isn't it kind of like the fact that you're even having a discussion, and as outlandish as this discussion typically is, the discussion's even being had about Mike Evans at 31 getting X amount of money. Isn't that kind of like a case to draft a wide receiver in the first round?
Yeah.
Because they are so expensive?
Yeah. No, I think that's the perfect case. And to me, it also falls in line with these arguments that we're making for Curtis Samuel and Hollywood Brown. They're so expensive, probably depending on how well you feel about the wide receivers at the top of the depth chart, being Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Okay, do you feel like you need to upgrade at that position at the top end or at the back end? Or do you just want to bet on the potential of what a rookie could provide you, what an Adonai Mitchell or a Franklin could provide you? Or is it just like upgrading from the Noah Browns and Robert Woods' of the world? Like, I think there's more than one way and not an exact science to this.
Yeah, it's interesting. Text line 713-572-4610. Personal phone as well. Not going to give you that one. Sean Pendergast just texted in, and I think he brings up a good point. This segment, love the topic, by the way, is yet another argument against Lover Lopez, saying Evans is a no-brainer. Hey, Lopez is Lopez, I'm me. I'm open to the Mike Evans possibility, but I'm also, like, with how things are shaped up, I'm open to letting the market kind of speak. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, but see, I'm and this is the thing I can't get with my
counterpoint.
We're acting like, I feel like with the Mike Evans thing, and this is where I'm for it, and I understand all of the arguments against it. I think it actually makes sense. I'll even concede this. It might actually be smarter to go after a Curtis Samuel and then draft a wide receiver. I'll go with that. I'll concede that. However, the argument for Mike Evans is more so singularly about Mike Evans. We're not just giving you a blank 31-year-old wide receiver. I heard Sean even call him a Pro Bowl wide receiver. No, he's not just a Pro Bowl wide receiver. He's Mike Evans. All right, he's not just a 31-year-old Pro Bowl.
We need a Sean run-in. We've been talking about Sean enough.
Well,
we know he's a P1. We know he's a loophole.
Yeah, no, but
we need a Sean run-in.
And I
bring your ass to the ring, you bald chump.
I love you to death, but I feel like we got to say all of what it is. It's not just 31-year-old Pro Bowl wide receiver. It is this 31-year-old Pro Bowl wide receiver. And I think Mike Evans, especially, look, if it's not a 4-year deal, if it's a 3-year deal or less, I got a tough time saying no to it. If it's a 3-year deal or less, I got a tough time saying no to Mike Evans, knowing what he is, knowing what he provides, and suspecting that he's got at least 4 years of elite football in him. So it's not just like, oh, well, like the gap, the difference between Mike Evans added to this wide receiver room and, say, Hollywood Brown, Curtis Samuel, or the uncertainty of Troy Franklin, Adonai Mitchell, and all of these other wide receivers that we like in the draft, it's just too wide of a gap for me to shrug my shoulders at it.
Yeah, I get that. It'll be interesting to see what Caserio thinks about it. I'm not as comfortable with the wide receiver position as many are. I've seen, a small chunk from Tank Dell, and I've seen one season from Nico Collins. So we'll see. I think there's going to be a balance with how Nick Caserio approaches this position and how he decides to handle.
Honestly, I don't see how you could watch the Jets game. I know you hate it when I brought it up again. I don't see how you can watch the Jets game and be like, yeah, I'm good with the wide receiver room. Nah, because, man, it just takes a couple of things to happen, and then you're like, oh, crap, I don't have no wide receivers.
I don't think that there's enough attention being paid to just how the offense is set up right now. Like, you got I'll say it again. You got a quarterback on his rookie deal. You got 4 wide receivers on rookie deals. And you've invested all you're going to invest in the offensive line, at least like significant investments. Yeah. So does that not come into play? Like, do you not have any like disposable income type of?
You said significant. Key word here. Every investment that they've made has been significant. Are they not all significant? The least significant move that they've made on the offensive line is a second-round pick at center. But everything else is either a first-round pick or a gaudy contract. So, they've done that. They've tried that.
We got some news from Ian Rappaport.
Let's go.
God, this is insane. So this might impact the decision-making by the Texans. So the NFL announced, this is salary cap news, the cap This upcoming season will be $255.4 per team, with an additional $74 million per club payment for player benefits. This includes performance-based pay and benefits for retired players. Total 2024 player costs will be $329 per team, or more than $10.5 billion league-wide. This is an unprecedented $30 million increase per team in this year's cap, and it's the result of the full repayment of all amounts advanced to the teams and deferred by the players during the COVID pandemic, as well as an extraordinary increase in media revenue for the 2024 season, close quote. So
what's the best?
There you go.
What is one of like the top 3, maybe top 3, top 5 experiences in life? Free money, unexpected money. You know what I mean? Like when you get some money that you weren't expecting, maybe a check from a long time ago, or somebody, I don't know, your uncle drops you $100 in a hand, gives you $100 handshake or something like that. Like money that you didn't expect to get, or didn't whatever it is, but oh, look, I got this extra money. Nothing better than me. Yeah, this is new. This is new money.
B. Scott's right there at the corner store right after that, man.
I'm telling you. Let me get an extra one of them.
The bar too.
Yeah, man. I can have a fourth. I'm usually good for 3. I can have a fourth. Why not? Newfound money. That's how I was in Vegas, actually. Yeah. I kid you not. I got an extra check for some freelance money or from freelance work that I'd done. And I was like, I got to Vegas and I was like,
oh, damn,
man,
where'd that come from?
We're spending a lot of money out here. And I was like, oh, you know what? I didn't actually notice.
Oh, where's that come from?
I didn't notice how much money I was spending out here.
Little buzz.
We're good.
Bzz, bzz.
I'll take
money to spend.
Or that email notification, your invoice is on the way. It'll be there tomorrow.
I've enjoyed this back and forth with Payne and Pendergast because I think it's good. I think there's no like set philosophy. And also, I'm enjoying the fact that it's focused on Lopez's philosophy right now. Because I'm not one to instigate. I just kind of moderate.
Except for when we do the thing where we lump in guys who are on the same show or at the same station.
Yeah, like
those guys at 610 said this.
That does not that never happens.
Those guys at In the Loop said this.
We've never said the same thing.
The guys at 610 talked about the fans.
Yeah, that's never the same guy.
What's funny about that is that it's kind of how radio works. Like, it only works because we don't say the same things.
Yeah,
it would really suck if we did.
I do not agree with any of you mofos 24/7. Y'all don't agree with me. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. I'm kind of over one of the current Texans, and I really just want to move on. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole sins. Some of these have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm ready for Steven Nelson to be gone. I appreciate your service. That was great last year. I want to find the next Steven Nelson sooner rather than later. I saw online he was pushing his podcast. He said something like his next topic is going to be Twitter GMs, yada, 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 yada. Everyone thinks they're a GM, but they don't have the job title. My counter to him would be everybody thinks that they can host a podcast.
Yes.
This was how he started.
But it is because everybody,
yeah, that's true,
for better or worse,
but
does host the podcast.
So this is how he started this podcast that he's pushing now. This is how he started his podcast, and I want you to listen to the smacking of the gum into the mic as well. But this is how the podcast started out that he keeps pushing. He put this tape out there and is pushing it.
No. You got to share that junk.
So when we say we live on YouTube, they can hear us talking right now. Oh, YouTube, what's poppin', baby?
What's poppin', baby? Hey. Look out for the cookout. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what I mean? YouTube, welcome. I mean, I feel like y'all invaded a little space, but welcome to the house.
Yes.
How about that? The Corner Suite house.
The Corner Suite, welcome to the spot. What did you say?
Look here, welcome to the spot, G-spot. Hey, look here, whatever you want to call it, baby.
Z-spot, it is the spot.
This is the spot to be.
Yeah, this is the spot to be, whatever you want to be.
This is the spot to be.
It's where you need to be.
If I was on YouTube, I'd be here.
Yo. I'm trying to tell you.
I'll be right here if I was on YouTube, baby.
Hey, man, I need a shirt that says I'm trying to tell you.
Just turn around, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Tell them my
what you said?
I'm well, don't even talk no more.
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you.
Dude,
that
YouTube.
This
Hey,
is
YouTube.
This
I
is the
hope
part
y'all
that you
getting
do before you
together
hit record.
and
What's cracking?
everybody got their pod juice and cups filled because we about to have a great show right here.
We're going to have a great show, man. Welcome back. Corner Suite, me and my guy, Dante.
We know that. We clicked on it.
Mr. Five Picks right here. That's Steve Nelson.
Let's get it.
You know what I mean? Corner Suite, baby.
Please get
Corner
it.
Suite. We live.
Please get it.
Man. Pour some of this pod juice.
Please pour some of that pod juice
before we get up into it.
So then he grabs a bottle of pod juice. It looks like a really nice bottle of liquor, and he can't open the bottle. So this is the podcast that he's pushing everyone to. And by the way, when he actually breaks it down, it's not much better. Like it's not like it's not. He's not Jonathan Joseph. He's not J.J. Watt. But when he starts breaking it down, it's not much better. And apparently they couldn't pour up before, so he can't even open the pod juice bottle. Here's more from Steven Nelson.
You know, I like being live more than now. How you feel?
Yeah. Because big lights and big stage, you know what I'm saying? I perform better.
Come on now.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on now.
I perform better. 5 picks.
Tell him just roll the ball out.
Yeah. In between them lines and in between the corner suite.
Yeah.
Going up.
We going up, baby.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all hear my boy.
Pod juice. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody been asking and talking about.
Hold on now. A little technical.
Oh, you got it?
Technicality.
Okay,
Hold
well.
on. Keep going.
Why is he doing this?
Everybody been asking us is in the pod juice. Yo, I got to come on set to see what's in the pod juice. I need to come to the corner suite and drink whatever y'all drinking with this pod juice.
Dog, am I tripping? Hold on.
You big tripping, probably. Look here.
I know I ain't tripping, dog. Hold up.
Pod juice don't even.
No, watch this.
No,
Watch this.
I seen. Look.
Dog.
We need to have where our technical difficulties.
Oh my God, we having technical. Dog.
Where our technical difficulties.
Hold on.
No, we live. This is the perfect thing about being live. Y'all see the real shit.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties.
Hey, come on, man. Help us out in the back. Pod juice, baby.
Still the gum. Is that like how gross is that to you? Like the gum in the ear?
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's spit. That's live
nasty,
spit. That's
bro.
live spit.
That's
making
like
noise.
number
We
one
still
thing
live,
to
baby?
do. This is they put
What'd
this
you
out
say,
as a
my
podcast
gram?
episode. This is not a live. This is a podcast episode. Like this is literally like in audio form.
Yeah, that joint had got stuck or something.
Anyway, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Man, that gum is in HD form,
Dude,
man.
So then here we go. So then and again, the good stuff is not much better. But then you have this. So I guess I don't know if they are sponsored or not. I doubt it. But there's like an energy drink up there. And you know how normally you'll do a read, you'll be like, yeah, this is sponsored by blank energy, you know, the most pure form of energy, blah, blah, blah. This dude pulls out an energy can. I think he's trying to act like it's, and he's reading the flavors, and then he's reading the slogan. Listen to this. This is the podcast that Steven Nelson is pushing. This is the tape that he's putting out there.
Hey, Uptime, appreciate the follow too, man.
Uptime, baby. Uptime. Uptime.
Still chewing that gum.
Uptime energy drink. Uptime getting so personal with the corner suite.
Yes, Lord.
Gum,
I mean, we like the
smacking gum
ambiance
in the
that y'all
mic.
providing us, the Uptime.
Oh, yeah. Uptime showing us love, man.
Yo, Uptime showing us real love, man. We
get that. What
Look
flavor
here.
that is? What flavor that is?
I got raspberry lemon. What you got?
I got that green mandarin. Uptime. That green mandarin hit. I ain't tried that one yet.
Look here. Y'all, Uptime energy drink. It'll keep you on your toes anytime from midnight to 3 a.m.
That's a serious combination, my boy. We got mental. That thing say mental, physical, energy drink, natural caffeine, 0 sugar. You know what I'm saying?
Always a positive.
If you calorie watching. Oh, hold on. They even got like a little slogan.
Okay.
Awaken the senses with the refreshing and sparkling blend of green mandarin
He's reading the can.
and other natural flavors. Damn. Awaken the senses? What your John say?
This is the start of the podcast.
I say the same thing. Awaken your senses. So Uptime out here.
Awaken senses.
Awakening senses. So if your senses are
piss poor.
diminishing,
Yeah. and need some attention.
Yeah,
This is what Uptime advertising these
Uptime
days?
got you.
I don't think there's.
You know what I mean? Shout out to Uptime and of course, Lucia Cigars for a great drink and pod juice.
You spread them
Shout out
out.
Lucia Guitar. I said guitars. I'm bugging.
Cigars.
Lucia Cigar. I'm bugging.
He's so
Lucia Guitar. Cigars.
He
You know
called
what I'm
the
saying?
cigars guitars,
Shout out
by
to
the way.
them boys, man.
And shout out to that pod juice. You see what pod juice do to people?
Man,
Y'all,
I'm calling cigars guitars. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Shout out.
All right, that's the. I mean, this is what he's pushing.
You know what this sound like?
They got to be nervous or something.
No, this sound like a regular Instagram Live. Remember back in the day, you used to go on Instagram Live?
Yeah.
And people, we live? Oh, yeah.
No, you know
That's what it sound like.
I'm glad you said that, Figgy, because this reminded me of when they were like, oh, so when we live, that mean they can hear us? This reminded me of like the first time I ever went live on Facebook in like 2015 or whatever that was.
Yes.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is Facebook Live.
I just don't know what he's doing with this podcast, man. Like, I don't know what is going on here. We got to find another corner, man. Thank you for your service. They wouldn't have been as far as they were without you. Perhaps the play that allowed the Texans to win their first playoff game since 2019, but man, don't talk about Twitter GMs and stuff, because obviously fans are going to have opinions. Not everyone should start a podcast. My goodness.
Watch this.
Whew. I'm not going to recover from that one. Save me, B. Scott.
Hey, all that being said, I found Landry's blind spot, or a blind spot of Landry.
I got many.
This is something that I've been picking up on for a while, and this is another example of it. Not that points weren't made just now. Points were definitely made. That was awful. God awful, what we just heard. But Landry's got a blind spot for athletes with awful digital presence. Really anybody. If your social media is whack, if your podcast is whack, if your YouTube, if your digital presence is whack, Landry's going to lose some respect for you, even if you got some qualities about you that are worth respecting. Titus Howard started looking like a schmuck on social media at times during the year, and Landry started to question if that dude could even play football. Now we got Steven Nelson, who we all acknowledge can definitely play football, was one of their better players last year. And, hey, if they don't bring him back, what did Cody Stoops say? I would like to find the next Steven Nelson as opposed to bringing the current Steven Nelson back. They got to figure out something. But how does Landry feel about it? Nah, man, just get this dude the hell out of here. His digital presence is whack.
I like what Tunsil does. I even respect what Micah Parsons, Tyreek Hill, all of them are doing. I just think that sometimes, like, if there's like things that you aren't good at, hide it, man. Like if you put on 15 pounds, wear a hoodie, wear your shirts a little more loose.
Yeah,
I can speak from experience on that. Like Steven Nelson to think that he's just really tearing up the game right now. Because what happened is he looked at Micah Parsons and Tyreek Hill. He's like, man, I'm ready for that.
Yeah, well, part of it is also a lack of respect for media, for people that are outside of media. And so, like, if you're a media outsider and like disapprove of media, there's this feeling that, hey, I can just jump on it and I can do it better than the folks that do it. And that don't necessarily be the case.
Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Saquon Barkley. Question was asked this morning by our guy Seth. Is he even good? Is Saquon Barkley even good? Let's get to the bottom of that next.
All right, you're looking for a lower car payment. I got.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Saquon Barkley. 5 reasons the Texans should sign Saquon Barkley. B. Scott has these reasons. Then we're going to ask another question that was posed on the air this morning. Is Saquon good? 713-572-4610. Slime off coming up at 1:20. B. Scott has his 5 reasons to sign Saquon Barkley. Lay him out.
Hey, still in his prime. Still in his prime. I feel like this is the anti-argument against the Derrick Henry, who, I'll be honest, I'm here for some Derrick Henry on a short-term deal. But with Saquon specifically, still in his prime, plenty of tread left on the tire. You cannot make the case that this is an old running back or damaged goods or any of that. 26 years old. This is the second contract. Saquon Barkley still in his prime. I think that is good enough reason to at least consider it and certainly to sign Saquon Barkley. That's number 1.
Next reason, numero dos.
All right, man, look. He's already shown that he can be the focal point of an offense that goes to the playoffs. He carried that Giants team, and for some reason, the Giants made the decision to pay Daniel Jones instead of Saquon Barkley, in spite of the fact that Saquon Barkley was primarily the reason why they were in that position. But nonetheless, we did see we were given evidence from that season, from the 2022 season, that Saquon Barkley can take a team and be the focal point of an offense that goes to the playoffs. And by the way, if he were to be signed with the Texans, he wouldn't be asked to do that anymore. So you got a guy that can be the focal point of an offense that would be coming to an offense that he would not have to be the focal point of. I think that that's intriguing.
Next reason, number 3.
You are uniquely qualified to pay Saquon Barkley. You don't have to pay the quarterback right now. You don't have to pay the edge rusher that looks like a guy that you're going to have to pay eventually right now. You don't have to pay the cornerback even just yet. You qualified to pay a little bit extra for a luxury item, which I will admit, Saquon Barkley, I could see how that could be a luxury item, a high-priced free agent running back. But you're uniquely qualified to do it.
Number 4.
I think you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I think we acknowledge that they've got to upgrade the wide receiver position. We're just probably across the board in disagreement on exactly how they should go about it. But they've got to add more weapons to the passing game. Saquon Barkley is one of those. And he's addressing this issue that you got at running back, this hole that you've got at running back. We talked earlier in the show about wanting to add a Pro Bowl player at a position. Well, I feel like you accomplished that with Saquon Barkley by adding a Pro Bowl level running back who also makes your passing game that more explosive.
Final reason, throwback Joe Webb, number 5.
Last one here, baby. What is Bobby Slowick going to do with an actual running back? With an actual running game? And this is not disrespect to Devin Singletary. I like what Devin Singletary was able to do last year. But I think the one main criticism for me with Bobby Slowick last year was, especially with him coming in as a first-year offensive coordinator and having been the passing game coordinator where he came from in San Francisco, the question that I still had was, can he scheme up a run game? Now, to be fair to him, he didn't have exactly what you'd want at the position.
At times he did good with, though.
Yeah, I thought at times he did good.
Well. Cincinnati comes to mind.
Yeah,
Arizona.
Yeah, and part of it too, I thought Singletary also did a better job of making the most out of an offensive line that just that you would like to for the investment that you had there. But you would get the answer. This boy wonder, this guy that other teams want to interview for a head coach because of what he's doing from the Shanahan tree, what he's doing with this Texans offense, you would get the complete picture of, all right, what can he do with an actual running back, with an actual running game? I think it gives you some insight into Bobby Slowick. He ain't going to be around for much longer. I'd like to see him get the most out of a player like that.
Those are Scott's 5 thoughts on why the Texans should sign Saquon Barkley. Scott's thoughts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL. But right now, this was a question. I didn't even think this was going to come up. This was with Sean and Seth.
Struck a nerve a little bit.
They were talking about Saquon Barkley. We had the back and forth about San Francisco, but this question got posed by the great Seth Payne earlier today.
It's not as simple as, hey, spend big on these two, like running. See, I don't want to pay a running back on a second contract. I'm almost dead set opposed to it, unless he's like the cherry on top.
like the McCaffrey type. Like if Saquon
Right,
could
and even
be like
then
their
they didn't
McCaffrey.
actually. Right, and even McCaffrey, they didn't really spend on
They
him.
traded half a draft. I mean, I wouldn't dismiss trading half of a draft when you have limited draft equity. I would say that's a lot.
And like I said, that was the cherry on top.
Yeah.
That's different than where the Texans are right now. I guess part of it is too, where I'm like, is Saquon Barkley that good?
I'm hearing you not be very sold on Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I feel like we're drafting Saquon Barkley
A
here
little
more
bit.
so. They're like, hey, just imagine what he might do. He's been in the league for 5 years.
All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing.
Okay, there you go. So is Saquon Barkley good? I was surprised by that.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize that was a question. And honestly, this bothers me a little bit because Seth, I can acknowledge this. Seth, having played a decade in the NFL, knows a lot about football. Like
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm
He
breaking
likes
ground
Derrick
there.
Henry. He's a Derrick Henry guy in his defense.
Yeah. So the guy knows what he's talking about. All of us, I feel like there's a consensus, whether you want Saquon or not, feel like he's good. So somebody here sounds crazy, and I feel like the guy who knows more about the subject matter is the one who sounds crazy. Seth, yes, he's good. He's good, my guy. He's good.
Here's the other thing about it that I think is interesting, and I'm not going to dismiss trading half a draft and then bringing in a relatively high running back contract. That seems expensive to me. Like that seems like a lot. Did San Francisco think he was the missing piece? Like they were okay when they traded for him. Like they weren't like it wasn't like, oh, this is going to put him over the top. It was actually kind of a ridiculed move.
Their quarterback situation was suspect.
Yeah, they ended up not losing a game with him in there, but I don't know.
They have a franchise quarterback.
But I get what he's saying. Like, is he the final piece? This is not expensive. Like, this is what I feel like is going on here, and I'm enjoying the hell out of this because this is the dialogue that the people are having. So Lopez wants to like Evans and Saquon. Payne and Pendergast want to look at other impactful positions, although I'm not paying a linebacker a lot of money. I think that's like a prototypical bad move. But I almost feel like Seth is shopping for a big screen TV 20 years ago. Like, he's acting like running backs cost the same now as they did even like a short time ago. Like, people don't value running backs to where you get bargains. Like, you can go to Costco and get a big screen TV for $300 now. You go to Target and get a big screen TV for $300. They used to be like a couple thousand or whatever the hell big screen TVs were. They used to be expensive as hell.
Yeah.
I think they're looking at the running back position like you're still paying guys $15-20 million a year, and that's not what's happened.
Yeah.
With the running backs,
You get to, and we talked about this before. You as a squad, the Texans as a squad, could benefit from this market correction, or however you want to actually look at it. This devaluing of the running back position. The Texans can benefit from that. I mean, we're not that far removed from all of these guys getting on a Zoom call and talking about how they are underpaid.
Yeah,
well,
Austin Eckler.
It ain't got better. Like, newsflash, that didn't help them. That didn't, like, break ground or change the landscape or anything. They're still underpaid, and sorry for those guys, but the teams that are going to pay them, that are going to get to underpay them, are going to benefit from this market, from this idea that running backs are somehow not valuable. And maybe they're not as valuable as the game and the league becomes more pass happy. To provide that dynamic that Saquon does, I think are different. They are in a different characterization for me.
I just wonder, like, we do this, I do this. You take examples of things and you say, well, this happened, so you don't do this. It happens all the time, and it gets kind of difficult because you can find an example of anything. What's like even a similarity to where the Texans situation is right now? Because I do love that Seth is saying, they're still rebuilding, and he wants to balance aggression and rebuilding. Lopez is treating this like the Texans are one player away or a couple players away, and a good offseason puts them into the Super Bowl. I'm not saying which side is right or wrong, but I do like that Seth's kind of balancing both of those out. I don't know like what specific instance I point to and say like this is where the Texans are. I don't know that I can point to Buffalo 2 years ago or Cincinnati Joe Burrow's second year.
I don't like the tone of, and I'm not going to say I haven't been guilty of this myself at some point, but I don't even like the tone of one player away, because that suggests a level of desperation that I don't feel like exists in this scenario. It's like, well, you're not just one player away, so you can't spend all of this money on the one player. Or the other side of it is, man, hey, all you need is this, and you'll be great. It's like, no, just like, how much money do you got? You got a bunch of money? Okay. You're trying to upgrade your talent? Oh, you feel like the window is open because you've got somebody out on top of the head coaching situation? Like, that's how it's different from the previous years. Nick Caserio has had to nickel and dime his way to a roster, or at least had to for his first 2 seasons, and didn't have all of those things figured out. Now they do have those things figured out, plus more money at their disposal to do more things. It ain't got to be this, are we one player away kind of thing. Like, to me, the tone of that just is unnecessary. It's just, hey, how much talent can we get for this money, and let's go get it.
See, and I'll also confess something. Like, I don't want to say triggered, but I'm kind of disgusted with the way the running back position is spoken of. I think it's unfair. I do get that you can find backs and you can find bargains and, you know, don't draft a running back here and positional value and all that. I don't think that the Lions regret drafting Jahmyr Gibbs last year, and I don't think that the Falcons are up in arms because they took Bijan Robinson, regardless of what happened last year. But I feel like anytime something goes wrong with a running back, like the Chiefs draft Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and all of a sudden, like, that's pointed to as, that's why you don't draft a running back in the first round. I'm telling you, damn it. What if they would have drafted Jonathan Taylor instead?
Yeah.
Like, what if they would have drafted J.K. Dobbins and J.K. Dobbins would have stayed healthy?
Yeah.
Like,
and how does the presence of Jahmyr Gibbs and what he did this year with the Lions, how does that, like, reverse that thinking?
Like, there's all kind of busts in the NFL draft, and a lot of times, like, there's a better chance that a guy's not will, but you don't sit there and say, well, that's why you don't draft a quarterback, that's why you don't draft this, that's why you don't draft that. And these guys still impact the game.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like the game has changed. Yes, teams pass more, but, like, there's a reason that the teams that run the ball effectively, but we focus on, well, you know, this team had this, like, oh, the 49ers, man, it doesn't matter who their running back is. They have Elijah Mitchell. Okay, well, they also drafted Trey Sermon on day 2. That didn't even work out. Then they decided, okay, we're going to trade half a draft for Christian McCaffrey. Like, it's just a position that I think has been so devalued that it's a bargain now.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you don't, like, if we were saying that they were going to get, like, top money in the league, no, but I feel like they're almost like a bargain now to where the risk isn't as high.
Yeah, and there is some balance between, for me, the cautionary tale, which you have. You've got plenty of cautionary tales. Maybe Clyde Edwards-Helaire is one. But there's cautionary tale and there's the self-fulfilling prophecy whereof, okay, so we've been saying for however long that the running back position is devalued. And so then you look up and you see a bad running back move or acquisition or draft pick, and you're like, all right, that reinforces what we've been saying about the running back position, whereas maybe it's just a cautionary tale about that particular process or that particular player, and you can just isolate it to just be that particular situation. Cautionary tale versus self-fulfilling prophecy. You need to find yourself somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle, I think, is a healthy place to be.
Coming this back and forth. We'll hear Lopez get dissected by Payne and Pendergast when we go around the league. Or did he? Getting a lot of support on the text line for the OG. Shout out to all the loopholes. But coming up next, Texans' biggest hater has spoken. He's expecting small things from the Texans this upcoming season. Plus, there's uncertainty when it comes to a certain free agent, but he knows one thing for sure. He ain't going back there. I'll tell you where that is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You've gotten all the juice.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans not winning the AFC South. That's not my dialogue. That's what Colin Cowherd, big fan favorite around here, that's what he had to say about the Texans in 2024. This was his explanation for that.
Now they have to play with expectations. Schedule is significantly harder. And oh, by the way, Anthony Richardson and Trevor Lawrence are both healthy again. So that's a team I like. I don't think Houston bottoms out. Sophomore slump. That's a team.
All right, sophomore slump. What would it take for the Texans to have a sophomore slump? Because look, Texans gonna win more than 11 games next year? Like, no, there's not. I mean, they could easily come down to earth. But what are the elements of a sophomore slump? Like, what elements do the Texans possess that makes you think that the arrow isn't pointing up?
Yeah, I think the first thing that I would point to is if this expensive offensive line that they've invested in really isn't that good. Like, I feel like we were able to make the excuse.
That's a possibility.
We made the excuse last year about health. What if it's healthy this coming year and the excuse isn't there and you don't get the upgrade in performance that you're hoping that you get from being healthy? Like, I think that could be it. And if C.J. Stroud's running for his life, or if the interior is not that good, whatever the case may be, like, say you do actually have pretty good tackles, but those interior guys are not as good as you need them to be, I could see that being a problem for the offense overall. That would be the main thing I would point to. Maybe some drop-off in the defense if you don't upgrade the talent. I don't know. Like, for me, especially in a division like this, last year they told me that the Jacksonville Jaguars are supposed to just walk away with it, just run away with it and like leave everybody in their dust. I don't know if you can say that about any particular team, the Texans included, whether it be the Texans, Colts, or the Jags. Like, I feel like it's kind of an open division.
Except the Titans we're just dismissing.
Yeah,
right?
no, I would dismiss them.
Okay.
I think it's a three-team race, and all of them should probably feel good about their situation, whether it be coach, quarterback, or a combination of the two.
Yeah, I think it's a three-horse race. I think if we look at the quarterback situation, I think that there's two good quarterbacks in C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence. Both of them are trying to take that next level. Per's had multiple cracks at it, and he's kind of come up short, at least from year 2 to 3.
Yep.
Building off a good year and trying to have like a phenomenal year. He kind of failed at that last year. We'll just throw the rookie year with Urban Meyer aside. Anthony Richardson, we don't know what he's going to be.
Yeah.
I think that
I got to ask you, though.
I do think the Texans and Colts have the better coaches, though, like for right now.
That's where I'm going with this.
I think Shane Steichen, I think he got very disrespected by not even being considered for Coach of the Year. I think that's a joke.
So with that being said, and I know I'm more intrigued by Anthony Richardson than you are. We talked about that even last year going into the draft. But does Shane Steichen and what he was able to do both with the limited sample size with Anthony Richardson and what he's done with Gardner Minshew, does that not at least make you a little bit more, I don't know, intrigued by what he might be able to do with an Anthony Richardson who you don't think is necessarily a good player?
You know what scares me even more than that?
What?
What scares me even more than that is if what we saw the final game of the season, and I think a case can be made, there can be a discussion that Jonathan Taylor was the best player on the football field when the Texans took on the Colts in Week 17. I think you could have a strong case for that, and he kept the Colts in that game. What scares me more is if Jonathan Taylor's going to be that guy from the beginning of the season to the end, now that he's got his contract and whatnot. That terrifies me, and that's why I want the Texans to up their running game a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, we wanted in the draft Jonathan Taylor 4 years, or however many years ago that was now? 5 ago? Yeah, we were
not 4.
2020. 2020. Yeah, it was a 2020 draft.
I did a whole article on it.
Yeah, we've been on that for a minute, and I think that's ringing true to this day. I'm with that.
I'm excited for this. What this is going to look like. What CJ is going to look like. Cowherd has him third. All right then. So this was Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne discussing the Lopez philosophy of free agency. This was the thing that I took most exception with our buddy Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, I'm all look. And here's the thing: sometimes when you get into debates like this, it's like there's an implication that Lopez wants to go spend the money, and we want to somehow save the money, like we can put it in an IRA or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm all for spending all their cap money this offseason. I just wouldn't spend it on a tippy top contract for Mike Evans and a tippy top contract for Saquon Barkley. I don't think that's I don't think that's a smart use of those resources.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
That's fair. I would go tippy top on Patrick Queen. Wait, what? I would go tippy top on Christian Wilkins on the interior of the defensive line. Like that's I would splurge and pay what the market is for those guys past the age.
Okay, so
for the
hold on a second.
For the two lesser players, he would pay the money.
Hold on a second. Like Saquon Barkley, we're talking like $11 million a year tops. Like that's what the Jonathan Taylor contract was. I think something like that. The projection for Patrick Queen right now, I think, is like $17 million. That's then the Mike Evans situation. You're drafted a linebacker who really had one really, really good year. Like he didn't get his fifth year option picked up. Titus Howard got his fifth-year option picked up. Like, he didn't get his fifth-year option picked up. You want that, like, when we go through the history of free agency, I know there's going to be exceptions to everything, but paying Patrick Queen market value, 5 years, $16, $17 million a year, to me, that comes across to, at least in my eyes, as the prototypical bad free agency contract.
You talked about the devaluing of the running back or just the way the running back is discussed. Just as we're talking through it right now, the idea, like, how did we arrive at a place where a guy who can score touchdowns for you makes significantly less than an inside linebacker? Like, and you could maybe even argue that linebackers are not talked about the way that they used to back in the day, but that Patrick Queen is up for a bigger payday than Saquon Barkley tells you that the world, at least from a football standpoint, is on his ass. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, market?
The Patrick Queen thing is a hell no for me. That's my one hell no. Like, I don't want to pay Patrick Queen $15, $16, $17 million.
Yeah, no, and for Patrick Queen's sake, I hope somebody does do it for him. I hope you get that payday. Just not here, buddy. Not here. Not here, dog. Go get it, but go get it somewhere else.
Hey, if there's like a third-round guy that D'Amico likes at linebacker, or if Christian Harris wants to continue to develop Blake Cashman and maybe look at like some of these other possibilities at linebacker, I'm good with that.
That's where you trust the D'Amico pixie dust.
I can't get down with Patrick Queen like that.
Yeah.
If they now.
You ain't even got to get down with Patrick Queen.
Is the whole reason to even have a Patrick Queen is so you have somebody to defend guys like Saquon Barkley, or if you got a mobile quarterback or something like that, like you have a guy like that only to combat what the Texans are trying to upgrade in their offense. Like to have positions.
Is
like
he
that.
better than Christian Harris?
Probably.
By a lot?
So yeah.
Is it by a lot?
I don't know. He's had one good year. That's.
I don't think that's worth paying it. Nah, I'm not
a
so.
linebacker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's the bad contract.
But would you rather upgrade Blake Cashman? And I feel like this is bad because both of these guys are really good for them. But hear what I'm saying. Would you rather upgrade Blake Cashman or Devin Singletary?
Devin Singletary.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that seems pretty easy to me. And especially even at a cheaper price, for $6 million cheaper. It's $5 or $6 million cheaper.
Yeah, the Queen thing would terrify me. Now, I want to make this clear, and this is the same caveat that I used last year when we were talking about the draft and we were talking about different things. Whatever they decide, I trust. So I'll have my initial opinion, but if D'Amico didn't want to draft a quarterback last year, I would have rubbed with it. I mean, I might have disagreed, but right now, in a hunting phase, but I'm in a I trust these guys.
No.
That's where I'm at.
If they pay Patrick Queen
$17,
$18 million a year,
I'm not down with that.
I'm going to ask them how many of them other cats said no. Because that's going to be the only way where I will accept it. Like, all right, well, you just couldn't get nobody else. But you're going to have to tell me the no's from Mike Evans.
They're not going to do the Queen thing.
Saquon
The
Barkley.
Queen thing would be crazy.
Hell, even the defensive tackles like
Wilkins.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand that a little bit better. At least that's the D line, and you got the hole there. You say that's where your defense starts. Like I would at least understand the Wilkins thing. I don't think I'd be mad about that. The Queen, I would not get. You would have to explain it to me like I'm 5.
My dream for like this portion of free agency is that, much like they found Steven Nelson and did a good job in doing so. Much like they found Devin Singletary, like they're able to do that, but at a higher scale. Like at a higher scale now that the place is more appealing and stuff, and then you can swing for the fences and bring in your big name guys. But the thing that I don't like in the offseason is, well, you need this more than that. Might not be there, man. Might not be there. Sometimes you got to adjust. You go to the store, you need this. Well, they don't have, hey, honey, they don't have this. Well, get that. Like, that's what free agency is.
Yeah.
If you tell me, oh, we can get an elite edge rusher, okay, that sounds great. All right, let's do that.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Give me a corner while you can, too.
Oh, is there a value all-pro guard, too? Let me get that.
Have it your way.
Just bring me one of them safeties, too.
Oh, damn, they just got that 99-cent cheese roll-up. Throw one of those in there, too.
Hey, man,
wow, there's a all-pro kicker for cheap. Okay, let's get with that. Let's upgrade there.
Yeah. Hey, I don't really love cross-sport comparisons, but this is what I think
They're
about.
awesome, though.
I don't love them, but this is what I think about. You remember, damn near 15 years ago now, when the Heat went out and signed LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and brought back Dwayne Wade, they weren't like, oh, my God, we got to figure out a way to get 9 other players. They just basically went out and got 9 other players and were like, hey, we got these. Now, it's different, okay? You can't just sign 3 guys and then you got a team. But similarly situated, if you were to just spend big on, say Matabike is available, and you go Matabike and Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
All right, well, now you're going to have to find some things along the margins to fill out the team. You're not going to be able to get maybe the $8 or $9 million linebacker or whatever else you were going to get. You're probably going to have to find the $3 or $4 million one. But that's the cost of doing business when you add high-end talent and you try to get better along the margins with it. Like to have an elite core.
Nick Caserio.
Yeah, that's his job.
That's his job right there.
Yeah,
Figure it out.
Give me an elite core and then figure out the rest of the things along the margins.
The beauty of it, Landry Locker, B. Scott with you here, Figgy Fig on Sports Radio 610. The beauty of it is like there's no formula.
Yeah.
There's no formula, and it's a give or take type of thing. So there's no like formula.
Everybody using it.
Be awesome, yeah. Hey, I want what they got.
Yeah.
Let me go get.
This is how you win.
McCaffrey. Yeah.
This is how you win the Super Bowl.
That's what's fun about it, man. Like that's what's fun about the discussion. That's why it's there, and that's why free agency is so excited right now for the Texans going around the NFL on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I'm gonna play a game with you guys, and you got to choose a side. No fence sitting here.
All right.
I'm gonna play a game of more confident in with you in the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are one. Tell me if you want to play this. Or tell me where you side. Which are you more confident in? Nico Collins as a number 1 receiver or Derek Stingley as a number 1 corner? We got to factor in health and everything, too.
Derek Stingley is a number 1 corner.
Derek Stingley.
All right, that was easy. Which are you more confident in? Titus Howard becoming an elite right tackle or Kenyon Green becoming a serviceable left guard?
Oh man, no, this is when it's even easier. Titus Howard for sure.
Yeah, I'm rolling with Titus.
Yeah, and I was
serviceable.
Oh, dude, I was the one
like Michael Dieter, like type Kendrick Green type. Serviceable.
Okay, so what is
serviceable? Is like
a starter,
a mediocre-ish, okay starter that you
in and out. Okay,
no, yeah. Listen, right now, today, based off of what we have, Titus Howard, despite his gross mismanagement by the team, is much closer. He's been paid. He's much closer to being an elite right tackle, no matter what we think about him. He is much closer to being an elite right tackle than Kenyon Green is to actually even being an NFL player. Okay. Like he's fighting for viability, period, being on the team. Okay. So, yeah, no, this is going to have to be Titus Howard for me, even easier.
All right.
Yeah, I'm rolling with Titus on this one.
Damn, Kenyon.
Yeah. And I made the case last week of, hey, what if? What if Kenyon Green can't? What if he's the missing piece? I did that segment.
Yeah, you're a fraud for that.
I did that.
You're exposing yourself as a fraud here.
That was more hope trafficking. You're asking me to not fence it and take a side. Hey, look, man, this one seems pretty easy.
All right, final one. More confident in Dameon Pierce or John Mechie as a contributor in 2024?
This This is the hardest.
I'm gonna say Pierce.
Yeah.
Because Pierce didn't have a good year, but at least he did something on special teams.
He could figure something out.
You could throw him somewhere else. I feel like they ain't do that with Mitch.
I feel like Pierce could get better and be like your second 2B 3 guy. Like it wouldn't be the most shocking. Like it wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world if Dameon Pierce establishes himself as like your goal line running back and number 3 guy and finds ways to hang around. I don't know about John Mechie.
Yeah.
Like especially if they draft a receiver or something like that. I don't know how he fits in. And the other thing about it is this. Maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment when it comes to the Super Bowl, but for me, even in like a best case scenario, if John Mechie plays better, I'm watching the San Francisco 49ers, and I'm watching these number 3, number 4, number 5 receivers. Jennings is on special teams almost blocking punch. Jennings is doing all this gadget stuff. Freaking Conley is...
Chris Conley.
Yeah.
DDTing guys on punt return. He's making like... I don't think Mechie does other things to contribute to where if he's pushed back to like 4th or 5th, that it's like valid to keep him around.
Yeah, but I do think that he can just be better at what he's been asked to do.
Maybe.
Like he just wasn't good enough last year at it.
Yeah, but how much better?
Yeah, I would go with Dameon Pierce on this just because I've seen him score touchdowns. I've seen him go on long runs, whether it's from the line of scrimmage or on special teams. Seen him run over dudes. Seen the success. Haven't seen it from Mechie yet, so if I had to not sit on the fence and pick a side, I'm going on Dameon Pierce.
So we have a controversial quote as we go around the NFL. From ESPN. This is Greg Roman. I don't know why this is so controversial. Maybe you find it controversial. Greg Roman, former OC of the San Francisco 49ers and Baltimore Ravens, now the OC in Los Angeles. He said the following, quote, "Can you imagine Justin Herbert with a great run game? We don't know, but I can imagine that what it might look like. So that's kind of the vision." Close quote.
What's
Austin Eckler feel like right now, man?
Yeah, man. Look, down, and that's the one thing you can say for sure about the running back too.
I feel like they might be a dark horse for Saquon. By the way,
oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Harbaugh's going to want his like,
but they got all them cap issues though.
Yeah, and that's why I want the Texans to take either Khalil Mack or Bosa bargains.
The running back position is for sure the one where if you have a down year, we will act like you were never good. Like we'll just say that you're done. Which, may be fair. Maybe once you see the tread start to wear a little bit, maybe that's scary. Man, it's almost like that comment. I guess the controversial part is it's like, hey, was Austin Eckler never there? Did you forget that he existed? And
no, he's feeling some way about that.
Wasn't great last year.
He's feeling some way. So Matt Araiza, however you pronounce it, the punt god, as they called him in college, he signed with the Chiefs on a veteran or on a minimum deal. Tommy Townsend scheduled to be an unrestricted free agent. You might remember he was accused of something terrible with a girl. They found out he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
And now he's getting another chance. Buffalo originally drafted him and got rid of him. So he's with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Somebody owes that cat some money, man. I don't know who it is, but somebody owes that cat some money.
Someone, I think it was Seth, maybe, said that the Taylor Swift fans that aren't hip to this are just going to automatically reread the headlines and come at him now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they're Chiefs fans now.
Oh, yeah.
They're not even going to factor in that he got let go. It's just going to be like cancel culture.
Yeah, the moral outrage.
Swarm.
Oh, man. I hadn't thought about that.
Surely not.
How could you let him around women?
Keep this guy away from Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce, by the way, is in Australia. He went to the zoo.
Are they going to make Travis Kelce like a woman abuser apologist or something? How could you play with this guy like he has anything to do with it?
Taylor went to the zoo one day, then Travis came in town, and she took him to the zoo the next. So she went to the zoo 2 straight days. I like the zoo, so I don't know. And, man, can you imagine, going to the zoo if you're Taylor Swift? I bet you get, all...
Oh, well, you have
try playing catch with the monkeys.
I mean, do you have to shut it down?
They probably gave her, a suit where you can't be bit. She got to swim with the alligators.
Yeah, I mean... You shut the zoo down.
She got to get in one of those big balls with the hippos or something.
Oh, I ain't trying to get nowhere close to the hippos.
Nah, those are the ones
I'm good.
Hippos or alligators, I'm out.
Nah, yeah, I'm good.
I don't need to be anywhere near those things. There is nothing cool about that for me. Coming up next, you know what time it is. It's time for the slime. Is Amber Rose Slime Off worthy? Does she deserve to be the Slime Off champ? We'll discuss next.
Area 45 with
It is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Amber Rose and CJ Stroud, they were in the news. Let's hear from Cameron and Mace, and then we need to cuss and discuss if Amber Rose is slime ball worthy for this week. This was Cameron and Mace on It Is What It Is, talking about the notion that Amber Rose had CJ Stroud just take her to her hotel.
I think that's actually the new wave. That's the new wave. There used to be guys dating younger women. Now it's older women dating younger guys. It seems like it's the wave.
It's still the same way because young bitches be on old too. I be batting them joints away like bees, man. Back up, little girl. Leave me alone. I'm not what you want. I'll ruin your life, baby. As far as this situation is concerned, girl, I ain't got nothing bad to say about her, but I'll say this. You got to know when laying on you. It's 100 ways, and shout out to Amber, that's homie. But it's 2 billion ways Amber Rose could have got back to her hotel. CJ Stroud was the last ride to the hotel.
Word.
That was the last one.
Word. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Yeah, if it wasn't for CJ, I don't know what I would have done. Come on, man. So,
all right, there you go.
People from New York crack me up the way they be talking.
All right, your thoughts.
They tell stories, man.
Does Amber Rose deserve slime off consideration?
See, I had a slightly different theory on how this played out. I do think that CJ probably volunteered his own ride so he could do this. I mean, CJ is a child when Amber Rose is ascending, when she's rising to prominence. So that's probably like one of the bad ones of his entire life. I can see CJ signing up to do the Amber Rose ride home. I think where Amber Rose was more of a slime ball was the leaking of CJ Stroud is going to be taken. Like, I don't think it was a coincidence that a camera was there to capture them perfectly walking out to his car.
Oh, wow.
I think that was the setup part.
Oh, wow.
That was the setup part from Amber Rose.
Oh,
and
wow.
somebody from Amber Rose camp got with somebody from 97.9, made sure that video was out there, and that's how we got this conversation started.
Oh, wow. Okay, by the way.
Yeah, so I think she deserves, but I just don't necessarily view it the same way from the same lens as Cameron did.
All right, the next one is Matt Miller. Matt Miller works at ESPN. He's a draft scout. He basically tweeted something to the effect of the Patriots shouldn't draft a quarterback because they're not a quarterback away. Look what happened with Houston last year. They have a Hall of Fame left tackle and a solid core versus what happened at Carolina. This would be that all over again. First of all, I hate that philosophy. We're not a quarterback away, so we're not going to draft a quarterback. I think that's weird.
Very weird.
The other thing is someone dug up his receipts from last year, and this was what he said about Bryce Young when they found out he was going to Carolina. Quote, Young elevated an Alabama offense in 2022 that lacked star power. In Carolina, he'll have an elite offensive mind, a solid and improving O-line, and veteran targets. It's a great landing spot for Young. I don't mind. Like, look, people are going to be wrong about drafts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty extreme right there. I don't like the philosophy, although I don't know if is it slime off to have that type of revisionist history, or sometimes revisionist history just a resource for what the reality was of a situation, despite the fact we thought that.
Yeah, I tend to lean on the latter. As somebody that gets things wrong, have gotten them anything wrong in all of the sports that we cover, I tend to give him a little bit of grace on this. A little bit of grace on this in terms of whether it's slimy or not, even if you're wrong.
Yeah, sometimes I think
even though the whole back away logic is just is just trash to me. But I don't respect that.
But sometimes there's like a tendency where you go back and you're like, well, Vegas picked them to win 4.5 games, and they did this, so they did like. Yeah, that's like one little thing.
Yeah, one data point.
Just because it was considered that the Texans didn't have the ideal situation by some last year, and then we have a year of proof that it was a decent situation for C.J. Stroud, doesn't mean if you embrace that it was a good situation, it's moving the goalpost or making it any less of a thing. It's just kind of how it played out.
Yeah, you can have more information.
Yeah, if Carolina exposed itself as now, if you say I said this and you're lying about it and all that, or saying anyone says that, that's fine. But what is Matt Miller supposed to do?
Yeah, no.
Is he supposed to quit talking or something? I don't get it.
Listen, let's just be real about it, man. I was optimistic about everything once it kind of got going with the Miko and the CJ pick and everything. I was optimistic about it, but the overall takeaway was that this is a new team and you have no idea what to expect, good or bad. Like, you couldn't crown them. You couldn't say it's the same old Texans. It was none of that. It was not like, hey, they got this pedigree, they're going to be great, nor is it these are the same guys that have been terrible from before. I do think that there's something to what the Texans had been prior to that. All of the coaches in as many years hadn't been good since the Deshaun Watson situation. Everything that led up to Deshaun Watson wanted to be true. I can't just act like the Texans hadn't made a mess of themselves leading up to this run that they just had. That part of it was true, and we have documented it quite well on this radio station. So, we can't have it both ways. The situation did not seem great at the time. Turns out the situation is a lot better than it's been.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That's how it played out. It ended up Texans ended up putting together a situation that was good for C.J. Stroud, and C.J. Stroud was good for them. I don't think Matt Miller is going to win this slime off. I think Amber Rose is probably going to win it, on a low scale. But my biggest problem with Matt Miller's tweet was not that.
Yeah.
Because he was getting kind of run on by Texans fans. Oh, revisionist history, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it is a little bit, but it's okay.
See?
But I don't like the don't draft a quarterback because you need other pieces.
That's
you can
the
do
worst.
that each year. What does that mean?
That part of it is the worst take. That's the part you should be getting dragged for. But outside or absent of a strong passion for the Texans, or affection for the Texans, those are the only people that are arguing right now that going in, that was a good situation. And those were just from rose-colored lenses.
Yeah.
That's from, hey, I want this team to be good. I want to feel good about my football team. And then, lo and behold, you were right. But that wasn't based off of, any kind of, history or matter of fact. If you were basing it off of the information you had at the time, it did not seem like a great situation. Oh, good thing for Texans fans. Good thing for the Texans. We were wrong. It's okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
What are you supposed to do? I wanted Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud. Am I supposed to just hate C.J.? Just still when it plays out, am I supposed to not say is a Chicago Bulls fan that's upset that Sam Bowie wasn't there at 3? Is he supposed to rock a is he supposed to hate Michael Jordan?
I thought Jalen Green was going to be a franchise player. Does that mean I just cancel my Rockets podcast? No, I admit that I was wrong. And
you're off that now.
Oh man, dude, I've been off that for. Come on now. No, that's not my finest moment. But I'm gonna still talk my.
Hey.
You know what?
Hey, Bryce or bust.
You know what I'm saying?
Hashtag Bryce or bust. So I think the slime off should go to Amber Rose. I don't think she's there's different layers of slime. I just gotta put her on there. Maybe a lifetime achievement award type of thing. My vote's for Amber Rose.
Yeah, nah. Don't be leaking to the media CJ Stroud's benevolence. He's just trying to be a good young cat, and you gonna put him in the line of fire like that. I do appreciate that our station was able to benefit from it from a content perspective, but she ain't have to do that.
I think she made it worse by addressing it too. You didn't have to say he was just
that's where the
dropping me
theory
off at
comes
the
from.
hotel.
We know this. You plan a story and then you come in on the back end and comment on it as if you didn't plan it, and you're just responding to the story when in actuality you are the original source.
I don't know why y'all making this a big deal.
Oh yeah, this happens all the time.
What if CJ was doing her a favor too, though?
I bet he was,
because she's managed by Nick Cannon. What if he's kind of getting that relationship getting you in the spotlight, Amber? You haven't been there in a long time. I'm gonna get you out there. By the way, I've heard that CJ Stroud's gonna have HEB commercials now.
Hey, which is worse for CJ Stroud to be influenced by, Amber Rose or Nick Cannon?
Damn.
Nick Cannon, who is very liberal about procreation.
That's a trick question.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
He's got those women treating him like he's like the only one for him. Johnny Manziel's ex.
Yeah,
and they're taking like family photos and stuff, and he's just going around doing his thing.
Yeah, I'm not personally interested, but there's got to be something to that. Like, there's got to be like a story behind that. Like, how do you do it, and why?
Nick Cannon, man.
Yeah.
How many is he at now? 12?
Yeah, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like C.J. Stroud has the discernment to know how much Amber Rose in his life is good. I don't need him around Nick Cannon, man.
So you would rather him be around Amber than Nick Cannon?
Yeah, because I feel like he knows when to.
Nick Cannon's a good business guy, though.
No,
man.
that's cool. I feel like he knows when to press the eject button on the Amber Rose thing. Nick Cannon might actually influence my man, and CJ's already religious. He might actually believe in having all these damn babies.
Who would you rather have CJ around more, Nick Cannon or Amber Rose?
Probably Amber Rose. I feel like he won't be affected by Amber Rose as much as
man.
Nick
You kidding? You kidding?
I don't think so, man.
See, he don't have to get hypnotized.
And plus, I feel around people like Amber Rose. I don't think he was forced into that.
Of course, it's a freaking fantasy, man.
Yeah.
Like that's his child, dude. He's coming up on that, seeing that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I don't know, man. That's wild. Coming up next, I don't even know where to go with that. I'm really at a loss for words. Coming up next, could the Texans end up with a bargain at the most polarizing position of the offseason? Plus, the adults speak. We'll hear what they had to say next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable as you might
concur. All right, so last year I was really proud of Nick Caserio in the way that he acquired Dalton Schultz, because initially it was believed Dalton Schultz was going to get like a 3-year, $33 million deal in that range, and the market spoke to Dalton Schultz. The tight ends, it was a very heavy position in the draft, and teams weren't willing to pay Dalton Schultz what you initially thought his market value was going to be. So he was available, and the Texans got him for a bargain. 1-year deal, less than $10 million. I wonder if, like, some of these wide receivers, whether it's Curtis Samuel, Hollywood Brown, speak to them in a deep receiver draft, and perhaps the Texans. And I don't think this prevents you from taking a receiver. I don't think you can have enough of them, especially if you're talking elite guys like Franklin or Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy on day 2. But I could see a situation where, much like Dalton Schultz last year, 1 year, $8 million, you could get a Curtis Samuel or a Hollywood Brown at a relatively good price because the market speaks to them. I wonder if that is a possibility with all this Mike Evans talk, et cetera, if that could happen.
Yeah, no, I love the thought, and especially kind of going
like
back.
Thoughts?
Man, I like thoughts. You know, at this point, hey, man, I'm just trying to have a good time at this point in my life. But look, for me, with Dalton Schultz, this is a really good example of it, and especially going back to this is good revisionist history, I think, because you get to go back and look at the context of it at the time, and he did seem like maybe a depreciated asset, you know, and maybe that's what we're talking about with these other guys, like guys that have played at a high level, but the market, for whatever reason, and maybe for a number of reasons, has dictated that they get not top-of-the-line money, just a little bit under what maybe market value for that type of talent or potential talent could provide for you. I like where your head is at right here. I think that there could be some diamonds in the rough. Would you consider Dalton Schultz to be a little bit of a diamond in the rough, considering that he was paid for less than what the market value was? Like, to me, that's what you're looking at. That's what you're trying to find, especially if you're talking about going big game hunting in any kind of context. Like, if you want to do the thing that Sean and Seth are talking about, $17 million. But if you want to spend that money elsewhere, defensive end, edge rusher, tackle, cornerback, maybe. Okay. Well, now when you talk about finding things along the margins, bargain binging, this is it. This is the epitome of that to me.
What's the best everyday bargain? Like this is like something you got to have. This is a bargain. I think it's the rotisserie chicken at the store.
Oh yeah, you took it.
You seen the trick on that? I saw this on Insta the other day. So you take the rotisserie chicken, you put it in a big ass plastic baggie, and you just like shuffle it around with your hands, and it gets the bones off. So get a big ass like plastic Ziploc, put the chicken in there, boom, 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 and you got it all out.
Now, out of all of the times that I've had to feed myself and my family off of a rotisserie chicken for several days, I ain't never thought of that.
I never did either.
And I got I'm good with the bones, but I got these kids, so it's probably a better idea to get them bones out of the way.
Do you have to get 2 chickens, or is one chicken enough? You got 3 kids.
Yeah, but only my son really knows how to eat. My daughters kind of just pick at the food and waste food. So it ultimately comes down to me and him to tear it up. So that's the way it normally works.
So there was a little bit of a philosophical divide at Sports Radio 610 based on Lopez's notion that Payne and Pendergast. Let's hear Lopez here. Payne and Pendergast are the epitome of what's wrong with Texans fans. This is
the epitome.
This is the OG John Lopez saying or notion towards Payne and Pendergast.
I feel like they are the epitome.
This never goes good.
Like I said, you're going to make me fight with them. I feel like they are the epitome of the mindset that is hard to shake in this town. Like Seth literally said, limited budget. It's not an unlimited budget, but there are only 5 teams that have more money to spend than the Houston Texans this year.
All right. So there you go. There you go.
The epitome,
Lopez.
huh?
The epitome, huh? Yeah. We've had the disagreement about this before.
He had to put that extra sauce on there and say that it's the epitome. But
this is consistent with his look. Now you know that he wasn't creating a straw man when he said that the Texans fan, PTSD. Maybe y'all don't agree exactly on the point about the PTSD, but this is what he's talking about.
He does not. He thinks that Texans. I think he basically thinks
This
that
is what he
Texans
means.
fans, some portion, the Payne and Pendergast portion, they don't have a winning mindset.
Yeah, not used to having nice things.
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I get that.
Here was one of Seth's counters on the notion that you should consider signing both Saquon and Mike Evans.
If I'm going to spend exorbitantly at the top of the market, it's going to be at impact positions with guys who are healthy as hell and who I feel really good about are going to handle the money well, too. Defensive end, linebacker, tight end, not wide receiver this year. Tripling down on wide receiver right now, instead of spending money on an edge rusher or a linebacker or a just
Defensive end, linebacker, tight end.
Yeah.
First of all, Dalton Schultz is the top tight end. I don't know what that's going to cost. Defensive end, who? I'm looking at Bosa and Khalil Mack. Those are the two guys that I'm kind of looking at. So who there? And then linebacker, if you want to pay Patrick Queen, give him a 5-year deal worth upwards of $80 million, that seems very reckless to me.
Also, easy
But
to
there's other guys, like the guy from Carolina, all that. I get that.
Yeah, Brian Burns. Yeah. Look, easy to make the case against signing Mike Evans. Like I hear, and you can even probably make a credible argument for why it's not really feasible for the long term. But I can't get with the idea of putting Mike Evans like in the same box as the Nico Collins Tank deal, as somebody who is a huge fan of both of those two cats. But bringing in Mike Evans to me is not tripling down. It's just straight up upgrading that room, and now you get to bump these two guys down, and they get to be kind of a complementary piece to really the Mike Evans show. Like, to me, Mike Evans is your main guy. Like, it's 3rd and 6. You need 6 yards. You chucking it up there to Mike Evans. Like, to me, it's just a totally different stratosphere. Like, it's not tripling down. It is elevating.
Let's hear what the adults had to say about this. This is Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast talking about that Mike Evans love.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and it's Saquon.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't want to sign those two guys specifically,
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I've been pretty clear. Like I'm not anti Mike Evans signing. Like I'm not anti Saquon Barkley. I think I'm probably a little more on the Barkley train than you are, Seth. But
I don't want to spend stupid money.
I'm
cool with spending money. This is the problem with the Mike Evans signing, and I would love Mike Evans. But if you sign Mike Evans, a 31-year-old wide receiver, to a big contract, to a position where you already have two really good young players, I don't think people understand exactly what the roster looks like right now and how much it's going to cost. Actually, I know for a fact.
All right, here's more on the this is the follow. I'm loving this fire here, by the way. Here's some more from PMP on the wide receiver running back position.
I know this is the antithesis of, let's go. Let's get our swords and go get Mike Evans and run into the field blind. Yeah, let's go. I think it boils down to John Lopez. He's just mad that we don't want Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley at whatever cost. Because I'll have either of them on my team at the right cost. And by the way, I am not anti-splurging. I just don't think wide receiver is where I would splurge. I know it's not sexy to splurge on interior defensive line and linebacker. Man. That makes way more sense to me than splurging on a 31-year-old, albeit a Pro Bowler, 31-year-old wide receiver and a 28-year-old running back with injury history, by the way.
Sean has his preferences of where he wants to splurge. Here's Payne and Pendergast. Here's the final case against Lopez's mindset in free agency.
I'm all for paying guys in their prime, impact players, good money if they feel like they're a good bet, but understand that it's a bet. But also understand this. And one thing that I heard those guys talking about yesterday was like, well, yeah, but, the guys are replacing. It's no big deal. I'll go ahead and say, yeah, we're the adults here, Sean, because we understand actually how much NFL players cost these days. We're not kids in a candy shop being like, I want that and that and that. Yeah. Now, Dad, go take me. I want a car. Oh, I'm not going to get a used car for my 16th birthday.
All right, there you go. That's the Lopez. It'd be interesting to hear what he has to say about that. He's on a fishing boat right now. I just took a picture of a big mouth fish and said Sean took a selfie. So I don't know if this is going to go too well for old Sean next week. And I don't even get the joke, quite honestly. I don't know if it's catfish. I don't know. He took a picture of a fish with its mouth open and said Sean took a selfie.
It wasn't nice.
Is it disappointing? All right, sticking with this theme that they got of, hey, be smarter with the money. Is it enough if the Texans come away and their biggest fish in free agency are Derrick Henry, Curtis Samuel, and Danico Autry? You feel like three spots with players that you believe in, but you don't spend a whole lot of money on everybody, and now you accomplish the thing that maybe all of us are trying to accomplish in some kind.
Maybe, I mean, it just depends on
You better
the
broken
scenario.
your neck. You better been broken your neck trying to get better than that, and that's where it came out to be.
Because my thing is this, like the problem I have with Seth and Sean's thing is they're saying you don't spend reckless, and running backs aren't really like that expensive compared to how they impact the team. You have 4 receivers on their rookie deal. Your quarterback's on his rookie deal. You've invested all you're going to invest in the offensive line, so you have that going for you. But then you're going to say you want to pay Christian Wilkins or Patrick Queen? Those are prototypical bad free agent deals. Like those, like when you talk about you don't make it to your 4th year of your free agent deal, paying Patrick Queen like 5 years, $80 million, whatever that is, that to me looks more like the prototypical bad free agent deal than giving Saquon Barkley 3 years, $30 million, whatever the hell you're going to give him, or Mike Evans. Those look like the bad free agent moves to me.
The Christian Wilkinson one, I'm not that I can get around that. That interior pass rushing defensive tackle that can take over a game.
Mulligetta guy too.
I can get that. Well, I don't give a damn who his agent is. I can get
that's
that.
good. That's good.
Yeah, I can get that. The linebacker thing, I don't know who the hell is doing that. I mean, I just all I know is the Texans they played their hearts out, or they got their asses kicked by the Ravens, and the clear best player on the field for the Texans was Christian Harris. He's the one that jumped off, and they lost 34-10.
Yeah.
All right, Fred Warner gave it everything he had in that Super Bowl till he got matched up with Travis Kelce in the 4th quarter in overtime, and he couldn't stop him. So, I mean, the inside linebacker thing.
And the whole reason to want to have a Patrick Queen, Roquan Smith kind of pairing, or a Christian Harris, Patrick Queen kind of pairing, is so you can defend offenses that have guys like Saquon Barkley, or offenses who have a quarterback that can move around. Like to me, I would want to get the other thing first, the thing that everybody's trying to combat.
They didn't impact that
give me that
championship game at all. And Kyle Hamilton did. They didn't. I'm gonna be honest, Clint. We talked about it during prep. I was at hold stop, the complete thing when Seth said, "Is Saquon Barkley
might not be that good?
Is he that good?
Might not be that good."
Like, listen, man. There's a lot. There are reasons. Like, I honest to God, I want to hear Seth's reasoning on that. I mean, I catch him a lot of mornings when I'm driving the kids off because I respect him in his thought of in his football thought. I just don't get that one at all. Like, I can understand the thought of, all right, he's injury prone. Is it worth it with his age? Is he good?
He's a slouch.
Is he good? How good is? Are we comparing him to Jim Brown? Like, what are we talking about? How good is he? How good is he?
He's got some stuff to work on.
How good is he?
He's got to get there, man.
I legit, like, yeah, that crosstalk probably wouldn't have ended. I legit needed to understand what he meant by that. Is it like in comparison to what?
It kind of felt like he got gassed up a little bit. I don't know. I
know he didn't say he's not good, but he said,
"Is he that good?
Is he that good?" Like,
yeah, he's been kind of on an island about Saquon Barkley. There's been a lot, not the ideal situation. You know what the ideal situation is, though? Drive on a Friday. I can already feel that Friday energy.
Oh, baby!
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Thank you, fellas. The Drive is live in this piece. Clint's in here with a Henley.
Is the Drive really that good?
I mean, not according to Jason Barrett. Jason Barrett has us ranked 26 to 47.
Yeah, you can shove that 26 up your ass.
Well, it may be like 39. Who knows where it is? We just didn't show up.
Well, you're not a very likable guy, man.
That's me.
Tyler, we got to look. We got a couple things we have to overcome.
You got to
man.
overcome, yeah. The greatness. Some people just don't see greatness the same.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a
Hey,
controversy.
man, I'm jacked up, baby. It's Friday. I'm ready to go. I gotta pace myself. I gotta get I need an energy drink, so I gotta maybe lean on Tyler a little bit.
What's your go-to energy drink?
I like the that yellow can, that yellow can
Red Bull.
But I am into that new, what is that, Zayo, whatever that is. The Rock is
the Rock's got going on.
Pushing. I like the purple and the tropical punch of that, because that's got 10 calories, no sugar.
Yeah.
But my favorite is that tropical, that yellow can with Red Bull.
That is
I gotta keep myself, pace myself a bit today, because I got cook-off tonight.
Oh hell!
Oh Lord, is this going to be your first time?
No, I went last year. And I'm hoping it's as good as it was last year.
Cook-off's a damn good time,
in particular, the one thing right now, the ball's going to be there, Park, he's going to be there, and I hope to God I get to see him get set off again like he did last year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, that was one of my favorite moments of last year, is when that Panic at the Disco came on. And I know he's listening right now, Park. Pull that up. Where is that? Get him going. He's in his office right now listening, and he's about to get shot out of a cannon like he was on that ground point. Clint, I will never forget when you pointed out, hey, check out Boss. He was over there, and he let it flow, baby. And
my wife made me aware of it. She was like, look at Parker. I said, where is he at? Because we was up in that VIP, and he was down on the dance floor down there.
He took it down.
I started kind of looking around. I said, oh. That's Parker right there.
Get that.
And he started getting it. So I gave old Ron a nudge in the old ribs. Hey, check out Boss Man down there.
You hear it? I know he's listening. You hear it? He's up at his seat now. This is the one that done it for him. So Nick Russo, if you're listening, we're gonna need this. I'm gonna request this as soon as I walk in. I'm going up to Nick. Hey, make sure you have that Panic. I'll give you a signal from the VIP.
When it comes time.
When it comes time. So we can. I want Park.
Right.
I want him in the mood, baby. I want him in his spot.
Ron, you're right, because that wasn't just a man. We really like this song. That was a. This is my one. It was both of them too. Now he and his old lady.
Oh
his old lady was getting after too. Like it was. This is ours. Like, baby, you remember these days? They just lost it. They flashed back and went into that moment and lost.
That's like when for me, like that thong song come on, I might lose it. Really. There
it is. Oh, hell. Don't play that one tonight, Russo.
Don't play that one. Don't play that one. I might come unbutton my shirt. There it is. Yeah, Boss is going. He's getting it right now, boy. Go ahead now. It's going to be a good time. Man.
Hey,
I enjoyed it last year.
We talked about this, the rodeo, Ron. We talked about it. Now, you can make it an all-nighter if you'd like to. But this is what's beautiful about it now. We get out of here at 6. I would advise you grab you maybe a little something, put on your stomach, and
I can do that.
And you get over there. You get over there fairly early, catch a little music for a couple hours, maybe rub elbows with the higher ups, and maybe a couple potential clients over there, and then you're at the crib with your head on the pillow by 11, 10:30.
Yeah.
11. That's it. Well, if you pull your,
that's not any fun.
Well, if he, well, I mean,
I'll probably go longer than that.
For some mature adults,
I'll probably go longer than that.
Well, I'm just
I ain't got to work tomorrow.
I would say at 11 o'clock, but or you could pull the Ron creep out, and you maybe have your head on the pillow by 10.
I hate it when you do that.
Just don't even know I'm gone. Bounce. Damn.
Just slide out that back door.
I'm out. I hit the peace sign from a distance.
Gotcha.
Disappoints.
So you can't be talking to stay any longer. Yeah. You've made your mind up. I'm gone. I'm not going to be.
Tyler set screens, put obstacles in front of you to try to.
I've tried to catch you before. I've tried to catch you and stop you, and it just has not worked.
I give it to Tyler. Tyler will spend money to force you to stay. I bought you a steak and potato. I bought a
I did say that once, didn't I?
Kirby, I just bought you 2 steaks. I bought a steak.
Damn, bro, I bought a steak and leave it now?
I bought us both. One.
I got a round of shots. I got you a steak with a baked potato.
No sour cream.
Chives?
No sour cream. What is that thing? Damn, man, I feel him. That's at least 30 minutes. He's
got to stick around.
I just want you to have a good time with me, man.
Yeah, I understand, man. No, I ain't gonna.
Tyler's used to having friends.
I'm gonna try to roll like I feel like I got a good midnight. 12:30 in me this evening.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't got to work tomorrow.
You have to find somewhere. You have to find somewhere other than the cook-off to go there.
Oh, it shut down that early.
I mean, the music. They don't shut down. No, like I said, I mean, I would imagine you can find a tent that'll go all night long, but I don't imagine that Ryan Hughley's going to find just a great time in the bull tent till midnight. I mean, 7 to midnight, Ron in the bull tent. I don't see that happening.
7. To me, I feel like I'm gonna probably slide in there around 9ish.
I'm gonna tell you.
I'm
telling you live on air. I was warned to get there before the music starts.
No, that ain't happening. That's just not in my journey tonight.
I was told. Just telling you, man. You may not get in the door if you get there.
Oh, I'm getting in the door. I'll be damned if I'm not getting. I bet you I'm getting in that door.
9. What the hell are you gonna do between 6 and 9?
Just chilling, man. I gotta get, say what's up to the babies. Wifey been just getting in town.
Tell that babysitter you kick her another $40 or something, and tell her wifey will be there whenever she gets there.
Tried to.
That didn't work, huh?
Yeah, she's got
something to do. She needs to be relieved of her duties.
Got to be out by 7:30. So I tried to.
Hey Trey, you think you can hold the fort down till Mom gets home?
Sure, Dad.
Bear and Trey will have the house torn.
Yeah, I'll run asses. Yeah, I'll run asses. No, man, it'll be a good time tonight, man. I enjoy your cook-off. It was wild to me because that was my first experience. How big it is, how serious it is, and the tents and everything. I mean, it was. I got lost trying to get to the tent. It was so much going on out there. So yeah, it'll be fun, man. I look forward. And I saw the inside of the bull tent. It's clean, man.
Yeah,
cool, man. Yeah. Be out there. Yeah, I'll be out there. It'll be a good time. All right.
Like they got videographers out there running around that place, man. All the videos I seen.
Yeah, hell yeah. Can't wait. I'll be in a couple of them. Nicely. No hat. No cowboy hat. I saw.
You got some boots?
No, man. I'll wear some J's. But I seen my man Figgy out here. Figgy's ready to go. Boy, he got the cowboy hat on and everything.
I saw that, and it just dawned on me, like, where's the hair? He got it wrapped up in that hat.
Tucked up in there.
That thing in there. He got it going.
I didn't know that Figgy. That's a big hat.
He went for it. Yeah. He was down there last night. Figgy doing there tonight.
I saw it.
Man. Figgy's having a good time. I'm gonna join him now. I'm gonna join him having a good time. Trying not to get too hammered. All right. I want to start this with the last text that we received last night. And I want to inform you that text we received last night, I read it to Clint, and Clint grabbed all his stuff and literally said, I quit, and then walked out the door. I said, oh, well, the hell, we got to talk about this tomorrow. The last text we got, because there's so much from
on yesterday's show you're referring to.
Yes, yesterday's show. We ended last text we got after sign-off when I saw it. Talking about, the popular thing, as they were talking about on the other shows, the running back situation. And someone said, so are we just, in all caps, out on keeping Motor as a possible running back? And look, that's what I'm saying is, man. And you said you quit. I just want to know if your mindset is just keeping Devin Singletary. If that's even a thought with it. And I said this to a caller the other day. Like, what's your expectations for the Texans this year? Because if your expectations are what I believe they should be, and that is, one, competing in the second round of the playoffs, if not going the next step to the AFC Championship game, to me, that should be the goal, and that is the expectation for this team this year, unless they give me something different to look at.
Pointed up.
Going into it, that's the expectation. Well, you can't be at that and saying, man, let's ride. We're gonna run with Motor. Like Motor's going to be the back. I can't get there, but to me, I just want, like, where are you? What is your expectation if you're in Devin Singletary to be the back? Thought process.
It's that mindset to me that just baffles me. I mean,
how would you explain that mind? What is that mindset?
That you think that you're good enough as you are to run this thing back. Like the mindset is exactly what D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick told us all year long about the run game. Man, we're close. Man, we're close. We're just one man away. You know, that like in my mind, I would like to think that they know damn good and well they weren't one man away. They weren't close. Were there a couple of runs that were close? Sure. But it was a different guy every play that was blowing assignments, not communicating, not blocking, not being physical. Like you're I mean, light years away from being the physical, run-oriented football team that you want to be, or you thought you would be. Light years away. And it's not just a year longer in the system and we'll be okay. I'm not opposed to Devin Singletary being a running back on this football team.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I just, again, it just can't be.
We couldn't run the ball.
That can't be the option. The middle of the road cats, man, that are really good players that are reliable. You know, good for the chemistry and all that, culture and all that. That's what's great about. It's like B. Scott, just in that little crosstalk right there. B. Scott brings up a scenario, a would you be happy that includes Darnell Autry.
I will kill him.
And who was the other one?
He said Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuel. Like Curtis Samuel's Curtis Samuel's not even in the would you be happy with conversation. No. I like him. Look, I mean, if they go get him,
I forgot
cool.
the third he said, but it was another under.
No, it was Derrick Henry. It was Derrick Henry, Autry, and Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuel.
But I mean, and that's fine. I get it. But like, if we've got to get to a point where Curtis Samuel is part of like the top three, the big three that you bring in this year, to me, you're not swinging for the fences.
Like this Bubba on YouTube and Twitch, and we appreciate you. Like, I'm just, like, this thought process. And Tyler just asked me, are you okay? And I just read this. Bubba, my man on YouTube and Twitch, 100% keep Devin Singletary. Better average than Saquon and Jacobs last year for half the price. Add A.J. Dillon and draft 2 more.
I could ride with A.J. Dillon. I
did, but you don't give me
that talent isn't comparable.
Don't give me Devin Singletary better average Saquon and Jacobs. Like he's like, yeah, let's do that over those two.
Well, that's a numbers guy, an advanced stat guy that leans heavily into that. Like Devin Singletary's not in the same conversation with any of the top 3 backs, top 4 backs that are on the market this year.
Yeah,
there's no stat you can put out there. There's no debate you can attempt to have that even make sense that Devin Singletary is even in that realm.
And if you're rolling A.J. Dillon, then it needs to come with a proven Pro Bowl level player somewhere else, and it needs to be with Mike Evans, and it needs to be with a guy that T. Higgins or something else. Because A.J. Dillon to me can't be the top move of the offseason.
Oh, hell no. No.
Now Saquon can. Saquon can. He is a absolute difference maker from multiple different ways affecting the game, both in the pass, both in the run, and both with him just being out there. He changes how defenses approach things and will open up things for other people. But I mean that's got to be a move. But like Devin Singletary, I just like if you are in the space of going to the next level. The Devin Singletary, you saw that, and Devin played better. He played better than Pierce. Somebody I thought he played well last year, but it was like you needed more. You needed a difference maker somewhere at that position, and if Devin Singletary is your starting running back, well, your skill position receivers better look like the Bengals.
Yeah,
to offset that, right? So I mean, and. So that is that. I just that one interesting to me. There, that Devin Singletary joint. So we'll see if he's on the team. I'm with you. He's on the team as a second fiddle or something like that, or a backup like he was intended to be here. I can see a thing. I can see a reason from him being here. I would argue they used maybe his greatest strength a lot last year, and that's catching the ball out of the backfield.
Yeah. Well, I think you bring up last year going into the season. I think that's very telling. Like, Devin Singletary is a guy that you signing free agency, and you thought he was going to be a solid backup for Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce was going to be the workhorse, and Devin Singletary was going to be the backup, and Devin Singletary was going to be the guy that is the third down back. He ended up having to do a lot more than you wanted him to because Dameon messed the bed. He peed down his leg. But that's who, like, that didn't change all of a sudden because he was the only back that was worth a flip in Houston. He's still a complimentary back any way you slice it.
Yep.
So that's I mean, it just this is we're getting to a point, and this conversation is getting to a point where it's somewhat old in terms of what they should do. We've been talking about it for 2 weeks, but it's like last year when we were talking about the wide receivers. Now remember that Nico came out of nowhere, and Tank, hell, I was high as anybody on Tank, and I think he was even better, quicker than I'd imagined, to be honest with you. But going into the last station with somebody about the wide receivers, and they would, the first or second name they would mention was John Mechie. It's like that just can't be. That's can't. I'm there with this free agency with the Texans. It can't be. It can't be Gabe Davis. It can't be. We can't be having if you get them, great, but that can't be the conversation around the Houston Texans. Is Devin Singletary's back, Blake Cashman's back, and Gabe Davis is out wide, and Dalton Schultz came back, and you're just not that good of a football team. You're not a good enough football team to run this thing back.
No, you're not. And there's no reason to even think low.
Yeah.
There's no reason to think low. There's no reason to say Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel better be accompanied by somebody else that's big if it's Curtis Samuel. I can see a Curtis Samuel working in an offense, but it better it's got to be something bigger coming with him. And I'm not only just about the offensive side. It's got to be something else coming bigger. All right, as we continue rolling here on the drive on this Friday, the Astros, they're going to get started coming up tomorrow, and they're going to get started in their spring training baseball actual games coming up, and we'll be able to see how they get going as they go for a quest to get to an 8th straight ALCS and take back their championship. What is the lineup for them? What is the lineup for them? Because they're a that that'll be interesting to see how Joe Espada goes with. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Really, really happy.
In the loop.
When I hear this discussion about how to spend and all that, I don't know that we're fully
Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sorry about that, my guy Bubba, who's on YouTube and Twitch. Might want to get on that YouTube and Twitch, man. They have themselves a nice party over there. I feel like I made people gang up on Bubba.
What happened?
I called Bubba out about he 100% would keep Singletary, and Singletary had better numbers.
Mob mentality, scary, man.
Saquon and Josh Jacobs.
Y'all play nice in that YouTube chat now.
You
made me come in there.
Well, you got to preface that with like, hey, look, I'm not saying he's better than those guys, but he did put up some better numbers than him last year.
No, he didn't preface it. He said 100%.
Because then you leave it wide open for assume you're saying that he's better. You'd rather have him than the others. That would just be, that'd be a tough sell, brother.
Yeah,
even on YouTube.
But no, it's fun, man. I like it. There's some serious. If you want to check us out, watch us. You can get us on YouTube and Twitch, and there's some real good conversations, good back and forth. I even chime in every now and then and jump in there, and then Tyler, of course, he lets it get away from him sometimes. But it's just fun, having a good time. Good time. Just don't flash people anymore on there, Tyler. And we got to. Dude, man, that chest is so hairy.
Oh, did he pull his shirt up?
Oh, my God.
It's been a while since I've done a little manscaping.
Dude.
Did you just pull your shirt up?
He did, man.
Maybe. Go check the YouTube to find out.
That is so much hair, man.
I mean, that's...
I'm a hairy individual.
Like
you ever seen a rug with nipples?
He is. He looks like he is 37 days away from Tom Selleck in his prime. Like Magnum P.I. Like 37, 40 days away from.
You would think when...
I mean, it's to be crawling through the top of the shirt.
You would think when Tyler lets it loose with a button up, you think he'd have a bunch of creepy crawlers coming out of there.
He should.
I mean, hanging out. He should, right?
If you gonna own it, own it. My thing.
It's about to be gone. I got to shave all this off before I go to Mexico.
There you go. Well, you look like that. I hope you got.
I don't think you should. I think you should.
I hope you got a few hours set aside for that. That looks like that's going to have to be cut down in state.
I think you should leave it.
Okay. But the sun can't get to my skin whenever I don't.
Like that is so.
I mean,
thick.
what do you plan on going down there and like coming back with some kind of like real golden tan? Or something?
I want to get a little bronzed up.
Bro, your pasty ass can't bronze.
I do bronze.
As long as I've known you, you ain't never been bronze.
When I was in Scottsdale, I got bronzed up.
No, you did.
Yeah, I did.
You come back, you're a little less pasty, but you ain't bronze. I mean,
it was more
come
of a
on,
red.
man.
It was more of a red.
Oh, that time it was. You're right. Damn, I got burnt bad.
No, you wasn't bronze. Speaking of bronze, Tyler's Turtlist every single Thursday. It's going to be the bronze in there.
I mean, you go down there. You're in when you go to Mexico or you go anywhere. It's hey man, I'm just gonna knock his paste off. Like it ain't. I'm gonna bronze. Like you act like you gonna go down there and come back looking like me.
Okay, and that might be fair, but what I'm saying is I can't even knock the pastiness off if I don't shave my hairy body.
And I just want to say that
natural sunblock.
You cannot just. That's not just a. We're just gonna get it one razor.
No, that's clippers. That's clippers.
Well,
and
not
a
just
razor.
clippers, but that's got to be. We got to
clippers with a guard.
Yes, we got to start with a tooth to get that up.
I'll tell you this, I ain't never doing nair again.
No, I know that because you gonna hurt yourself and break them clippers if you just try to attack it.
What's the old buddy that's the soccer player right now, the heartthrob, the real good looking dude?
Ronaldo.
Is that the taller, the one that's like the best out there right now?
Him and Messi, but you're probably talking about Ronaldo.
Messi got more the problem you got. I mean, like you're gonna go down to Mexico, come back looking like Ronaldo.
Bronze, baby.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna come back just slick skin. I mean, it's gonna be golden, and I'm gonna be ready for some pictures. I'm had a little color in my skin. I'll be ready for some pictures, man.
Brandon Scott on the text line. It maybe a little bit more of a copper than a bronze.
Nah, you got to stay in the white family, Chief. That when you start that pasty, you don't. Trust me. Take it from. I don't know that I'm as pasty as Tyler, but I'm damn near close. My number one goal is when I go somewhere is get enough sun to where you don't. The next time you get in the sun, it don't burn.
Your best bet is to come back looking like Sammy Sosa. That's
You mean Sammy today? You ain't talking about Sammy when he was.
Hell no.
You ain't talking about swinging Sammy. You talking about Sammy right now.
Talking about white Sammy.
Home run Sammy darker than I am. I'm talking about the current Sammy. Yeah, that one. That's the best chance. You got to go. Come looking like him.
Call me Rico
walk out of the interview, Sammy, huh?
Yeah.
that one.
Sammy looked like a 6-year white tee, just one that's been washed for about 6 years, and then
that is a bad look. Who told Sammy, yeah, like this is it right here, man. This is the way to go.
He looked at Mike and said, "That's what I want to be right there."
But Mike wasn't that bad, was he? Mike just paid better money for his.
Mike played better money, and Mike just looked white. Sammy just looks like he got painted over without a primer.
Yeah.
Looks like somebody tried to paint a wall white with no primer.
No primer.
They didn't prime that.
You can still see some of that dark.
That thing was tan before. No primer. All paint, no primer, one coat.
Yeah, you can see that darkness still leaning in. Like, damn,
one coat, Sammy.
It's not beige, but I don't know what it is.
Made you forget about that corked bat real quick.
All right, real quick.
Like
with the Astros lineup, who you got in the 2-hole? Who's batting seconds? That's been a deal. Remember, last year coming into it was Pena. That quickly went out the window. I don't think he's the guy now. In the playoffs, it was Bregman until they lost the first 2 games of the series to the Rangers, and then it was Dubon and Brantley who hit second there. I'm going to tell you right now, I will continue to die on this hill and hope this occurs. I'm all of Kyle Tucker in the 2 spot. I think your 4 best hitters should hit up there. I think that is Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez, and then Bregman. I would love that. One of the biggest things I disagree with Dusty about was his fear or refusal, for the most part, to hit Jordan and Tucker back-to-back because of the lefty-lefty thing and bullpen things or whatever. To hell with that. I think your best hitters, whether they're right-handed or left-handed, should hit right there. I think it should be Tucker. Who do you think should bat second in this lineup for the Astros coming up? Because that is to me one to watch where that goes in the lineup.
I'm a Bregman guy.
Yeah, Bregman.
I'm gonna roll.
I can understand it.
I'm gonna roll with Bregman. I love the thought of obviously Altuve at the top. Brenny's not seeing it well and swinging it well. You're still talking about the walks and the on base percentage. Not suffering, if you will, and something about having that type of hitter before you go Alvarez, Tucker, bang bang. That really puts some strain on some folks. You got to pitch to Bregman, and he's got one of the best eyes in the game. And then you've got to pitch to what I believe. I agree with you, Ron. The most feared 1-2 punch in the game in Jordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker, with potentially, somebody on base. That's to me. I would go. I think it's the best use of Bregman as well as Tucker. I don't know about the 3-4 hole with lefty. That don't really bother me. It bothered Dusty, so obviously there's some validity to it. But that's where I would go with it.
That'll be something to see if the spotter looks on that. I tell you what, Kyle Tucker better be in the top 4. Because if it is that like I said, I think Dusty is a Hall of Fame manager, and I spent ridiculous times of defending a Hall of Fame manager from many psychos here, but I disagreed with that part of it. And I did not love at all the start of the year where it was, Abreu batting 4th with Tucker batting 5th. Those guys need to be in the top 4. I just like Tucker, the stolen base situation, as well as he, got 30 last year, let the team his power and all of that. And I like that thought of him in the 2-hole. And boy, I could just imagine it. To me, I think there's an argument that he is your second best hitter on the team, and the protection that he rarely gets, the protection he would get with Alvarez and Bregman coming behind him. I'd love to see what kind of pitches he would get with Altuve potentially on base in front of him. So I've been wanting to see him in that 2 spot. But Bregman makes sense, and I think Bregman probably will be it. It probably will be Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, and it damn sure better be Tucker. I'm gonna be hotter than fish grease if he's not in the top 4.
Come on, Joe.
Bray, you get
Come on, JoJo.
It just can't.
Let's have a cookout. Let's fry some fish, Chief.
Hold on, Joe.
or some fishes. All right, coming up. I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on what we're putting on C.J. Stroud. I think we got to pump the brakes just a bit on what we're putting on C.J. Stroud because I think we're potentially being unfair on some expectations. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Renter's Warehouse. Look, if you own a rental home with a low interest rate but you're exhausted from managing it yourself, you got 2 options, man. Sell it, say goodbye to a great investment, or keep it, hold on to that rate, and let the professional landlords at Renter's Warehouse manage it for you, right? So you
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, I want to come clean about something here. You're going to be disappointed in me. Clint will completely understand.
Well, rip the Band-Aid off.
I just got to be honest, man. Wife's been out of town. We've had the babysitter. Has been able to watch the kids until I get back home. And in the process, what we decided to do, because the babysitter, we don't want her to have to deal with the 3 kids and Bear. And Bear is he's the most difficult to deal with. Altogether.
4 kiddos is a lot.
He's the most difficult one to deal with altogether, and with the be able to give him the walks and the energy that he needs to get out. He's still a puppy. We said we're gonna go ahead and board him up, let him get boarded up, and let him till the wife gets back. Clint, I think I've enjoyed having Bear out of the house more than I'm supposed to. I have really.
Damn, man.
How much easier life has been without having Bear. And I felt bad. All I could think about was Tyler, because I felt like Tyler's just he'd just be. He's gonna be so mad.
I don't like what I'm hearing.
Like listen, I'm not saying we're getting rid of him or anything. I'm just saying
you're close.
God, I would hope not. No,
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying, man, not having him, sometimes he just gets to where he's just gonna bark like a son of a gun. He's
just saying he loves you.
It's just you can't even hear yourself think. You can't. There ain't no options. And he's just, you got to get up early with him at times and take him out. You got to take him for. It's just you got to battle against him trying to nip and bite.
Yeah, yeah, constant.
And
he'll grow out of it.
And I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying these 2 days.
You thought you were done.
Oh,
You thought you were done when Nick somewhat started listening, didn't you?
Oh God, these 2 days.
Damn.
Not just sitting back.
What's the when during, once you get the kids down or something, and you can just sit and watch TV without him tearing everything up?
Well, just anything. I ain't got to try to. For him, he's smart too, and getting smarter. So there's no way we can leave. When we got to do something with the kids into either his playpen or the kennel or outside somewhere where he can't just destroy stuff. And that takes everything. He's kind of gotten an understanding of, when he gives me one of these snacks and tosses it into one of these bad boys, this means they about to go ahead and lock me up.
That's a good boy. You want a treat?
My man, nah, I'm good.
Oh, he just refuses a treat, huh?
Refuses a treat, and it gets under. He's got a little hiding space that he probably has a month to be able to fit under. He's got a little hiding space under one of the tables that he just hides under and won't move.
Tyler thinks that's so cute.
Now,
it is.
It's so cute.
Now,
good boy.
It take us about 5 or 10 minutes. Now these kids, we all right, here, just chill out. I'm gonna get him out. And now I'm Bear, get out, Bear. No, he's just getting. It's just so he can't even. He's smart, and then and then he's just get in there and just start barking as loud as he possibly can. It's been spectacular. I really have. Just amazing.
Bear is a limitless amount of unconditional love for you, man.
He's been a good 5:30 wake up call here late. A good 5:30.
I gotta go potty.
I need to get out.
No, man. He'd be outside, dog, if it's me.
And then you got to get him, because of where he is. He's gonna wake up. He's gonna wake up all of them.
He's gonna wake up he'll wake up the whole house.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he'd be outside.
God.
Yeah, man.
He's just a puppy.
But then you got him outside. You got him outside now. You go. The neighborhood's gonna hate you.
That's okay.
Because we get out there. Because I'll let him out there about 6, and maybe I'll say, all right, I'm gonna go chill down. And then he's barking at the top of his lungs at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I gotta get his ass back. It's just, man. I listen. I love him. We're not giving him away. Tyler.
Please don't.
I'm just saying, man. I think Tyler, if he's sitting at home, Tyler would have never even boarded him. He would have found a way to keep him.
Mhm.
But Tyler be just missing them dogs.
I always miss my dogs. When I'm in Mexico next week, I guarantee on day 2 or 3, I'm going to be like, man, I miss my pups.
713-572-4610. Does anybody believe that Tyler goes on vacation in Mexico and does what he does? Do you think he just thinks about his dogs the whole time he's down there?
Not the whole time. But absolutely he is there.
No, he ain't. He that's
Someone texted and said it sounds like it's time for a family vote.
Damn.
Hey,
Does Bear get a vote?
I'm telling you, Bear, outside dog. Bear's a great name for an outside dog.
My backyard ain't never looked better. Not in the last 3 months.
Why is that?
Oh, he destroys it.
Oh, it's never. You mean it has looked better?
It's
he's just got. You said it's never looked better. It looks great.
It looks great.
No, it does. It looks great or no?
It looks good.
Because he hadn't been there for 2 days.
Because he hadn't been there.
Gotcha.
What? Real quick, we'll get to it. What do you do? What digging? Is there? Because we got the trainer and she's just like, yeah, maybe vinegar.
Put vinegar.
Is that going to destroy the grass?
Well, like what you do is if there's a hole he's already working on, like he's already got a hole going dug in the ground.
He's got to
put some vinegar down in there. Whenever he comes back to it, he'll say, "Oh."
Or
he's got a deep one.
Or you catch him with his nose down in that hole and you don't hear you coming, and just fire that old back right hindquarter up.
Yeah,
I've heard people do that. I'm not going to say I've done anything like that, but Bear doesn't seem to be one that responds to that.
He thinks like you're playing.
Just keeps doing it.
He'll figure it out. He'll either figure it out or he'll have a red ass, one of the two.
No, well, he's not figured it out. I mean, not to say that I've done that, but I mean, he's not figured it out. I believe
you've had, after the kids have gone to bed, and I don't know how Courtney feels about the dog, and if Courtney's not there, I got a feeling you've torn. Hell, him being in boarded up has probably saved him several ass whoopings. Right?
Have we had the conversation between Courtney and I? I just why do we have the trainer? I mean, you're not even doing anything that the trainer you're not even doing anything that the trainer is saying to do. You're just going against what she said. I said, well,
the trainer's got a similar mindset to Tyler. Like dogs are humans.
No, I think Tyler has that mindset. Yeah. No, he's got that backyard, man. Like our patio furniture. Remember that front patio furniture you came over and sat on? Gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's gone.
You know what? He told you when let him chew on that shoe that you wasn't reinforcing. You reinforcing bad.
Like
bad habits.
Honest to God, I think he says to himself, "Oh, y'all gonna leave me out here? Okay, I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all leave me out here."
You think he gets bored? Or you think he's showing you?
Both. He almost took out the Traeger. I almost killed him on that one.
Well, he almost shocked himself. It was electric cord.
He had the electric cord in there and pulled that thing out.
If he messed up your smoker, I bet you would get rid of him.
I mean, clearly, there's people like Tyler out there.
I'm not going to say that. That would have been a thought. When I came out there and he pulled that damn that cord out.
Mm.
Oh, it was hot.
Ron, look, here's the deal, man. Stay in there. Stay in the game. But when you get tired of fighting, just know there's people like Tyler and Megan out there. You take that dog down there, you give him back. Somebody will come get him, especially if he's as good looking as you say he is.
I think he's going to be good.
He's going to be good. He's just pupper.
No, man, I tell you, he's got a hole right by the patio that he's dug.
On your house? Yeah. Like in the yard?
In the yard.
On the side.
In the
yard.
Oh, he took up the carpet. I'm doing my podcast upstairs. Courtney gonna text me. I just want to let you know now that he put a hole in the carpet by the fireplace.
Uh-oh. Bear's just trying to play.
And that's what you do, huh? I said he better be in that kennel when I get down there. Take the bed. It's that that backyard boy. He just takes it out. He just takes it out. My drains, I've got drain covers. He pulls them all out and lines them up on the patio. and chews on the edges of them. Just pulls the covers up.
Does
repeatedly.
anybody
I
bust him when he's doing
and
this?
I have got him.
I'd have me an extension cord out there waiting on him, bro. When them short ones folded over.
I had him, and I pulled him, Tyler, right down to it, put it back in there. Aggressive. No, I got his face down to it. No. I went back over there and was on that Traeger. Shout out to Texas Star Grill. Was on that Traeger, trying to do something for the family. Him too. I lifted that thing up, and when I came back around and looked, he had drugged that bad boy right back over. He set it right there, and then he got on the other side of the patio, sitting, just staring at me, like, what?
What do you think now, Pops?
And I saw it, and I grabbed it. I took a step. Of course, he took off.
Right.
He's gone. But there's 4 of them. 2 of them I didn't even know we had in the yard. I had to walk the yard to find the drains. He's pulling them all off. This guy, he's just lying. Every time he goes out
working
there,
hard.
Every time he goes out there and lines them up. And I have done that multiple times.
How would you handle the situation, Pup or Dad?
Probably gonna get himself in trouble.
Well, the first thing is it's got to be something. If they're being bad, you got to catch them in the act. Because if you don't catch them in the act and then you discipline them, they're confused. They don't really know why you're mad, why you hit them. But once you catch them, kind of like you said, if pottied somewhere they shouldn't, you put their nose in it real quick and then spank them pretty good on that back right hind leg. And then if they're tearing something up, stick their nose on it, spank them on those hind legs. And it'll grow out of the puppy
You've
state.
never had a dog that just don't respond to that?
Nope. Not yet anyway.
What do you say to like my dog, for instance?
Because he does not respond.
Like if my dog does something, which is actually my wife's dog, to be honest with you. But if she does something, she can do it while we're gone. And I walk in, and if I say her name, she like I can tell she did something wrong.
Yeah, I got a dog like that.
If she hadn't done anything, she's like all over the place excited. But if she walks in, I say, "Okay, girl," and she had done something, she cowers and goes underneath the kitchen table. Like
that's how Max was.
Well, well, my only point in that is like, I'm not sure they don't remember that they did something wrong.
Sure.
I mean, she is a panty thief now.
Wait. Oh, she takes draws?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, she tears up a pair of my wife's panties at least once a week. I mean, and Lowe's response is, "Oh, they're not that expensive. They're cheap."
Oh, he tore apart one of.
Make no sense.
I hope Courtney's not listening. I haven't had the heart to tell her yet. He took apart an old newspaper that she had kept something from years and years ago. He got over to where her desk was. I walked over there, and it was just torn to shreds.
One of mine likes paper.
I haven't told her yet. He likes it all.
I think you should tell her tonight, right before you walk out the door.
Hey, I'm at the cook-off, by the way.
It happened. The NFL, they're doing something to make the Texans even should be even more aggressive in doing things in the offseason. We'll tell you what that is coming up, and we'll get you ready for the Astros and let you get updated on some of the important pitchers they have. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1, I want to jump before we get to this overall NFL news, some NFL news that just dropped that could potentially affect the Houston Texans, and that is the Miami Dolphins. They have informed cornerback Xavier Howard, was thought to be one of the best corners in football not that long ago, that they'll release him at the start of the league year. Sources tell Mike Garafolo and Peter Schrager the 4-time Pro Bowl selection is expected to have significant interest on the market. He is 30 years old. He'll be 31 July 4th. He was a Pro Bowler 2 years ago, a first-team All-Pro in 2020. And I say this because the Texans, their second corner is a free agent. Right, been a little bit on the news with him as well about potentially them moving on from him, and they could do a lot of different things. And I think whenever we see a player like a Xavier Howard, and I've seen this on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch, should the Texans go after him? Clint, for me, like I right now, the way that Xavier Howard has played, especially last year, and I look at his age, like real talk, I think he feels like more of a name right now than actually as good as we remember him being. Right now, I would think that Steven Nelson has played better than he has over the last couple of years right now, and I just think Xavier Howard was an all-pro, so that name kind of carries weight. So for me, I think they can probably do better, especially for the price that he potentially may come with.
Yeah, look, I mean, Xavier Howard had the monster year in 2020 with the double-digit interception season, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched enough Miami defense, in a vacuum to know, where Xavier Howard sits as in terms of what he can do. Now, do I think he could be a number 2 corner opposite Derek Stingley? Absolutely. I don't know. I don't know what kind of fit he is here. I don't know, what kind of player he is in terms of who Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan want in here. And I would be very hesitant to bring in somebody that you had any kind of – and I'm not saying they do. I'm saying if they did have any kind of question marks, whether it be health or it be, character in terms of adding guys to this locker room, again, I damn sure wouldn't take chances with my number 2 corner. If he fits in what D'Amico – wants from a culture perspective, from a corner perspective, from a scheme perspective, then Xavier Howard opposite Derek Stingley sounds good to me. I'm in. Based on what I know, I haven't watched a hell of a lot of them. So
yeah, and DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans for ESPN, just tweeted out 54 seconds ago, from people I trust, Xavier Howard has interest in joining the Texans. He is from Houston, and we don't know. He said doesn't know the interest from the Texan side of it, but Xavier Howard, from his sources and people he trusts, would have interest in coming here, being that he is a Houston native. So that is what you. Do you think Steven Nelson's going to be here next year? Because that's the thought. Like that, I think if Steven Nelson's here next year, I think the Xavier Howard thing is.
Well, look, I think if you got Xavier Howard level guys available. And the money is makes sense, and I'm not saying it makes sense relative to Steven Nelson, but it makes sense in the caliber player he is still today, and what the Texans want to pay. Then I could see them moving on from
Steven Nelson.
From Steven Nelson. Look, we made a big deal about the Steven Nelson Nick Caserio thing last year, which I think rightfully so. I mean, anytime you call out the general manager for a team. That's not a bad look. I can understand where D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio were in a spot where maybe they had to give him a little bit more money, maybe they had to re-up him, maybe they needed to keep him around because he was the best option and they were thin at that position, whatever it may be. This is the time where if Nick Caserio harbors any ill will or ill feelings towards Steven Nelson, this is when you just move on from him. And so, look, I've heard a podcast where Steven Nelson, his podcast, I think it was, where Steven Nelson's out there explaining it and talking about it, bringing it back up again. And again, that's not a big deal, but why? Like, why would you want to bring that back up when you're a free agent and discuss in any way, shape, or form the comments that you made? And I mean, that's just a bad look. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if D'Amico and Nick said, "Nah, we're gonna move on in a different direction." Yeah. I do believe that there are plenty Steven Nelson caliber corners to put opposite Derek Stingley. Now it's a gamble because I do believe at least from a player perspective, you know what you're getting from Steven Nelson.
Yeah, and also the injury impact still is something that's a question with Derek Stingley, right?
Oh, yeah.
And knowing exactly what you have is exactly what you have with Steven Nelson and what he.
The thing with these guys, especially the corner position, and that this has happened. Like, it's hard for me to make sense of, or not make sense, but it's hard for me to kind of grasp, okay, what is it D'Amico's looking for? What kind of method? You look at the Des King situation, letting him go and bringing him back, and then him being an impact player down the stretch. You look at the situation. What was the corner that they had in camp? They were 3 deep.
Shaq Griffin.
Yeah, Shaq Griffin. They let him go, and it was we felt like it was the right thing to do for the player to let him go. Get a new start somewhere else. Like, all of that stuff makes it very difficult for me to put my finger on exactly who and what and why. The method to the madness in the secondary, really outside of Derek Stingley. I mean, that's obviously a known. Everybody else is, at this point, who knows what they're going to do.
Yeah. So that is the latest. If you missed it, Dolphins, they've informed cornerback Xavier Howard, former All-Pro and a 4-time Pro Bowler, that he is going to be released. A 4-time Pro Bowler is expected to have a significant market, and according to DJ Bieniemy, people that he trusts believe that there is interest from Xavier Howard to come to Houston. He is a Houston native.
I didn't realize he's from here. Yeah, look, I mean that is
what a high school he goes to.
Especially for kids for Houston kids like grew up here, to come back and play for the Texans would be absolutely huge. On top of that, I mean, I think anybody in the NFL, if they're honest with you, Houston and living in Houston, and having the opportunity to play in Houston, is, I would say, a top. And I'm just talking about the quality of life. I'm talking about the vibe of the city. I mean, I bet you Houston's in the top 3 or 4 in the NFL.
Wheatley High School.
I ain't got Wheatley, Texas. Is that in Wheatley, Texas?
No, it says 5th Ward area of Houston, Texas. He attended.
So that's right. That's literally right
Wheatley.
here.
Yeah, Wheatley
That's right
High
here
School.
in the city.
In the city. Teammates with fellow NFL cornerback William Jackson III.
I didn't know Wheatley. I ain't
got Wheatley, Tyler?
I ain't got Wheatley High School, and they got 2 corners that played together in the NFL right now. Damn.
Ain't got that one out. Yeah, Xavier Howard. So he's on the block.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, this is news out of the NFL, Clint. We see this a lot, but this is even a bigger jump with things. The NFL has announced that the salary cap for 2024 will be $255.4 million per club. This is an unprecedented $30 million increase per club in this year's salary cap, and it is a result of a full repayment of all amounts advanced by the clubs and deferred by players during the COVID pandemic, as well as extraordinary increase in media revenue in 2024. So this thing is going up $30 million, and even more of a reason of why the Texans should really get aggressive. And I am certain across this league thinking, all right, man, this damn thing is going up. This damn thing is going up $30 million, and we still not gonna get paid. But right now, man, even more salary cap space for all of the teams. And when you're a team like the Texans, who anywhere from, I don't know, man, it's weird, anywhere from 3rd to 5th most amount of money to spend, even more reason to potentially get aggressive out there at this time with players.
Hell of a time to be in the league, boys. I mean, them minimums, I don't know exactly what they are right now, but woo, oh yeah. I mean, you got more practice squad players. I don't remember what rule they settled on after COVID, but you've got more practice squad players, so you got a handful of guys that would literally be on the streets making nothing, and that practice squad money is really, really good right now. And obviously the rookie minimum, second-year player minimum, third-year player, vet minimum. I mean, these minimums are absolutely ridiculous right now. So good for these boys, man. Get that money. Good time to be a pro athlete. That's for damn sure. There's plenty to go around.
Yeah, they're going around with it. But yeah, to me, even more. Hopefully the Texans use this to really be able to go out and get guys. Obviously,
I'd like to see
it for everybody.
I mean, we'll see it. I'm sure we'll see the adjustments of what it means just to a dollar amount for each team, and the Texans will be near the top, obviously, because everybody's getting the same amount, I believe. But it will be interesting to see what that does, what that does for the Texans specifically,
and what the floor would move to. The floor of what you have to. $30 million up in the new salary cap. It goes up every year, but this is a really, really high jump for the NFL, and should do nothing but help the Texans right now when they're in the spot they're in.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, baseball is getting going. The Astros, we're seeing teams getting started right now as we got the Dodgers and the Padres on TV right now, and guys started playing. And the Astros, they get started in the Grapefruit League tomorrow, and their manager in front of that, Joe Espada, has some updates on some pitchers out here, and he speaks about Justin Verlander and France, who have had some injuries. This is him first on J.P. France, who didn't finish the year last year, had some sort of, it seemed like a family situation that left him off the playoff roster, and had an injury with his shoulder coming into training camp, or to spring training, excuse me.
Not many pitches, but he got up there and just kind of threw a few pitches, and he played catch today, and he felt good.
All right, that's J.P. France. And J.P. France was a savior at times for this team in the second half of the season. When you had Framber and you had Christian Javier kind of go off a cliff, J.P. France was kind of steady right there in the middle. And I'm looking at it, Clint. It feels like to me, if this thing goes right the way you hope it does, where's J.P. France fit? That's right. If it goes right, because if it goes right, your hope is Verlander, Framber, Javier, to me, Hunter Brown, and at some point you hope Lance gets into that rotation. But there's Urquidy, there's
Garcia
eventually. But I mean, maybe if it goes right, he's in the 5 spot, or whatever.
Well, if it's a 6-man rotation, obviously he's in it. I think if it's a 5-man rotation, you look, it's got to be between him and Urquidy, right, at that point in time. And the fact that he's even made that a conversation, because I do think Urquidy during a regular season is a really solid, quality 5th starter in a rotation. And so J.P. France has pitched well enough over a good stretch last year to say, hey, man, is it J.P. France? Is he your 6th guy or is he your 5th guy? That's the surplus of pitching in Houston is going to be very, very interesting, and it's not just because they could move one and bring in some other pieces. That's one part of it. You get closer to the trade deadline, I do think they're going to have a surplus of arms and could potentially move one. Also, for the Astros moving forward, I mean, which one of these guys are how many of them really? I mean, how many of these guys end up in the bullpen as long relief? Right, Christian Javier is no longer going to be that guy. I mean, you lost some key pieces, although they weren't longer relievers. You lost some key pieces. You need that guy in the bullpen right now, or you need multiple guys in the bullpen right now that I think in a pinch could give you 6 outs. Right?
Yes.
Who is it going to be?
He could be the long relief guy, which.
To me, him, Garcia.
Sam, that's crazy to think of where he was last year that he could potentially be.
Well, to me, it's him, Garcia. Obviously, Belak is going to be in that mix because I look at Hunter Brown and Christian Javier and guys that have played that over the last couple of years, have kind of played back and forth with that starter to long relief role. I mean, those guys have legit starter stuff. I mean, the plan for them does not shift whatsoever. You've got 3 or 4 starters in this rotation at the bottom of it that, I mean, you could shift gears with them all year long. And it could be any of them. Belak, J.P. France, Luis Garcia, Jose Urquidy. I mean, you got 4 or 5 guys where you could go, hey, man, we're going to start you in the pin long relief role. And if you get in trouble, hey, we're going to bump you up to be obviously a 5th or 6th starter. So, lucky to have the surplus that we have. I think it's going to be fascinating down the stretch on multiple fronts of what Dana Brown does with those arms.
Yeah, Espada also on his ace right now, Justin Verlander, and his status coming off that shoulder issue he had at the start of spring training.
JV is going to let us know when he's getting close to live BPs, but I thought his side yesterday went well. He woke up today feeling really good, so I am encouraged for where he's at right now.
Good.
Boy, if you're Joe Espada, right? I mean, think about it. You wake up. Most of us wake up in the morning. You get prepared for your day. You look at your schedule, your itinerary, what you got. He's got to wake up some Verlander on speed dial. All right, how you feel this morning, bub?
He's going to tell us.
You threw yesterday.
Look at it.
How you feel? And he's got to have his fingers crossed, right? Of like, please tell me there ain't no swelling. Please tell me there ain't no soreness. Please tell me you feel good, man.
Ver's going to be Ver. Because the way Justin spoke about it initially and then threw off the mound the very next day was really something. Yeah, man, I don't know. And not feeling too good, the shoulder. Not feeling too good. I don't know, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to be behind a couple of weeks. And then he's throwing off the mound the next day. So, yeah, that's interesting. All right. Listen, as I said, man, I think this is something we have got to pump the brakes on. I know he is special and a savior, but we've got to pump the brakes on this with CJ. We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder, man. Here's what's up. If you're looking to build your dream home,
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we keep rolling through on this Friday. And listen, we talked about it yesterday, man. CJ had an beyond impressive season. It may have been the best rookie quarterback season we've seen maybe ever in a long time. Probably, I know legit rookie, the best I've seen.
Are we going to give you your flowers?
But with that being said, Clinton, this does kind of go back to kind of some of the big conversations that this offseason has taken on and will take on is, I don't know about you, Clint, but I think we got to pump the brakes a bit on believing that CJ can really just handle turn anybody into and work with and make anything work. And the theory of no, maybe we don't need some of these names that we've thrown out because CJ can make, as you said, I can't get Curtis Samuels out of my head now. Can make the Curtis Samuel better. Can make the one people who keep asking why doesn't Clint like what's my man from Buffalo?
Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis can turn the Gabe Davises up. Listen, I think CJ appears what I call him a fixer. CJ did everything to show in year one someone you would think would fill that role. But one, I don't know how many quarterbacks. I don't know any of the top quarterbacks in the league got at least somebody that is a legit, without a doubt, difference maker. And one that you would probably think is a difference maker with any quarterback for the most part. Right, and then especially when you look at who he is going to be going up against, he's got to have a dude at least.
Yeah.
And I think 17 games to me is definitely way too early to look at and say, now that dude can just make anything work each year. So
I agree. I agree 100% with you. It is while it was great to think that these guys are going to go out there and duplicate it, to think that Bobby Slowick is going to be and C.J. Stroud are going to always have answers and always find the weakness and always be right at a tremendous rate last year. I'm very, very hesitant to believe that they can duplicate that season. Because again, I know people get frustrated when are mad and think I'm not disrespecting anybody. But when you look at how Nico Collins went for damn near 1,300 yards, there was a lot of catch and run. It's not always going to be that easy for Nico to catch underneath
a lot of space with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, and he did a tremendous job. I've said it before. He ran great routes. He got great hands. He there was a ton of, hey, Nico is wide ass open. Get the ball to him. I mean, the deep post that he caught for the touchdown to start the Cleveland – was it Cleveland? Was it the Cleveland game? I mean, 90% of receivers in the league can catch that one. I mean, he's wide ass open running.
The Colt game. The Colt game, right?
Colts?
The
whichever one was the first play of the game.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's running butt naked. Like a huge chunk of what Nico did was very, very easy. And while I think with Bobby, CJ, Nico, Tank – there's a good chunk of it's going to come easy. It's going to appear effortless. They're that good. But I don't think it's going to be as easy for 19, 20 games the way that it was this year. Well, with the exception of the Ravens game, obviously, and a couple of other games along the way where it was difficult. But I just think it's going to get exponentially more difficult. And yes, to your point, I do agree with you. I believe that while we can sit here and have a conversation of CJ's going to make guys around him better, CJ's going to understand I'm getting heated up. Where are my answers? Let me get the football out. Puts O-line in a bad spot. Very rarely is he going to hang the wide receivers out to dry. Very rarely is he going to miss a hot route. But the thought that, man, he can just make chicken salad out of chicken mess.
Like, hey, let's look at it. Let's throw everything at the defense, our resources at the defense, because we got CJ. I think that's I think that's a little unfair, and we hadn't seen enough of that. Someone texted and said the Chiefs don't. No, they have Travis Kelce, and I mean if you just watch the playoffs, let even with the Chiefs, you thought maybe Travis. No, they got he's a difference maker. I like that. Well, that changes the game. That brings coverage towards him. That helps him and others.
Yeah. They have Travis Kelce. They have. If you look at play design and timing of play calling and feel of the game, they got the best play caller we've ever seen in the NFL, in Andy Reid. When you look at the wide range of what Kansas City's offense could throw at a defense, it's three times what the Texans had in their playbook, which makes sense because you got a rookie quarterback going. What Pat Mahomes has done the last 2 years. In terms of winning without, really anything other than Travis Kelce, if we're being honest. I mean, I know guys were good outside and guys were complementary pieces and guys have emerged. I get it. But he really did do more with less. But to me, to look at that and go, well, we can do that, that's a bad.
But he at least has Kelce, though.
Right. Yeah.
He at least – and now someone texted in, but how come you don't believe Nico is that guy or Tank's that guy? Listen, they very well may be. But it's, to me, the same exact thing we're talking about with CJ. But
we're talking about the best tight end we've ever seen play the game and the best quarterback we've ever seen and the best play caller we've ever seen play the game.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, when they're saying how come we don't look at Nico and Tank as potentially being what you're talking about, what I'm talking about, and I would just say they could be. But just like right now with CJ, I don't think I've had enough of a sample size to make me feel like that Nico is in the class of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that Tank is in the class of what we're talking about. They very well may be. But, I don't think, just like to me, Rashee Rice may be, but I don't think he is.
Pacheco maybe,
but I don't think he is. And I mean, and obviously there are other teams that you can do that with. Jamar Gibbs maybe. I don't, it's not a complete guarantee. Got to have more. Now, hell, Nico comes out and does it again, then you're like, okay, now he potentially has one of those guys. But for me, it's just like, hey, man, just bang up this defense because CJ, man, he'll lift Curtis Samuel. He'll lift Gabe Davis. Yeah. He'll lift, certain guys. I don't know that I can get with that.
Yeah.
Look,
I mean, you've got to just, either way you slice it, you've got to keep adding pieces. And the pieces that the Texans are missing right now, you can turn and hand the football to, and he makes the offensive line better. And a wide receiver or a tight end, a skilled guy that when you get man-to-man or when the windows get tight in the red zone inside the 10-yard line, you take all the read off your quarterback. You take all the pressure off your offensive line. You snap it, you throw the back shoulder. You snap it, you bang the slant. You snap it, you throw the fade. That one-on-one guy that has a big physical advantage. Those are the two pieces that the Texans can add right now that would enhance their offensive unit. Right? I mean, they've got the guys they have. It's not believing in those guys or disrespecting those guys. It's just it's not enough. It's just not enough. No. I mean, it's enough right now to win 10 games.
He doesn't right now. He does not have one established guy that is a difference maker.
I'll agree with that
without a shadow of a doubt.
I'll agree with that.
Like I said, Tank and Nico might. Nico really looked the part at times last year. But straight up established that
the thing with Nico, real quick, and here's the deal, is I could see Nico taking a huge step this year by all of a sudden becoming what Lovie Smith tried to sell us he was and what his body and his measurables tell us he is, that 6'4", 220, that 50-50 ball guy that is comfortable in contact and can catch the back. If he does that, he all of a sudden he no doubt is a one in this league. Right? Or defenses start keying on you a little bit more, free releases, and you start catching the best corners, and you start catching a linebacker that's expanded, so that slant you're catching backside's not quite as open.
Like the Ravens did you.
Right. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, whoa, he's human. Like, so I could see him going either way, but we got to see it's right now. It's not enough. We've got to see which direction he goes.
Yeah. All right, coming up, Joe Espada. He's laying down the law on something that he wants to see change with the Astros coming up this season. We'll let you hear it and give you our thoughts on that coming up next.
In the Loop.
When I hear this discussion about
The exchange you just heard didn't actually happen, but it could. Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive and you could use the savings to make sure that RV is always ready to hit the road. Who knows, your teenager might actually put down her phone for 5 minutes. It could happen. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real quick on what we were discussing there about the thought that you could kind of really go a little cheap or not as aggressive on the offensive side of the ball because C.J. Stroud, there's a confidence that he can really make a lot of players work and lift up a lot of players. And I think that's we're way too early in on the process to think that, for me, to see that as the case right now. I think he needs dudes, at least a dude. And one, this is what you do. Like when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal that you really feel confident in, and you're in a spot where you come out the first year of the rookie deal and you win the division, win 10 games, win a playoff game, and are one step away from a place your organization's never been, and that is the AFC Championship game. At that point, this is when you get really aggressive and try to pull off what Seattle did with Russell Wilson on his rookie deal, what the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes on his rookie deal. You get aggressive and try to give help because this may be the best team that you're able to put around that quarterback. That's one. And the other, Clint, when you start thinking about the other teams that the Texans are going to be competing with and who you want them to try to beat and be on the level with, hell, they're bringing proven guys to the party. At least one. We talked about the Chiefs. They've at least got Kelsey, who is a proven dude. You talk about Joe Burrow. All right, they're going to overtake. Well, they're bringing Jamar Chase and potentially T. Higgins as well. And you look at the Bills, and they're bringing – we'll see right now, but as of now, potentially Stephon Diggs and Cook, who was a Pro Bowl running back, and Kincaid, who they really liked that came on in the end of the season last year. Not as proven, but they're bringing guys to the table. We saw with the Ravens what they were able to do with guys like Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews, who they have in their running game. They're bringing a lot to the table. CJ, you need CJ to have some people to be bringing to the table. And some guys that you really, really know are dudes that can go and be playmakers and difference makers.
Just
from that point of it,
just leave no doubt, man. You know, I mean, there's always a fear. And look, I'm not knocking Nick Caserio at all. They're clearly the organization he came from. They won a lot of ball games doing this, but the approach of doing more with less and the thought of man, we're going to let most of these teams, we're going to go into games and most of these teams are just going to beat themselves, and we're not going to beat ourselves, so we're going to end up winning on the scoreboard kind of deal. And then when we get to the playoffs and everybody is the cream rises to the top, if you will, then you know we'll go win some ball games and we'll win some championships. Like I just, man, I mean, Brady was perfect for that, and they got it done up there. That is just a way of life for me that scares the hell out of me.
But even they had Randy for a couple years. Like, Corey Dillon was really good at the point when they got him. So even they had some dudes.
I agree, but it's still they won because their quarterback was right more than anybody in history, and because they were so disciplined and they didn't beat themselves, and that's just, it worked for them, and it was very, very powerful when it happened. But damn, but as you're building something and kind of trying to find an identity of who you are in the league and trying to develop young, like it's hard to do that, to climb that hill. For me, it is. I mean, it's a lot easier if there's dudes available, kind of like where D'Amico comes from. You know, Trent Williams is available. What? Yeah, let's go get that one. right? Christian McCaffrey's available. Yep, let's go get that one. You know, that to me, that approach fits my eye a little better than the way in which Nick in New England went about winning games.
Yeah. You gotta have something. You gotta give him something to bring to the party, and this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it. I'm not saying this like as someone texted him, but they've got to solidify and fix the front seven. Period. I'm not saying that you don't have to go there and do and fix things on the defensive side of the ball. But it can't be we can load up on defense. We have the ability to just load. See, he's got it over there. That's hell. Yes, get something in the front seven, but you got to get something over there too, though.
Well, it's got to be complimentary, and when it's all said and done, it's you look at how Baltimore skull drugged the Texans, and sure, it ended up looking bad on the defense because they were just able to tell everybody in the world, we're fixing to turn around and run this thing this fourth quarter, and we're going to make you like it. But the offense gave them no help. And so you can look at it from a defensive perspective, you can look at it from an offensive perspective. At the end of the day, they got to play complimentary football. And you can't always dictate, well, I want to load up on defense because those guys aren't always going to be there. And so what if you look up and the guys that are available when you have the money are the Saquon Barkleys and the Evans, and you got to go load up on offense, and you got to be one of the more higher scoring offenses. You got to be what Kansas City was 2 years ago, scoring 30 points a game and go win a championship, versus what they look like this year when the scoring fell off. They actually scored fewer points per game than the Texans, right? But they won with defense, and they won with a little bit more of a running game and timely, more calculated approach by Pat Mahomes. You can't I guess that's where I'm going. Like, you can't always dictate how you want to win football games. Like, you've got to be able to turn it on and turn it off. You got to be able to manage the game. You got to be able to go, okay, we're in a dogfight. Let's shoot this thing out. Or, hey, man, we're not running the ball well today. Okay, CJ, Nico, Tank, hey, man, we got to create some separation. We got to take some shots. Like, you got to be able to do that. And a couple more guys offensively would allow them to do that.
Yeah. All right. As we Clint, Joe Espada, as this season gets going.
Joe.
They're going to start their quest in spring training tomorrow. They play a real game starting tomorrow. This is something he said he wants to see, a change from his team. I love it, but then it brings up an immediate question that I believe Tyler's going to lose his mind about. Here's Joe Espada on something he wants to see changed and improved by his team coming up this season.
Taking it to the other team, like being aggressive, like knowing the weaknesses of the other defense, like, who has a strong arm, trying to take an extra base. There's opportunities for us to take extra bases, but sometimes we choose not to because of who's on deck, right? And our guys are smart about when is the right time to do it, but I think there's opportunities out there, and I want us to take some risk, calculated risk. I think is important for us to take and put our guys in a position to get some easy RBIs. It's easier. Our guys rather hit with a man on third base with one out than man on second base with one out. So there's opportunities for us to do that. So we're gonna push our guys to do those things in spring training.
I love that, man. Be aggressive on the base pass. Try to create chaos. Make defenses make perfect plays, perfect throws, put pressure on defense, and as he said, get easier RBI opportunities with this lineup. I love the thought of them being more aggressive on the bases.
Yeah, Ron, I'm with you, man. I love what this, and this is not a knock on Dusty, but like Dusty just handled the media differently, right? I mean, he just wasn't as transparent as to be, which I understand both. I love the fact I love the Joe Espada that we're getting, Ron, of being a little bit more transparent with what the hell's going on and kind of what he's telling his guys and what he wants his guys to do. And I love the message right there. You and I've talked about this a million times. I mean, as he's talking right there, Ron, you know what I'm thinking about: regular season extra inning approach. Are you going to move the guy from second to third, and you going to hit with one out? Or are we just going to take our chances because a single scores a guy from second anyway? Like what that approach? Like I love the small ball aggressive approach. And I'm not saying this lineup is one that turns into it. Obviously, you don't do that. But I love the thought of being aggressive, not reckless, being aggressive on the base pass, I love the thought of running, moving runners from second to third. I know second is obviously you can score from there, but third's is a lot sexier to me. I love the thought of Joe Espada being transparent, letting us know that, hey, I'm asking these guys to do some things a little bit differently this year, and here's what they are.
Yeah, I love it. The one thing though I do wonder about is I wonder how Jose Altuve takes that. Hell yeah,
Did
Coach.
you think about that?
You know what, Coach? You're right.
Well,
You know what? I have been a little lax on this.
No.
I need to be more aggressive out here.
Well,
You're
Ron,
right, Joe.
Hang on, Ron. Hey, Tyler. Hang on. Hey, Tyler.
What's Altuve thinking?
I'm gonna have a stroke in here.
Let me get you good and turned on. Let me get you good and turned on. My old football at 4 usually likes to stay with the old pigskin. 4 panels, 8 laces. We got a little squirrely lately. We like to talk about Amber Rose and him every now and then.
I know.
We get distracted. I've told everybody out there how Amber can distract folks. And it distracts
I was just looking at her during the break.
But I think I should. I think I got a little something that's going to get Tyler good and turned on. I think this is going to get you good and turned on. And so. Turning Tyler on next, and
first and third Altuve.
There's a bold.
Keep your tiny ass on the base.
There's a bold move that's been suggested by the Texans. I want to see if this one turns y'all on a little bit too. See what that does.
Swing.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. It's awfully bold, but the numbers add up, and boy, it would be a fun watch. But before we do that, I'm going to tell you about these cold Coors Light. It's Friday, y'all. It's the weekend, man. I want to take a minute, tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there.
lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, let me ESPN dropped basically an article that had it was the bold moves, trades in free agency, draft for all 32 teams. So bold moves ultimately for all 32 teams. You look down the list here, and the bold moves would be Buffalo trade Stephon Diggs, New England draft wide receiver Marvin Harrison and wait on a quarterback. New York Jets fire Robert Saleh and hire Mike Vrabel. Baltimore Ravens, how about we cut Ronnie Stanley? Cincinnati Bengals draft a wide receiver in round 1. Boy, that would be nasty. Even though I did see the Chargers, one of the mock drafts, they would draft a receiver in the first round, which is what they did last year. Isn't it? The kid out of TCU ended up there. Quentin Johnston, isn't that his name?
Yep.
Cleveland Browns bring in competition for QB Deshaun Watson. Pittsburgh Steelers, not too ballsy here. Hell, there's a good chance they do it. Trade for QB Justin Fields. And we get down here to the AFC South and the Houston Texans. And, well, I don't know if this is smart or possible.
I'm in.
It would be sexy to watch.
I'm in.
Trade for outside linebacker.
I'm out.
You're out no matter what.
Kidding.
Khalil Mack.
I'm in.
Khalil Mack, he's 33 years old, had 17 sacks last season.
He had 18. 17?
For the Chargers. Now, he would come with a huge contract, Ron. You want to guess what his cap number is next year?
Is it in the third?
$38.5 million. Now, here's the good part of that, which we've typically been a team that has been on the end of having to pay for guys to move them. We paid $7 million that year. We got rid of Jadeveon Clowney. We ended up having to pay $7 million of his contract that year. The Chargers are nearly $46 million over the cap for 2024. Boy, isn't it a good feeling to know you're the Texans? You're sitting here, you're further under the cap than the Chargers are over the cap.
That's beautiful.
I mean, it's just a beautiful thing.
Watch them work it out.
Trading, right? Because as you always said, that salary cap ain't real.
Figure it out.
Trading,
Love that money.
Yep. Who doesn't? Trading Khalil Mack before June 1 would save the Chargers over $23 million in cap space. So you got to believe that number is not going to be, for the Texans, wouldn't be $38.5 million. It'd be a big number.
I was going to say, they're going to have to pick up something.
Well, they would pick up some. I would imagine if it's going to save them $23 million in cap space, I would imagine some of that $38.5 is pushed, is money that's been pushed from one year to the other. But nonetheless, it's Khalil Mack. The Texans have $57 million in cap space. I don't know if that's before or after the new cap number, overall cap number was put out. But nonetheless, they've got $57+ million in cap space. They would also be replacing Jonathan Grenard with Khalil Mack at that point in time, and this is where the suggestion got real sexy for me, because I could close my eyes and imagine this. Could you imagine Khalil Mack coming off one end, Will Anderson coming off the other, and the opponents unable to double team both of them? The thought here by ESPN2 is that it wouldn't cost a very high draft pick, obviously, when he's coming with that kind of contract. So
they would
long shot.
They would double team Khalil.
Long shot, so Will would get a bunch of singles, which wouldn't be a bad deal. You'd be all right with that?
Here is my thought. Someone texted in, hell no, someone said, so Ronnie, it's just Ron, you don't want a 30-year-old receiver, but you want a 33-year-old Max. See, there you go. You're doing it. You're doing it again.
Keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
Like, if you're talking about Mike Evans, I've made it very clear. I'd be all about Mike Evans. Compare from Mike Evans to a T. Higgins, I would lean towards T. Higgins because of the age. And I said I'd be concerned about what Mike's going to look like the last 2 years of a contract, 33 and 34. So I ain't say I was against it. See, you be listening and hearing what you want to hear again. Now, to that's a really tough one. That's a really tough one. Without knowing, Clint,
what that cap hit is,
what a number will be, and how much they would take on, because we've seen this. Some teams have taken on a large amount of money just to get them out of it. Hell, we saw that the Texans take on a good amount of money of Brandon Cooks. I would probably say no, and say the Grenard thing potentially. I'd probably say no for me, but if this is a route they went, I wouldn't hate it, and it would fit what I've said. Like, to me, if you're going to move on from Jonathan Grenard, you better get somebody that is clearly a better football player than him. You gotta now. I wouldn't be crazy about the call. This would feel very similar to how I talked about the example I gave when the Chiefs decided to move on from D Ford and they went and got Frank Clark and they gave up a 1 and a 2 to get him and they paid him. I was like, he's better, but boy, they gave up a lot. Khalil is better. Someone said, does he still have juice? I mean, he's 33 last year. He had 17 sacks. So, and Joey Bosa was not always on the other side. He was hurt for a lot of the year. So I wouldn't love it, and I wouldn't go along with it. But if this was the plan to replace Jonathan Grenard, I could go with it, and I could understand that, because Khalil Mack, to me, clearly right now is a better football player than Jonathan Grenard. I just don't know that I would pull the trigger with everything that would cost.
Well, yeah, I agree. I would have to see the final number, but
he would be an upgrade.
It would
you better
be,
at least upgrade him.
And if you're not, here's the deal with this move, and it's the money aside. Obviously, the Texans picking up $38 million. I could bet trigger, but the money aside, like, it better be a move like this if you're not going to bring in a serious reinforcement on the inside defensive line. Like, if you're going to draft interior defensive line, then it's got to be a move that you got to upgrade over Jonathan Grenard.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like, if that's the plan.
Yeah, if you want to do that, draft the kid from Texas at 23, but you're getting that. I got you.
To me, you in the defense, as the defensive front goes, first and foremost, without a doubt, the biggest priority is defensive line. You have got to get Will Anderson some help. And if it's not Jonathan Grenard, it better be somebody better than Jonathan Grenard. If that defensive end opposite Will Anderson isn't better than Jonathan Grenard, then it better be a serious presence on the inside at the defensive tackle position. Before we talk linebackers, before we talk safeties, before we talk number 2 and number 3 corner, that defensive line, whether it's an edge rusher or an interior defensive lineman, Will Anderson he's got to have some help. And when we talk about helping Will Anderson, it also helps Christian Harris and Blake Cashman or whoever the hell else you bring back. So I think that's.
I mean, he helps everybody. You said not being able to double team. Oh, they double team him. But they would be forced. But they would be forced to double team him, and that would help everybody.
That would let your youngster eat, no doubt about it. You talked about Mike Evans, this ESPN article with bold moves. This time of year in the NFL, the bold move for the Texans was trade for Khalil. You mentioned Mike Evans. You know whose bold move that is?
The Panthers?
The Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. Sign wide – they doubled up on this one, though. Kansas City Chiefs. Sign wide receiver Mike Evans and draft a wide receiver with number 32.
Yeah, I think they're going to sign a player and draft a receiver. I don't know about with 32, but I think they are going to do that. Listen, I've told you Mike Evans is something else. To me, if Mike Evans, I just don't think they need to go that high. If Mike Evans would cost you the ability to bring back Jones and Snead, I would go in a different direction. I would go in a different direction in terms of a veteran or a veteran addition.
Yeah.
Because I think, like we talked about it before, I think a difference between the Chiefs and the Texans, I think the Chiefs have a dude already, a difference maker already in the skill position point in Kelsey. And I think that means you have more flexibility to maybe not have to have another one with. But there is a part of me that is tired of seeing. It does feel like we are a bit being robbed of.
We being
like just the public.
Oh, okay.
NFL fans are a bit being robbed of seeing Mahomes really at his complete best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like their talent on the outside is preventing him from being the 5,000-yard guy that we've seen before. They found a difference, and we've talked about it. But, I mean, they just haven't had the horses to be able to just – and now they've had to change the way – there is a part that I kind of want to see that Mahomes of slang that thing.
Well, I mean, look at what Brady had. Look what Brady had in Tampa. I mean, the embarrassment of riches there in terms of pass catchers. I mean, could you imagine Mike Evans, Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, and a number 32 overall pick that's a pass catcher, that's a wide receiver?
In a deep draft class that you would think is a guy that,
I mean,
that would be overcorrecting.
Yeah.
Problem.
I tell you what, it would be fun as hell to watch for the rest of us, and I know it would be for you. For all my Cowboys fans out there, real aggressive move here suggested by ESPN. Cut wide receiver Michael Gallup.
Big time.
I mean,
There's somebody who won't let that happen, right? Isn't there somebody in that organization that
isn't on my schedule?
Huge Michael Gallup guy.
Stephen Jones told me straight to my face. He told me straight to my face. They thought they wasn't worried about the lack of pass catchers. This was right after I think Jason Witten had retired. I think that's what the conversation was.
They got Mike Gallup.
I was like, man, what y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do at the wide receiver position, man? Man, we got this guy named Michael Gallup. Man, we think he can be a one, man. We think this guy's. I said,
his separation.
I had to leave the conversation, and go look him up.
His separation went a whole other space since he had that knee injury.
Yeah, but Ron, let's be honest. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys in the league that have the ability to separate running a go route. There's a reason why the advantage is offense in one is they're playing man, and you gotta. You can just, they don't know where you're going. They have no help, and you can run all. Yeah, you line him up, and you just run goes, and you run by folks. Hell, I mean, he can go, he can run. There ain't no doubt about it. Problem is game ain't played on that level right there. So, Chicago Bears. How about this one? Draft quarterback Caleb Williams and keep Justin Fields. I guess you could, but I don't know why you would.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know why you would set yourself up for that. For that issue in the locker room, and you can get something right now for Justin Fields.
The other one here's Minnesota Vikings trade wide receiver Justin Jefferson and reset. I do wonder how many of these big name guys will be on the move, man. Like how many? We see it every year, whether it's quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs. Like there's going to be a guy that's under contract right now. There's going to be multiple big name, game changing, impact level players that move between now and whenever camp starts.
The one you named and we talked about to start for the Texans, Khalil Mack, I don't think he's going to be a Charger. I think they are going to try to get out of that contract because that seems to be the move in which trying to get some relief with that cap.
Yeah.
And it'll be curious to see where he goes.
Yeah,
we'll see. Like the Lions make a lot of sense. There are teams out there that make a lot of sense that are close to getting to a Super Bowl potentially that need a player like him.
I don't remember where I read it, and I don't remember what the scenario is, but the guy would really get me worked up a lot more than Saquon Barkley, I'll be honest with you, in this offense is Alvin Kamara. I can't remember what the scenario was, but where he could potentially be on the move. Yeah, that would get me. That would get me good and worked up. Because look, again, when we talk about the Texans running back, for me, it's about you want to get something as close to Alvin Kamara as you could possibly. I mean, Christian McCaffrey as you possibly can get, and I just think stylistically, Alvin Kamara fits that mold. I may want to rethink it.
I want to see where he is right now, Alvin.
In terms of what,
just
age-wise, and all that?
Age and his ability, how much he's taking
that he could really get me good and turned on. I may want to rethink my more than Saquon Barkley because I'm pretty high on Saquon Barkley, but that's the other running back to me that could, boy, if he becomes available in any sense of the phrase, come on, man, let's talk about it. Nonetheless, bold moves, fun time to be a Texans fan, man. This offseason acquiring big time talent could be a hell of a year for us. Down. Set. Tyler, I just want to turn you on a little bit, man.
Why not?
I mean,
I love to get turned on, so go for it.
Look, man, you played a little audio about Joe Espada and the Astros being more aggressive on the base pass and all that jive.
Mm-hmm.
I read an article by Chandler Rome in The Athletic. 4 things to watch in Grapefruit League play for the Astros, which starts Saturday night, this Saturday night versus the Washington Nationals. I was reading through this article, Tyler, and I think some of obviously Chandler Rome used some of the quotes from the audio you just played a while ago. But the way the article started, and I'm going to read these couple of sentences here to you, and let me know if you want to drop any sound effects along the way. Right? I love what Joe Espada's doing, the transparency. We mentioned it last segment. I just love it. Here's what Chandler Rome writes. Better base running and fundamentals are 2 of Espada's biggest emphases this spring. This is not a lineup constructed to manufacture runs or create havoc on the base pass, but Espada is displeased with some of Houston's decision making. Who's doing that?
I know.
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
I'm trying to read it, and you keep jacking it up.
My fault.
Now I done lost the damn
I didn't even know what y'all were talking about.
I had my
I know
my
now.
damn, and it kept jumping because he's copying and pasting over here,
I was
man.
adding something in. I'm sorry.
And considered it.
I didn't know he was reading it off of there.
Tyler, I got you to a point, and then I told you,
I got
don't
blue
touch me.
balls over
Don't
here.
touch me there. I'm
hold
out.
it right there. Hold it.
Did you delete it?
I didn't.
Gosh, dang, man.
I'm 6 to midnight. I'm ready.
Come on,
ready.
He is ready.
He's ready.
Cut him out.
Don't rev my engine. Don't tease me.
My daddy taught me better, Tyler. I'm out of here. Don't you ever call me again unless you want to put a ring on it, you dirty sucker. All right. Better base running and fundamentals are 2 of a spring. This is not a lineup construction to manufacture runs or create havoc on the base pass, but this is the part, Tyler.
Okay.
She decided, she grabbed the doorknob and was going to leave, and she said, no, I really love him. I love him.
She grabbed his knob?
No, she grabbed the doorknob, and she said she really loved you and is going to come back and climb back in the biscuit.
Tyler.
Right? She's going to come back and jump back in the biscuit with you. But Espada is displeased with some of Houston's decision-making during the last season or 2.
Boner alert.
I mean, Tyler.
Amen, brother.
Tyler, there is nothing all this pissing and moaning you want to do on the radio, there's nothing you can do about the problem. All you can do as a fan is you hope that Joe Espada, the man in charge, you can hope that he at least acknowledges the problem and is trying to correct the issue that drives Tyler nuts.
And it does. It drives me absolutely bonkers how many dumbass moves these Astros, these world champion Astros, make on the base paths.
It's one in particular, and Jose didn't hear any of that. He just heard be aggressive.
No. Altuve, you keep your little ass on the base. Don't even lead off anymore, bro.
Jose said, this means
you don't.
I need to start scoring on singles first.
Ron, no. The beautiful thing about this, though, is
running.
The beautiful thing about this is that he says that, and then they go on to give all these stats of how the Astros took very little risk on the base pass. So, but it would be very easy, Tyler. I'm talking about percentage-wise, like how many times.
Yeah.
I mean, there was 1,263 chances last year to advance. 3% of them.
All Altuve.
Which there was only 2 teams fewer. But the point is, Tyler's like, he could very easily say, hey, we got to take more risks, we got to be more aggressive because the numbers tell us we hadn't. He's not only saying that, he's also saying, hey, we got to be smarter too.
That's fair, and
So
I like it.
I love it, man.
I love the Southern blood flow associated with those comments, you know?
Yes. By the way, they went on to talk about Pena's power. If I got to listen about Pena's power one more time.
I don't want to listen to it. I just want to see it. Altuve did not hear that second part, though. Coming up, you'll get to hear why it is that Clint lost his spot reading because I had to paste this in. Some breaking news to to Clint's favorite sport. This thing continues to go crazy. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I got a question for y'all, man. Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident? If so, you got to know this. You have the right to hold the
Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. This is some news that's broken here in the last half hour, Clint. This coming from The Athletic. A federal judge on Friday ruled that the NCAA must temporarily suspend its name, image, and likeness rules that prevent athletes from negotiating compensation with third parties, including boosters, granting a preliminary injunction that leaves the NCAA's NIL rules in flux until the end of the lawsuit against the organization by the Attorney Generals of Tennessee and Virginia last month. The ruling delivers a significant blow to the NCAA's attempt to stop universities and their supporters from paying athletes to play at their schools. So right now there is a temporary hold right now on NIL.
And the NCAA they can never just get out of their way. They just need to do away with this. With the NCAA as a whole, it's like the same.
I thought you were going to say NIL.
No. The same crew that tried their damnedest to hang on to ultimately never pay players in any way, shape, or form. That made it so we couldn't even work, couldn't even have a job and go make your own money in the offseason if you wanted to. That same group is for some reason still fighting this NIL issue. It's like at some point just bow out and go fight a different fight. They need to do away with the NCAA. I mean, what a mess.
You're not the first to say that.
Well, I mean, it's just like there's no – I'm not opposed to a governing body. In fact, I believe that the biggest problem with college football right now and why, whether we're talking expansion, transfer portal, or the NIL – the biggest problem is you're leaderless. You don't. There's no governing body. There's nobody using common sense and being reasonable to set some degree of parameters on all of these. The conference realignment, expansion, the NIL and the portal that are shocking the world of college football, and I'm talking about shocking to where the greatest coaches of all time are bowing out. Some of the highest paid coaches in the game right now are choosing to go to the NFL. Some of the hottest up-and-coming young coaches are going, I've been fighting my whole life to be an offensive coordinator, but you know what? To hell with that. I'm going to the pro game. I'm going to go to the NFL because there's some level of stability. Like, all of that is a problem, not because players want to get paid. That is all a problem because the NCAA has been a ish show from jump. I mean, it's all a problem because ultimately the NCAA has left college football leaderless, right? And once they lost the power, once everybody had enough, they lost the power, the wheels have just come off. I mean, it's a mess.
No, it is. And I wonder, all right, well, what does that mean? What, going on as usual right now? If you get caught in this period where it's suspended,
this makes it more of the Wild West. Well, what happened was the NCAA stepped in and tried to put parameters on who players, and really it's who their agents could.
So now at this point they can go and talk to anybody.
Correct.
Oh, I got you.
Like
I thought they were saying they suspended NIL all.
No,
in general.
the NCAA tried to put parameters on the NIL and say that players and their representation cannot negotiate with third parties. They had to negotiate with the compliance director, for lack of better terms. I don't know what the guy's called now, but at the university, like all monies had to be funneled through the university and tightly, I believe. So you couldn't negotiate with outside third parties. And the NCAA tried to put those parameters on it, and this judge came back and said, no, NCAA, once again, you screwed up. Get the hell out of here. And so those parameters have been suspended. The way I understand it, those parameters have been suspended. And so now players and their representation can now go straight to a booster and negotiate something. Right? So the collectives and all that kind of stuff, which is a company which is ran by, maybe not ran is not the right word, but kind of overseen by a school employee or a program employee, and that business is where all the boosters and everybody have to typically funnel money through, right? Well, individual players are now, and the representation are going out and negotiating their own deals with boosters and coaches, even the university. Well, they're not leaving the coaches. The coaches are probably directing the traffic. But this is the NCAA basically failing to put parameters on it, is the way that I understand it.
All right. Well, we're gonna have a lot of people making some deals then. I thought it was just stopping the whole thing at this point. All right. So that is the latest. The NCAA NIL right now has been temporarily frozen, put on hold. By the way, real quick before we bounce out here, I got to say this. We seeing a video. I guess I didn't realize the difference in Christian Javier.
Ooh.
Man. You can see that 15 pounds. That looked like every bit of 25 he lost. Hey, soda, weight loss. Telling you, man. I felt that. I agree with. I'm glad you played that. That was one of the things when you
think that's what he did?
I don't know what he did, but I got the same feeling when I saw him. There was a moment where I could start to really easily see my neck, like when you could just look in a picture in a mirror and just, I can really see my neck and I'd have to lift that sucker up. Like you could see, right. Like you could easily see his neck. He tried to hide it through the beard. He clearly has dropped some weight. He looked good.
Tyler, hey, I mean, Ron, I'm going to tell you, the minute you sent that picture, I thought about Tyler.
Why is that?
Because you got a big head and a little body.
It does make his head big.
That is true.
I mean, he looked like T. If T turns his hat around, which T never wears his hat forward, but if he turns his hat around, he's on it. Christian has got a real T vibe going on right now. With that hat on forward, you lose that weight. Like you said, that neck starts to appear a little bit. That head looks bigger and that body looks smaller.
Yeah, I said, damn.
He got that Milner problem. Who am I to talk with this dome I got?
I'm telling you, boy, he gonna let that, when he get that leg up on that wind up, he gonna have it all the way up to his neck.
Right up to his
neck. You think you lost a little weight now? All of a sudden,
pull that leg all the way up now.
I heard he was trying the Kama Sutra all summer.
I get and I know Sean, I guess that's what Sean was looking at. It is clear.
Without a doubt. No question.
It is absolutely.
That's what I would like for the next few months of my life to be like.
You can do it. Last night, Tyler, you didn't partner with us. That's probably because we left you out on it, but I don't think you would have done it. We went and got some real good late night workouts in.
Yeah, man. 500 calories we burnt.
I'm proud of y'all.
Hey. When was the last time you left and went home for the evening at like 7:30, 8? Thought, man, let me get one in real quick. And I'm talking about a workout, you dirtbag.
In all seriousness, like I cannot work out at night because then I'll be wired, and I already struggle to sleep some nights. And every time I've ever worked out in the evening time, I go to bed and I'm just up.
That's about like your excuse for standing me up for crawfish yesterday.
We're not eating. Listen,
I had a whole damn sandwich a little while ago.
I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. I wouldn't have been able to.
Belly.
I wouldn't have been able to do it if Bear was there. Coming up, this text was sent right before we left, and it led Clint to say, "I'm out. I quit. Wait till you hear what this is. We'll discuss that coming up next.
On single Silver Unlimited plan or higher required. Family plan discount with 4 lines all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, someone texted in. Ryan just heard the story on Bear. Get rid of him now.
I saw this message.
Had a dog like that, tore up my backyard. Flowers and plants were everywhere. Then he dove into the pool. He gone.
It's a dog.
That.
Did you think you were gonna get a puppy and it was just gonna walk in your house, sit on the couch, and be like, "All right, I'm good."
I was hoping so.
I prefer it to have a calm demeanor and maybe not prefer to chew everything up.
They get there. The puppy stage is a real thing, though. But if you're training them like our guy Ron's doing, and you care about the dog,
you are a patient, soft-spoken, kind-hearted man, Tyler.
I think he gets after.
Thanks, man.
I think he gets after the dog.
I did when
I remember
they were pups.
I remember sitting there talking to Megan, looking her eye. By the way, happy birthday to Megan.
Is it May's birthday today?
It is indeed.
Happy birthday to Megan. Shout out to Megan.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday.
I didn't have that one in me, Ron. Oh, damn. I missed
Leroy's looking at me like I'm an idiot. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Leroy. I got a little bit.
I didn't know you were going to keep going. I stepped on it. I stepped on her song, man.
Good. That
was beautiful.
Damn, I thought you were done. You should have gave me the stop sign while you were pausing, Ron.
I did. I stopped myself.
I know, but I'm over here, and I got. I mean, I ain't got no parameters. Kind of like NCAA.
I thought it was great. that was fantastic. Yeah. Shout out to Megan. No, I saw the look in her eye. I was talking to Megan about it. Megan seems like she don't play no games with them dogs.
She's all talk.
Look.
No, she's the one. She's the one begging me. No, they didn't know. Don't.
Let's be honest.
She gave me a stern breakdown on like this is what you got to do. Like right here.
Let's be honest.
Sorry about that.
There's one adult in the Milner house.
I know. She'll grow up eventually.
Hey, I mean, Megan is a mother of 4 or 5. How many dogs you got?
I got 3 pups.
She is a mother of 4.
Oh, man. Hey, what's that? Hey, I forgot.
Could you imagine Megan when May goes to bed at night and Tyler's not there? It could be May come in at 1, May come in at 2:30, May come in at 4.
You don't know.
He may have fallen and broken ribs. He may be playing PlayStation.
He may be down there. He may be down there with McDonald's all over.
Yes, there may be McDonald's all over his chest when he's passed out on the couch. He may have his head in the groin of one of our dogs. I don't know.
He may be knee deep in a season beating the Tennessee Titans in Week 16, and he can't get away.
He may have a new tattoo. I mean, that's when Megan wakes up. Megan wakes up on a Thursday or a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It could be any of the above going on.
When you're with me, it's a roll of the dice.
I forgot my Lauren, my daughter. She remembers everything. She told Courtney once when we were going to do something with Bear. She said, we forgot we got it. We can take him to Clint's mom. Remember, Clint's mom's the one who said she could. She's the one to watch.
Hey, Linda.
We just got to call Linda days. I'll get him.
Well, Ron, it's funny that you say that.
We
were talking about it earlier. Ron needs to give Bear to somebody that'll love him even when he's bad.
I hate to tell you.
Just like a kid, they need discipline and love all the time, not just when Ron wants to do it. The dog whisperer, man, you better look out. You would think, because she's dead ass serious, by the way.
I challenge her. Linda, Bear would take you there.
Ron, and she would take it as a challenge, by the way.
I know.
Her and Bear would go at it, son. Like you would think she's had 20 dogs over her time. She ain't had a dog in 25 years. She's been dogless for 25 years.
And now she's ready to come back.
She got the answer. She got the answer for yours, Chief.
Find you a few more excuses.
Oh, God, I love to see Bear get a hold of Linda. He'll take it as a challenge. They'll be both Both of them challenged.
Hey, Linda, get that bottom jaw stuck out.
Hey, show.
Bear. Bear. You get a lot of that, boy.
Well, Bear scared the hell out of me when it is one of his tooth came out. He started bleeding, just going doing the thing. His tooth came out. Oh, God.
His tooth came out.
And
They come out.
baby teeth.
Yeah, baby teeth. They're coming out. He's probably lost.
Once those start coming out, he'll start getting his adult chompers, and he'll start chilling out on the nipping.
He'll start really smoking. He'll do a real good job on that pellet clipper you got out there.
He's lost about a good 5.
Teeth? I've never seen a dog acknowledge that they lost teeth. I assumed they did. I'd never seen them all of a sudden start making faces.
But it came out. I mean, he's just we've seen about.
Yeah, but you did it like he put his paw in his mouth and kind of wiggled it and then made it come out.
No, it just came out when he was in there nipping on, and that blood came out. I said, "Damn, he lost a tooth." Got him.
I'll be damned.
Yep. The
kind of
sorry for Bear though. The tooth fairy did make it.
Damn, man!
I bet you. I bet you do. I bet you do let the tooth fairy make it to your dog.
He thought the tooth fairy left him them cushions out back on that furniture on that patio.
He took it. He said, "Damn, look at
tooth fairy, man. He's good at the
wow, look at this."
Tooth fairy would have brought him some pup toys, man.
Wow.
Damn.
Tyler, I think you need to buckle down and bring Bear a little something, man.
It sounds like I'm gonna have to. I don't think I have a choice.
Oh man, I'll bet. All right. This text came through last night as we were ending the show, and they said, Clint said, "I'm out. I quit. I'm out." Grabbed his stuff and just charged out of the studio. Somebody texted in last night. So are we just all caps out on keeping Motor as a possible running back for this team? What do you mean? What kind of running back? You mean a backup? You mean a third down back? Or are you talking about? I take this, fellas, as yeah, man. Let's run it back with him. Let's get me up. Let's go back with him. And I'm like, I'm out. I don't know. This team is trying to get to a certain level, trying to compete with the other teams in the AFC to get to the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. And hell yes, I am out if this means that Devin Singletary is your primary back. Yes, I am out on Motor. And if you are looking for the Texans to get to the AFC Championship game, your ass should be out on it too. Messed up the promo with the ass there, but you should be out on it too.
Good repeat though. I can work that out.
I'm just saying, yes, Devin could be on the team. We can't run him back. That can't be your starter. Can't be.
I'm just at a spot with the Texans, guys, where I don't want to go to the bar and order a beer and talk to somebody about the Texans next to me and try to get excited about Devin Singletary.
As a lead back. No, you're right. Try to get excited about Devin Singletary.
I mean, look, if you want to sign him with the same intentions that you had last year, you thought you had a bell cow, you thought you had a workhorse in Dameon Pierce, it didn't work out. When you signed Devin Singletary, he was a backup and he was going to be a third down back, kind of a little bit of scat back, bring a little something different to the table than your starter, and he ended up having to tote the load and play a lot more than you expected him to. Nothing has changed about Devin Singletary. He went out there when the Texans were in a bad spot, the running game was awful. He was the best answer they had, and he did the most he could with what he had to handle. And that's it. He's still I like Devin Singletary. I like him as one of the running backs on this football team. But I don't want to talk about my Houston Texans and their chances next year of making a run to a championship and maybe a Super Bowl. And have that conversation consist of again, Devin Singletary.
There's no reason at all in why you would not and can't upgrade over Devin Singletary. There's no reason. There is not one thing that you can sit and say to me of why you can't upgrade over Devin Singletary. Now one reason. Not one reason. Running backs aren't expensive. Hell, I'm talking about even upgrade. Hell, even Austin Eckler. There's nothing that you can't say or explain that it would make sense on why the Texans can't upgrade at the running back position. No reason. And like I said, if Devin's the third down back, the backup back, a guy that you use out of the backfield, to catch the ball, that's cool. A backup back.
Yeah.
But you can't go into a playoff game and run the ball 17 times and he gets 16 of them.
You can't win 10 games, go to the second round of the playoffs, go into that offseason, and Devin Singletary is your headliner in the offseason. Dalton Schultz is your headliner in the offseason. You can't do it. Dalton and those boys had their time last year. Like now it's next level.
Yeah. Got to. Can't do that. All right, coming up, a interesting player was released, a Houston native, and we're hearing potentially that he has interest in the Texans. We'll tell you who the former All-Pro is that's on the streets now, and we got to get into the Rockets. Boy, they're getting real close to losing casual fans. I think Clint and Tyler have.
I've checked out.
Okay. I was going to say a foot.
Probably not real good for job security.
I was going to say a foot in the door, but apparently no feet. They're out at this point. We'll let you know the latest as they get started in the second half coming up next on The Drive.
Well, Ron.
content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
And it is 5 o'clock. Hopefully you're off work on this beautiful Friday. Beautiful weather. It is great out there. Luckily for you, we've got the latest. And the latest is Old Dirty and the DILF. The big DILF. And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is there's a guy on the loose. A guy who is a former Pro Bowler just 2 years ago, a former All-Pro in 2020, was considered to be one of the best at his position in football. The Miami Dolphins have informed cornerback Xavier Howard he will be released at the start of the league year, sources tell Mike Garofalo and Peter Schrager. The four-time Pro Bowl selection is expected to have a significant interest on the market. He's 30 years old. He'll be 31 on the 4th of July. Pro Bowler 2 years ago. He did have a tougher season, we'd say that, had dropped off a bit this past season. But the Texans could be in the market here for a second corner with what they decide to do with Steven Nelson. You could see them move on from Steven Nelson, potentially go a cheaper route or do something in the draft. We'll see. But another thing to this, Clint, is Xavier Howard, who is a Houston native who went to Wheatley High School in 5th Ward.
George Foreman.
George Foreman went there. Several people went there that played in the NFL and played. He apparently, according to DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans for ESPN, he's got some people he said he trusts that he has interest in coming to the Texans, being that he's a Houston native. It will be determined later on, and at this point, if the Texans have interest in him as well. But Xavier Howard apparently potentially has interest coming here to Houston. I don't know if he'll be the guy, Clint, at 30 and 31 in training camp. But, Clint, I do think he fits the bill of what the Texans could be potentially going after in a second corner.
Yeah, look, if Steven Nelson doesn't return, then definitely. And look, I don't know enough about Xavier Howard. I haven't studied the tape on Xavier Howard. I don't know how well he is or isn't playing right now. I don't know exactly, what he's going to end up costing. But I am confident in saying that this is a caliber player that when you're looking for a guy to be the number 2 corner opposite Derek Stingley, Xavier Howard, veteran in the league, has the potential to be uber productive. I would imagine is a very savvy player in the league. Obviously D'Amico and Nick do their due diligence, and if he's a fit here in what Houston wants in their locker room, then I can get down with it. Now to me, this is a guy that if he checks all the boxes and the money's right, boom, you bring him in here. If for any reason he's not, don't know that he's the caliber player where you start making exceptions to your rules for. Yeah. You know what I mean? If there's some guys that we've talked about the last 2 weeks, and we're going to continue to talk about until free agency closes, really until the year gets here. That, hey man, I'll make some exceptions. This old boy is a difference. This guy's a different animal. It's a different player. We may make some exceptions if some boxes aren't checked and he's not a perfect fit for everybody and everything. I don't know that Xavier Howard is still the guy that can just pick and choose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, from the YouTube and Twitch says, I'm out on Xavier Howard. Just me, though. Listen, if you were to bring him in, I think it would have to really make sense in a lot of ways. One, I do get the feel, and there are certain positions where that drop-off in play can come quick.
Yeah,
right?
Like, corner's one of them.
And corner is one of them where it's not all right, 3 years slowly. Like, it can leave quick. I mean, I remember a guy that jumps out to me is Patrick Peterson was like a shutdown corner at one time, and then bam! I mean, it was like a year. It was like, damn, did he need to move to safety? Yeah. And Xavier Howard, to me, I think you got to be careful in the name of who the guy is as opposed to what player is he. I mean, 2020 in football is a long time ago when he had that special year when he was an All-Pro. Now, he was a Pro Bowler. It would just have to make a lot of sense. I think the guy can still play. He's had some injuries, too. I think he can still play, but it's got to make sense because I just don't think you're getting the same dude that was a 4-time Pro Bowler 4 years in a row.
Well, the thing about the way the league is played today, I'll be honest with you, I think the Texans got lucky last year. Steven Nelson, like once Derek Stingley got healthy, and they Steven Nelson and Derek Stingley were the two guys. Like there were moments when one or the other missed, but I think those two guys stayed healthy and played every game once Derek Stingley came back. Their depth at cornerback was suspect at best. I mean, their depth at cornerback. Now,
that's why we were losing it when they made some of the decisions they made prior to the season and after.
Yeah, I mean,
and during.
Like they were thin at the cornerback position, and so the way the game's played today, with these offenses and these 11 personnel with 3 wide receivers on the field, and even when you are in 11 personnel or you're in a 21 personnel with two receivers on the field, these tight ends nowadays are more like receivers. A lot of them are, and so. An older player that can't quite cover as a boundary or field corner brings a lot of value to the table as a backup and or a nickel defender, a guy that can give you depth at 2 different positions. And, look, I don't know Xavier Howard. I don't know if he is that like right now he's still a starter in the NFL. I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the value in a guy like Xavier Howard if he's not corner like he once was, an all-pro corner like he once was, you can still be a number 2. You can still play in the slot. You can still add depth across the board and to the corner room, to the cover defender room, and the Texans need that desperately.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's the thought that they, at one point, the only 2 healthy corners they had on the team was Stephen Nelson and
Javier Thomas at one point.
No, but that's one of the issues. I'm talking about the other corner, the kid Griffin.
Yeah.
Because Derek was injured.
Yep.
I mean, those are the 2 corners they had on the team. Dez wasn't here. Des King wasn't here.
Yeah,
their secondary was Steven Nelson, Shaq Griffin, and
Javier Thomas.
I mean, that was your cover defenders.
They did that. I think they did that against the Bengals. I'm certain that game because I remember Shaq had him a pick off of Joe against the Bengals. They did that against the Bengals. Yeah. Well, you can't live with that.
No, I mean, one of those guys you let loose and go sign somewhere else, and the other one's a free agent. So yeah, I mean, you don't only. My point is, you don't only need a guy that can be your second corner opposite Derek Stingley, but you need dudes.
Yeah, you need dudes. So that's one to look at. That'll be a name, and whenever you hear reports like DJ Bieniemy is saying that player has interest in the Texans, that's going to be one to watch. Xavier Howard. I just caution. Just look at the player and not the name. That name here, like, oh boy, they can get Xavier Howard. You know what I mean? They're going to have the 2 best corners in the league. No, I don't think he's to that level anymore.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night the Rockets got it going after the All-Star break, and they get their asses kicked basically by the Pelicans, 127-105. Not much defense, and Udoka didn't make any changes in the starting lineup. The bright spot in there is Amin Thompson, who has started to come on. So has Cam Whitmore. They both look really pretty good off the bench, especially Amin Thompson. 22 points, had a pretty good all-around game. As he filled the stat sheet, having 5 rebounds, 4 assists on 13 shots. He was able to get to 22 points. And then you look at Jalen Green, 10 points, 3 for 14 in the game, and 23 minutes played. I said this to you all today. I was like, I think the Rockets are about 4 to 5 days away from completely losing all non-diehards. They're about 4 or 5 days away from losing 9 diehards. Clint said he's checked smooth out at this point right now. That Tyler's got a foot out the door. He went to a game earlier this year, so I think maybe he's a little bit in there, a little bit more. But I think there's some people who are listening to this station right now that, there may be some excitement for the Rockets at first, and I just saw someone text in and say, yep, the Rockets are exactly. So they've got the Suns tonight in a back-to-back and one of the better teams coming off a loss. The Suns are last night in Dallas. These are games they need to win to keep any kind of non-diehards in the camp.
Ron, I'm reading this the report you were reading and you stopped short. Houston has lost 6 of the last 7, and last night played the final 8 minutes with all of its starters on the bench. Yeah, I'm out.
That's where he is.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm out on that, man. I don't care what place you're in. I really don't care how much you're scoring. I don't care how much success you're having. You are trending in the wrong direction if you are losing a ball game by 22 points in the last 8 minutes of a ball game. Every starter you have is on the bench. The coach is in a spot of like, to hell with winning. I'm just fixing to make a point.
Which is not good enough.
I'm just going to prove a point, man.
Oh, they're getting their ass kicked. It don't matter. See, you got people texting in. What, the Rockets still play here? Yeah, they do.
Let's go Rockets.
I'm going to say this because I'm still in paying attention to them. I'm still in. I'm as I said to Brandon a couple weeks.
You're used to it with the Royals and you're used to it.
I won't. I won't do that. They almost set me up. You already know the people think they have hatred for the city because I'm sure. You see that coping skill restraint right there?
That was some elite awareness right there. I know what you wanted to say.
Yeah. All right. They got 2 games before we come back in here on Monday. Just on the bench.
Like the whole game?
No, I mean he needs to come off. He needs to be
off the bench.
He needs to. Amin Thompson needs to be in the starting lineup. I think we need to make that move. Cam Whitmore's. I'm not saying he needs to be in the starting lineup, but his minutes need to jump up. But right now at this point, come on, man. You see it last night. You come back, man. 3 for 14. You benched him. You only played him 23 minutes. Amin Thompson in that lineup because he ain't shooting either. Jalen isn't. I think Amin Thompson needs to be in the starting lineup. They play tonight. They play Sunday. We come back Monday. I'll be very disappointed in Udoka if he's not in the starting lineup. You told us the last time we heard from you before the All-Star break that maybe I need to change things. Maybe I need to change things. It's clear. It's clear. Like you got to make this dude, his development right now to me is more important than Jalen Green, especially if Jalen Green is given that.
What are the odds? What are the odds that it happens?
I think it could.
Did Thompson have a career high last night?
22. It may have been.
Yes. I believe it was.
He was. But he was just. It's just he's a better defender, and they stink right now when it comes to defending anything. They get run through, and I mean, listen, he's just a better playmaker. And I heard Sean say this the other morning, and I totally agree with it. Even though Amin is very young, he more consistently makes winning basketball plays. Now, he can't shoot worth a damn right now, but he more consistently makes basketball winning plays. Jalen does not. They move made, and that one is to me. That one's clear. You came out, man. All right, man. I'm gonna give y'all another shot here. I ain't gonna make no crazy changes, and then they come out with this. To where, as you said, they end the game, and he didn't just set everybody on the bench. Just set everybody.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, news coming out of college football. A federal judge Friday has ruled that the NCAA must temporarily suspend its name, image, and likeness rules that prevent athletes from negotiating compensation with third parties, including boosters, and they were granted a preliminary injunction that leaves the NCAA's NIL rules in flux until the end of the lawsuit brought against the organization. So, right now, they are temporarily suspending NIL right now, and the way that and I interpreted it wrong the first time, but the way this is now it's just there's no parameters.
It's temporarily suspending the rules that prevent athletes from negotiating compensation with third parties. The NCAA tried to put some parameters on what players, really it's their representation, what these marketing agents can do with college players. Marketing agents can go to the booster, the big car dealer in town, the alumni that's worth $1 billion and can negotiate a deal for a player. And the NCAA came in and said, "No, let's not allow them to do that." Right, and then what was it? The attorney generals from Tennessee and Virginia.
In Virginia, yep.
Both of them, they had a problem with it, obviously. And so the judge ruled that those NCAA, the NCAA rules that were preventing athletes from doing this, they have been suspended. The rule has been suspended. So now, basically, it's just, ultimately this is allowing it just to be the Wild Wild West again. Now the marketing agents can make a deal with me and you if they want to for a player.
I just want to say for the record that Ron's original misinterpretation of this news, that was on me. That was on me.
Well, I mean, it
was on me. I gave him bad info.
You two are cute. This
I know
is.
You don't have to tell me that.
I mean, no. I mean, unless you like, you gotta. As it's easy for me to sit over here because as Ron's having to give it to the people. I mean, tell it to the people.
Nice.
I mean, I get a chance to read it and really zone in on what the hell it is, and so it's written weird, and it's again it's confusing because it's the NCAA. I mean,
That's a good
you
point.
know what I mean? It is.
That's a really good point.
Like they purposely make all this stuff very difficult to consume and to understand because the NCAA is involved. So go figure. But nonetheless, it's another. The NCAA that didn't want to pay they wanted to just give them a 4-year education while everybody else around them made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and the facilities just grew and grew and grew. That same group that didn't want to pay them is trying to put parameters on how they can get paid. At some point, the NCAA needs it, which I don't know when that time is, but just
they could kick rocks with open-toed sandals, but I don't think they're going to do it. I really don't.
The lack of common sense. I mean, just common sense.
Control, baby. They're control. All right, coming up, there's something that I feel like a fair amount of Texans fans I just can't get with in their thinking about C.J. Stroud. Just can't get with it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler tried to piss me off during the break.
What'd Tyler do?
What was that you told me in my ear?
Just a couple of minutes ago, per Rockets head coach Udoka, no changes to the lineup right now.
That's great, man. That's fine, man. You got till Sunday. Amin Thompson needs to be in the lineup. You're not sitting Fred down. Okay, not sitting crazy stare down. Like, it's clear who it is, and it's the person who he was playing for. I see people on the text line, Ron and Sengun, in the paint, bro. We have no defender in the paint. Look, I'm not going to say it's just Jalen defensively, but Alfie is your best player. Leading scorer and rebounder, second on the team in assist. He's not sitting down. He's been your most consistent, especially from an offensive standpoint, your most consistent player. He's not sitting down. Not happening. Not happening at all. So you could it's Jalen. It's time for him to grab some pine, and then maybe relook at it. Come back in off the bench. Let's see how that goes. Tonight, Sunday, I'd like to see it.
Let's go Rockets.
Monday down. I'd be very disappointed in Ime Udoka if he doesn't do that.
Boy, for a guy that clearly didn't feel like he's being used right to be demoted to the bench, boy, that'd be an interesting. It'd be interesting to see how that thing plays out.
Listen, you can't fight with delusional people.
Yeah, I agree.
Can't just
I tried every day in here, man. It's tough.
I know you ain't talking to me. I'm cute as a button. Damn it, I'm great. Gotta go grab a seat. All right. Listen, fellas, I can't get with this part of it because I think there are a fair amount of people who we're looking at this free agency thing, and it's like I think part of the concern or the thought of some of the big offensive weapon names we've talked about and the price tags of the T. Higgins and the Mike Evanses and the Saquon Barkleys and those guys is like, hey, man, look at what the Chiefs did. Look at the Ravens defense. Look at the Niners defense. Look at these teams' defenses. Like, that's what you go build up on the defense. CJ, look what he did to Nico. Look what he did to Tank. CJ can make people better. CJ can lift guys up. I saw somebody text in, give CJ a top 5 defense, and what do you think he'll do? And I'm just like, I can't get with the thought of we're already there with CJ. Listen, he had as a believable rookie season of any quarterback that I've ever seen, that we've seen in a long time. Many of you are older than me. It very believable. But, man, I need more. I would need more than 17 games to just think, hey, man, just get a dude a top 5 defense, and, man, he'll figure out the rest. I don't think it's fair to him, and I would need more to get that. And plus, hell, who's doing it? Mahomes got Kelsey at least. That's the one you want to go to. Mahomes got Kelsey. Lamar's got Mark Andrews. Zay Flowers is starting to get to a point there.
They went out and paid $15 million to Odell. I know he didn't do nothing, but they went out and paid $15, and they got a great defense.
Yeah. I mean, come on. The run game is much easier because of him. Joe's got right now T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Josh Allen has Stephon Diggs. How do you feel about him? Has Stephon Diggs, but these are guys that are proven dudes. Like, I'm sorry. I can't get with the thought, Clint, that, hey, 17 games we've seen the CJ, let's give him a top 5 defense. He got it. Yeah. No, I think he needs dudes. He's got to have dudes, and I don't think he's shown us enough to feel like, all right, man, we got it, man. CJ's a guy that he could just lift anybody up.
Yeah, look, I believe he is a quarterback that those around him play better. I believe that the spirit of the comment or and I think it's very real with CJ. The problem is that when people start believing that he can consistently do more with less to the tune of AFC championships and Super Bowls, and not acknowledging that this was a super, super soft schedule, and there was very little to no tape on every guy that on the offensive side of the football was successful this year, with talking about Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell. I mean, you just keep on rattling off. I mean, there was very little study to do on those guys. Now there's 19 games worth. So it's I think the notion or the spirit of, he makes the guys in the huddle around the guys around him better. Yes, absolutely true. Without a doubt, absolutely the truth. But to take that and then go, okay, so we can just be okay with less because we can bank on CJ pulling us through. That's the mistake. That is the major mistake. You miss on some guys, have some injuries, and CJ has the ability to pull you up out of that mess and get you through it. Cool. Okay, that's what. Not, hey, we'll spend a bunch of money on the defense and we'll make do with what we have on the offensive side of the football because our quarterback's going to make everybody around him better. Like that is a major mistake.
No, and I think it's probably something you would want to do even if you knew 100% that he was that dude. That if you even knew 100% that he was, like, I mean, I've seen Peyton Manning have stretches where he drug the receiving core, the likes of Anthony Gonzalez and it was my 44, the tight end that he had.
I can see him.
He went to Iowa. God,
that narrow it down.
Yeah, narrow it down. Yeah, starts with a D. It starts with a D. Tyler, he'll get it. But no, he had those receiving cores where, but also in that time it was different. In that time, like, you didn't just have teams loaded up with stars. Yeah. Like Dakota, is that it?
No.
It's not Dakota.
It's Austin, isn't it? It's Austin something.
Oh, is it Austin?
Or something Austin.
Something Austin.
What is it you're trying to think
of? The tight end that Peyton Manning had, 44 in Indy.
44, went to Iowa.
Dallas Clark?
Dallas Clark, yes.
Austin, wrong city.
Yeah. I knew it was a D, not Dakota. We was on it. Good job, Tyler.
Him and Brandon Stokely haunted my dreams for a while.
Brandon Stokely, yeah. Those days are, like, for me, even it wasn't a great idea for Peyton even to run with that. Yeah, that was it. Dallas Clark, Brandon Stokely, Anthony Gonzalez. Like, in today's game,
rattle all those guys off and then rattle off who they went and got because of that. Now tell me who ended up on the other end of those passes.
Reggie,
Marvin, yeah,
Marvin Harris,
okay,
Edrin James.
I think Edge was in there somewhere. Okay,
but I mean, it's just like for me. Now, some EJ grow into the guy where it's like, dude, he can make these guys rise up, but to immediately think right now, I know we got resources to spend, but let's really throw the big resources all on the defense because CJ will make a guy like Nico Collins a 1,300-yard receiver, and I can't get there after 17.
It's a dangerous way of living. Any way you slice it, it's a dangerous way of living. I mean, because when you get there and you realize you don't have enough horses, you end up looking like the Baltimore game looked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You look and go, hey, well, Bobby Slowick scheming up and C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger. It ain't enough. You got to find a guy that can hit a crease, that can make something out of nothing, a guy that can catch a ball behind the line of scrimmage and take it the distance. And maybe Tank's that guy. But you got to, to go into this thing expecting C.J. Stroud to always do more with less is a very, very dangerous way of life in the NFL.
I can't be with it. I can't get with that, man. And nobody else, like we said, just give him a top 5 off defense. All right. Well, the Ravens had a top 5 defense. And then they also had all those weapons too.
Yeah.
Right. The 49ers had a top 5 defense. They had Debo, they had Ayuk, they got Christian McCaffrey, they got George Kittle. Right? Like, it's not like, just give him a top 5 offense or defense because He needs a dude too. He needs a proven guy too that scares people. All right, it is Friday. We always love ending this thing off with the best of the week. Tyler works very, very hard at it. That's coming up next. And Joe Espada. I love what he's saying, but Bill, there is one player that I am certain hears it and could make Astros fans very, very nervous the way he takes this in. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Don't mess with Texas, don't mess with the Astros.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
You know what? If you want your team to be good,
That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You want to take this time I apologize on your earlier, Tyler. I did not.
No, it's all good.
I really did not mean to do that.
What's going on here today?
It was an accident.
What's going on with you two today?
Yeah, well,
I mean, we've had 3 episodes today of y'all apologizing to each other.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here? We're sensitive all of a sudden?
We're in a good season here.
I mean, Clint, I went to the bathroom, and we're going out of the door there, and we were literally talking, and he kind of trailed back because he knew I was going to open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Open the door, I walk right through. I mean, I didn't even do it on purpose. I promise you, I wouldn't even think. I just closed the door right in his face.
I could tell it wasn't purposeful.
And I just thought, I said, "Damn."
That's all right.
And he just opened the door, just dying laughing. Yeah, I apologize for you. That's on me.
It's all good, bro.
I'll take that one. I think maybe subconsciously I knew you led me in the wrong direction when it came to that NIL, and I think that's where that door slammed.
Now we're even.
and now we're even. All right, we do this each and every Friday as Tyler works very, very hard at this, one of our favorite segments of the week, and this one was a fun week, the best of the week on The Drive.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in. The Drive is live. How y'all feeling now about the CJ Amber Rose thing now that you had a little bit of time to digest it?
The exact same. Nothing has changed.
I feel a little bit better.
I don't. What? Do you know something I don't know?
From the text line, both of y'all would have clapped that if gotten the chance. Listen, none of us are denying that.
Guilty.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how much clapping I can do, but I mean, the effort would be there.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you every effort I've got.
I wouldn't fail you from a lack of effort.
Oh, holy hell!
This baby. Ron, were you even an athlete? Yeah. So kiss my ass all day long. All right.
Ron's got sweet feet, y'all.
I've done a little soccer. I mean, obviously, I've never done any like figure skating or anything like that.
What about those uneven bars? What about some gymnastics?
Done some gymnastic stuff.
I'd kill to see your floor routine.
Touch anything.
That would be awesome. It would be the balance beam, right? Not the uneven bar. Nothing hanging. That's not going to be your deal.
No.
The horse where you run and bound.
The run and the Carrie Strug where she.
That's not it.
Came down.
It would have to be the balance beam or the floor routine.
You're right, Tyler. I think it'd have to be the floor exercise because I would just have to use my showmanship.
The showman.
I mean, she's got to be 5'11", upwards of that, and I would not say tiny.
Well, last time the picture I saw, she was pretty shapely, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would have used the term thick.
Yeah, that's what I thought. In the spirit of Amber Rose getting in C.J. Stroud's Lambo last weekend or late last week, I thought it'd be perfect time to discuss the ladies around the world or globe. I guess world and globe, same thing, and you get the point.
World, globe, planet, Earth.
All the same.
Synonyms.
I was going to go country world instead and went globe world, but anyway, I got it. You get the point. I don't care where she's from.
I'm with it.
My world is called Earth.
The first thing he says, what do you want to listen to? I've got some Kurt Franklin. Got some.
Well, y'all are really. I mean, surely CJ's got better game than that. No.
Here's hour 2 of The Drive. Here. Get it on your Odyssey app. Listen right here.
Yeah, listen to these two jacklegs talk.
She says, that first one sounds fat.
That first one sounds
and
fat
then he goes
white.
back in and the first one sounds fat and white. You'll see Luke Bryan. Yeah, he does. He shakes his ass. Seeing it right there.
What'd you Google to find it?
Luke Bryan shaking that ass.
Leave that computer laying around here somewhere. They're gonna look at
shaking that ass
at Ron's search history. Luke Bryan shaking that ass,
bringing that ass to shake. Oh, we love to look in the rear or in the what's that mirror called?
Windshield.
We love to look in the windshield. Not the rear view mirror, but we are going to take a moment to look in the rear view mirror. I did not have windshield. That windshield, that'll grab you every time. Oh, it's 3:00. This is the time. Sorry about that.
I thought you were really fixing to bring something.
When I did it, I felt like I was doing it.
Oh, it's 3:00.
In my mind, I thought I was about to go. I guess I'm about to go Legion of Doom. Oh, what a rush.
Are you a loofah guy or are you a rag guy?
I'm a loofah guy.
I'm a something guy. Loofah, rag, something.
Tyler, is it me or does Ron look disgusted?
Very.
I know you. you right-handed use it.
Old Dookie hands.
I mean, I do a little bit of all of it. I mean, I get both hands involved.
Yo, sensitive asses. It's a kicker and a punter. Nobody gives a damn about no kicker and no punter. Trying to get to the damn Super Bowl. You're trying to get to an AFC championship game. And it's not going to be by no damn kicker or no punter. The Chiefs have one of the best kickers in the league and highest paid kickers in the league. And they have Patrick Mahomes. You ever talking about a kicker and a punter? Quit being so damn sensitive. No, this is big boy football. I'm not talking about no damn kickers and punters.
Sorry, Kymie.
Stop! Kickers and punters. Would you be pumped for hockey? And do you think hockey long term would work here in Houston? Houston Drillers.
Whatever. Oh, that would be
drill, baby, drill.
Oh yeah,
drill, baby, drill.
I think
that's what you do every time.
Yeah,
I think you should get on the board,
every time they
Tyler.
score instead of the horn.
Yeah, when they score, it's.
That actually would work. It almost sound like a siren, but it's a drill.
Yeah.
That would actually work.
We're punching holes in that net, baby.
Load up and do.
And the drillers are on the power play. Over to Matthews. He shoots. He scores.
It's a power drill.
Yeah, that's his third goal. They're throwing drills. That's a Black and Decker.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, great. At 3 o'clock. Well, I forgot I did that. And it's 3 o'clock.
It means.
That was one of those where I looked up and was like, damn, where's he going with this? Absolutely nowhere.
Yeah. Yes. I landed that sucker. What the hell was that for? I didn't know where that came from. No, another great week. Another great week here on The Drive. And
I've enjoyed it, boys. I've enjoyed it.
You should.
Another one in the books, man. Nothing like kicking ass on a weekly basis.
Telling you, man. You all who stay with us and ride with us, we appreciate all of you. You all have helped make us the #1 sports drive show here in Houston, and we appreciate that. Boy, that was that's a lot of fun. And just the kickers, man. I forgot. I blacked out.
You did.
I just want to say, these guys are talking about, we got to sign Fairbairn. Yeah, the biggest game of the season. He couldn't make a 47-yard field goal. I mean, was it that important? Let me see. I better stop. Let me get right go. About to lose my mind again here.
You'll be all right, man.
It's all right. Good week.
It's Friday, bro. Don't go there right now.
You're right. Good week. Got cookout tonight. It's a good week. Good week. Good fun. All right, Joe Espada, as the Astros, they're going to start playing their first spring training games tomorrow. I loved when he said this. I love this potential change, and this is going to be something that we really can see and look at, and I hope the Astros do this because I think this can open things up. I love the thought of this. Here he is talking about how they may look different and how they may approach things differently on the bases.
Taking it to the other team. I mean, knowing the weaknesses of the other defense, who has a strong arm, trying to take an extra base. There's opportunities for us to take extra bases, but sometimes we choose not to because of who's on deck, right? And our guys are smart about when is the right time to do it. But I think there's opportunities out there, and I want us to take some risk, calculated risk. I think is important for us to take and put our guys in a position to get some easy RBIs. It's easier. Our guys rather hit with a man on third base with one out than man on second base with one out. So there's opportunities for us to do that. So we're gonna push our guys to do those things in spring training.
I'll give you a little context real quick, Ron, with what he's talking about taking chances. The Astros had 1,263 chances to advance on the base paths last year. They took advantage of 33% of them. Only 2 teams took advantage of a smaller percentage. Took a fewer chances there. The Astros made 39 outs on the bases. Only 4 teams had fewer. They took an extra base 30% of the time, which was the lowest in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, and when you hear those numbers, it's crazy because when you put pressure, they can put themselves in so many positions, and they've got guys, throughout the lineup in which, God, if people get on base, it makes pitchers more nervous, and guys get in scoring position, it makes people more nervous. The more you can take first to third with the likes of Altuve and Alvarez and Tucker coming will change the game. So I love this thought process of being much more aggressive and taking chances and giving yourself more chances to score. Because to me, really, the only person where you're looking at like, well, I don't want to take the bat out of his hands is Jordan with runners in scoring position. But still, I mean, you can still create things for that. The only thing I look at that is I hear that it is. But I know Tyler's thinking the same thing. Like Altuve, man, this is not a license for you to just say, "You're right, coach. I haven't been aggressive enough.
Let me cut it loose."
You're right. Like I've been holding back too much, and let me really cut loose here. Let me really, because he goes to the manner of just reckless at times. And you know what, Coach? I feel like I watched some tape, and I think I could have scored from first on a couple of those singles. And you know what? I'm gonna push it to that level. Every year.
Altuve needs earmuffs for those comments that a spot just made.
Every year Tyler loses. And this is Tyler, I believe, arguably Tyler's favorite athlete of all time, Jose Altuve. And boy, the base running issues just drive Tyler insane. He has a meltdown every year.
He's the greatest Astro of all time. I think we all three have said that on this show, and yet he might be the worst base running Astro of all time. It's so damn frustrating.
When he makes a mistake on the base pass too, it is a.
There was one late in the season against the Mariners that is, oh my God.
You got little legs, bro.
They're so bad. It's like, don't even slide. Like don't risk that strawberry. You're gonna get on your knee, boss. Just slow down, man.
Just stay up. You know and I've said it. The thing that makes him great is he goes for it. Like,
well, no doubt, Rob. I'll argue that part of what frustrates us all, but clearly Tyler's vocal about it with Altuve. I'll argue a part of that it could be attributed to ignorance. Right, and you look at like basically not having a plan, just doing whatever the hell you want to. It's clear Joe Espada, whether you're talking about just basic base running or the fundamentals of or knowing what your opponent's strengths and weaknesses are, it's clear Joe Espada is making that an emphasis. And I mean. Espada also is on record saying he's not been pleased with some of Houston's decision-making during the last season or two. And so he's very – what I like about it is he's pointing it out and he's letting the guys know we're going to be better, we're going to be more aggressive. Overall, this is going to be a weapon for us. We're not just going to go without a plan ultimately and do whatever we want and be reckless and not push the envelope and things of that nature. So I'm with you, man. I love what he's saying.
I love it, and I think Jose Altuve is going to push it even more. And it will be really entertaining to see Tyler lose his mind. And the manager told him. Great week this week. As always, Tyler, great job. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. You don't want to miss that. Then following them are our nighttime show, Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton, as well as Chris Santiago on the ones and twos. Tyler, enjoy yourself in Mexico next week. We'll hold it down. Don't hurt yourself shaving.
Staying away from that
I'm
nair.
Concerned about that. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. That was fantastic. Impossible to fail when someone else instead of me.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable as you might feel it is as an Astros fan, there's going to be at least one team out there that's willing to go 7, 8, 9 years on Bregman, and I don't think the Astros are going to match that.
Yeah, if it's a team that's a playoff team or feels like they're a playoff team, I think the things Alex Bregman does resonate more in the postseason.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
For the Bell Furniture and Beadwell Prices Traffic Center, a little bit of an improvement. State Highway 146 earlier shut down. Now shoulders are getting through northbound at Fairmont Parkway, so we're getting a little bit better there. We've got a crash I-45 northbound is still blocking the center lane. It's 77 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
When a cold keeps you up, try NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The